Alumni, a Divine Dungeon series, Artorian's Archives, Book 2, written by Dennis Vanderkerken and Dakota Kraut, narrated by Travis Baldry. Prologue. Caw! The oversized, infernal corvid impatiently made its presence known. Its beak flicked left and right as it hopped about on a gnarled messenger post, eager to see who would come today. The sharp sound of glass clicking against marble caused it to flutter its wings, and the raven once more screeched into the room as the tick-tack-tick of high heels approached ever closer. The bird stilled when the sound stopped, cowering as the tall, slender, pointy-eared figure halted before its outstretched leg. Manicured fingers slid the missive from the corvid's foot. With a puff of icy breath from the attendant, the bird was blown from its perch. An upset caw screeched back at the creature that took its delivered message. So rude. At least when it got home, it would receive shiny trinkets. The faux high elf clicked her heels back into the glittering hallway, holding the diminutive furled message with both her spotless hands. The pristine structure she traversed was vast and lavish. Luxurious paintings and ostentatious drapery lined alabaster walls. Numerous beast furs laid underfoot, helping to mute her rapid motion. She turned into a corridor where suits of polished and posed armor lined the walls, her destination at the end of this nearly endless hall. Guards adorned in full plate mail barred double-set elephant-tall doors, their grip tight on crossed halberds. As the attendant approached, they pulled the weapons apart and cleared the path with a shink. Upon hammering a fist against the reflective bronze doors, tightening chains started sounding as the grunts of a dozen men pulled the links taut on the other end. Mechanisms in the wall creaked to life as the pathway opened inwards to the buckling of metal, the snapping crack of a whip forcing the servants to keep the path opened. A heady scent of lavender burst from the throne room as animal skin flooring was replaced by a padding of fresh violet petals. Lit braziers filled the room, heating the area while illuminating the expansive space. The faux elf bowed without stepping further onto the carpet of flowers. Harp planks droned in the background as uncountable, scantily dressed bodies made themselves comfortable near the centralized, elevated seat. Some carried urns filled with wine, others held bound sets of peacock tail feathers repurposed as cooling fans. The fanning servants did their work methodically, not making a sound, as other servants drew intricate patterns of charcoal across their mostly exposed bodies. With the agility of a boa constrictor, a tall and lanky man adorned in rings and bracelets of refined gold slid his way forward to the awaiting attendant. His hand steepled, and his hovering steps disturbed not a single petal on his passing. The elf bowed to the approaching vizier, lifting the furled message in offering. The slithering man broke his steeple and pressed his palms together, accepting the writ before dismissing the servant. The messenger vanished as swiftly as she'd come. With their task seen to, the halberd-armed guards knocked once more on the elephant doors. A dozen shackled men on either side of the mechanism ceased their activity, keeping that monstrously heavy contraption open. The doors shut with a hefty clong. Men groaned from the exertion, but weren't afforded the liberty to complain. Heads had rolled for far less. Returning to his assigned post, the vizier took a seat on the stairway one step below the throne and unfurled the text that was at an appropriate size for ants. It soured his face to read the message, but he wouldn't let the royal on the throne see such distasteful expressions. When he spoke, his voice rang as deeply and spacious as the void. It carried an unnatural depth, as if his throat ran the space of the mansion's halls. "An update from Conquests, Your Majesty." The barest motion of a gold-painted hand upon the armrest of its cathedra, a signal to relay the report. The vizier did as commanded. "A daughter of Wrath has fallen. The western front has collapsed, and the outpost has been eradicated." He paused as a frigid glare forced his gaze over to his opposite, the royal advisor. Like him, she was clad in thin, silken fabrics and rich, elegant finery. Golden accessories littered her body, and her diamond-studded succubus tongue berated the vizier. "You dare give such slanderous news to our mistress? You shame your position, vizier." The tall man lifted his significantly sized nose up at the royal advisor. Perhaps if the lady would find the stones to deliver such news herself, one would indeed find the position of the vizier unneeded. A curiosity, then, that my station has existed longer than yours." The silent electricity between their eyes was palpable, but without further retort coming, the humanoid continued his report. "Dusk Grove suffered utter defeat. The blasphemers are responsible, and it appears—" The vizier sneered at the mention in the tiny report. "Cultivators are heavily involved. The region is a total loss, and operations cannot continue." He crumpled the note in his hand and threw it at a servant, who promptly cleaned it up. How irritating this news was. Meanwhile, the royal advisor snootily beamed at him.
"Oh, how cruel the world must be! What a shame that my ventures see such success. Perhaps it is your devotion to the mistress that is lacking, Vizier."
She received only a sharp inhale in return. His hand only barely needed to extend for a rolled-up vellum to be placed onto it by a waiting servant. Unfurling the document, he used sharpened nails to cross the fringe operation from his books. Other ventures in service to their divine would need to see greater success to amend for this setback. The royal advisor's snide voice clicked in bemusement.
"That's what you get for believing ventures can be completed with but hundreds of the flock. The Reaper faction? More of a sheep-shearing collection with how they've been snipped from their purpose. Didn't your groups in that region fight each other previously? A power grab? Now, the wishes the mistress bestowed upon me are going to be a delectable pursuit."
Her eyes hungered, daring him to attempt a clever response. She had the upper hand here. Steepling his fingers once more, the vizier craned his neck with sickening flexibility as he looked directly behind him, leering through the ostentatious windows. Behind the repurposed mansion, leagues of land had been tilled and converted to training camps. The area collected the unceasing flow of refugees, lost warriors, survivors of calamity, and individuals merely seeking to escape other plans that the mistress had set in motion. Through some deal with another being, the influx of raider recruits had flooded their lands. The war forces the royal advisor could now field, given appropriate leadership, was sizable indeed, whereas he himself had hundreds of the older, patiently built forces to place on the game board of conquest. The vizier preferred to grow their forces from within, to build power and efficiency through sustained fear and lessons of pain. The salacious advisor opted for quick-gathered troops that hadn't grown up with the ingrained fear and understanding of their hierarchy. She instead claimed that stacking enough grief, coupled with the chance for hope, would turn scores of men into willing sacrifices for their cause. Once outcasts, the lost and abandoned could easily be convinced to cast others out as well, for misery loves company. Where he sought quality, the advisor sought quantity. Distressed, his steepled fingers twisted once more to trace along the flesh-altered, pointy-edged ears he now sported. A minor sacrifice for the will of the mistress. His views had come into question, and he could not chance showing weakness while before their divine. "I do have 3 positives to present to my queen, but perhaps I should learn from victory rather than simply working smarter and harder like I have been. Tell me then, royal advisor, of your successes." It wasn't the concession she was hoping for, but the pleased advisor would certainly take the win. Her words flirtatiously traveled the distance between them.
"While you trudged in the salty muck at the edge of the map, I have laid the cobblestone path for a great conquest. A conquest designed and crafted by our blessed mistress."
The golden figure on the throne stirred, clearly pleased with the interactions of her 2 most trusted and faithful servants. One of her legs shifted across the other, and the entire servant group surrounding the throne swiftly readjusted. Dozens of people moved in order to prevent a stray ray of sunshine from stabbing the divine in her eyes. Her silky voice was a mixture of wine and oil, sultry and self-assured.
"I desire the tallest mountain."
The vizier and advisor stood, only to turn and take a knee before the throne. In unison, and without missing a beat, they both replied.
A mountain the mistress shall have.
The throne's occupant extended her hand, and a multitude of servants set forth their offerings, even as their heads remained bowed, vision downcast. One held a fine crystal flute filled with sparkling wine. Another held a bowl with the most exotic of finely cut fruits. A third offered exquisite paper, while a fourth held a pure, silver-wrought cup in her hands, filled with water. Her actions minor and deft, the mistress accepted only the flute. Servants stepped back, as their task had been fulfilled. A replacement flute was prepared, as the queen might want another after this one was dirtied. Regal words were spoken, with narcissism that could curdle milk.
You speak of gifts, my vizier. Lay them before your divine.
The vizier remained prostrated and motioned out an arm below to signal obedience.
Your will be done, my queen.
He stood and turned, clapping his hands and motioning for some of his own personal attendants to bring out what had been prepared beforehand. It was wise to cover one's scaly rear in the event of foul developments. In fact, today had been the second time he had read this news. Upon receiving it the first time, a full day before, hasty measures had been taken. Bound in weighted shackles, 3 stumbling figures were pulled forth. They were dragged up to the bottom of the throne and kicked to their knees. They hit the marble ground hard, but otherwise didn't falter. With a tug, the vizier's personal servants removed all 3 hoods at once. The young figures winced from the combination of heat, harsh smells, and flickering light as they squinted around to take stock of where they were. Grimaldus, Tychus, and Estrella each took a breath at the sights they took in. The trio forcibly hissed in the next second as gruff servants grasped the back of their heads. Unwelcome hands pulled on chestnut hair, forcing them all to regard the near-flawless golden figure resting upon an equally lavish throne. They hurt from long journeys, but remained steadfast. Their bodies ached from being tossed around like expendable goods, more bruised and battered than bananas that had tumbled down 100 steps. The children of the fringe had seen and survived many an encampment while kept prisoner. Even though each was a few years older, the lessons of their youth were firmly ingrained in their hearts. Unlike the haze of broken cattle, a true fire burned in their bright gazes. The vizier swaggered down to them with peacock-like flair. Swaying his arms, he flourished and introduced his gifts. The interest of the golden lady on the throne immediately piqued. Her practiced skills saw the absolute rarity within the offerings laid before her, discerning the traits unseen in her lands. She sensed natural strength of character found in none apart from the most gifted of individuals. The queen's immaculate smile betrayed how roaringly pleased she was, something the adviser silently caught. The prostrated woman held her disdain, as she too could not find a fault in the truly unique gift the vizier had just planted down. Abyss? She'd better hope her thousands of raiders got the job done. Speaking with all the pride of a political victor, the vizier rubbed salt in the adviser's fresh wounds, lauding his win. I present to my queen 3 flawless sets of emerald eyes. Chapter 1. Artorian woke to the taste of deep smog and burnt soot as he stole a hasty gasp of air. A crackle of fire snapped in the background, burning somewhere out of sight between the banks of fog that rolled through the shady, incomplete landscape of the salt village. Clangs of metal and the falling homes stabbed at his senses. His shaking hand reflexively clenched around his sternum while his soul twisted within.
You let a soul die?
The words had no discernible point of origin until the billowing mass of smoke parted. Hibiscus and Four stood there, hand in hand. The duo faced him as standing gray corpses. Their wasted, smoky bodies only served to further confuse his mind. Trying to focus, he noticed pinpricks of ashen light fill the vacant void where their eyes should have been. Attempting to speak, Artorian found he had no voice. The pasty smear of mist in the village stifled his breath. The awful reckoning made his head throb, and the forms approached as he collapsed further into himself. The old man did not notice that the surroundings darkened as they moved. Silently, he wept, holding his head as the recollections taxed and drained him. He felt cold, oppressively cold. "You didn't come for me." Caught between a cough and frozen sniffle, Artorian frowned. He recognized the tone and felt a lurch of love tug his soul as he heard it. The elder found his voice, since this one was out of place. This voice did not belong in the mixture of people he'd not been able to do anything for. "Choppy?" His words were brittle, but the swarms of villagers ceased their approach as he managed to speak. All were a dull gray, forms wavy and incomplete at the edges. Trails of smoke flaked from their outlines and extremities. Their details were strangely obscured, as if the figures themselves didn't know who they were supposed to be. Artorian could only place a face if he focused on a particular form, then realized that he was the one giving very vague bodies the faces he tortured himself with. "You weren't there." The smoky bodies spoke in staggered disharmony. Repeating the phrase, they surrounded him, ready to reach out and pull him into their grasp. Artorian turned too quickly and nearly fell over himself as he tried to keep track of what voice was speaking. It was a cacophony until his eyes met with the woodcutter's. He stilled, and so did his panic. "No, I wasn't." The reply had energy restored to it, even if the dread in his undertone allowed the entire shadowy congregation to move a full step closer. The correlation did not escape Artorian's notice, and he straightened himself. This was all too hazy, too incomplete. "And for that, I am dreadfully sorry." Artorian could feel a pressure build up in his surroundings, as if the shadows in the smog took a breath preceding their speech. The old man didn't give them a chance. He had internalized and accepted this blame. He was aware that something was off, and this wasn't merely his personal ghosts at play. "I wasn't there, but I did come for you." The smog form staggered. This was not the response they had expected. It was too firm and spoken with a distinct lack of trembling fear. The previously collapsed man wiped his face with the sleeve that simply appeared over his arm because he believed it should be there. "It is my people that I let down, but not you, my boy, not you." The smog shapes disincorporated and took uncertain steps back, some receding fully into the shadows as their forms collapsed into indistinct clouds, unable to keep their shapes as the free access to fear, dread, their nourishment, diminished by the moment. "This loss plagues me, and it is mine to bear, mine alone. It is not yours to exploit, whatever you are." Artorian was in no mood for this grievous transgression, even if he didn't understand it. His body flickered, and for a moment he radiated a consistent, resplendent starlight. "Be gone!" The smell of soot vanished as if it had never been present. The macabre, ghostly landscape of his village retreated into the dusk. Masses of smoke and shadow hastily whisked back into the edges of obscurity as the whole constructed scene was erased. Only the cracks and spitting pops of fire remained. What a terrible dream! Artorian wished to live it no further. Awake enough to realize he was asleep, the old man opened his tired eyes and found an unknown ceiling, one made of crisp leaves and traces of thin light that bounced and broke through numerous layers of thick canopy. The combined smells of cashew and acorn punched his large nose, his fingers experiencing the padded grass that lay in packed clumps beneath him. Other light flickered in his vicinity. It hurt to move, immensely so. Cracked ribs reminded him of their presence. In fact, several pressing injuries were all blaring their pained signals of attention now that he was conscious enough to receive them. Artorian attempted to move some essence, but he found nothing. His aura was bone dry, and his body craved the malleable energy. Frowning at the odd thought that he didn't have any when his aura should have been abundantly full, he managed to turn his head enough to see a ring of fat candles surrounding his resting form. Easily 100 odd-shaped flame sources flickered and burned in his vicinity. The smells of a forest, already heavily present due to being in one, were released by these candles. How strangely pleasant.
"Does our little starlight awake?"
The old man was startled at the multitude of voices speaking in the harmony of a Gregorian chant. Each word was spoken melodiously and slowly. A natural unity was present in the pitch and tone that only a set of seasoned bards might hope to match. Artorian could swear he had heard this kind of speech before, and recently. His head blurred too much. He couldn't place it. Artorian! I am Artorian! The injuries wrecked him, but the Longbeard did his abyss-blasted best to introduce himself. Broken ribs and being old only let you do so much. Still, a response seemed to be enough for the combined voices to continue the conversation.
We are Birch.
That was an odd naming convention, but sure.
Birch, here's your chosen name, Starlight Spirit. We will remember this, but must continue to call you what you are. We sense your pain, but cannot do more than dull the experience.
Their voices twisted from their calm melody, and for a moment sounded pained.
Deep confusion we feel from you. Answers Birch shall give.
Several footsteps approached. While he heard the marching steps, he did not feel a vibration on the ground. They must have been moving with the lightest of step not to cause a disturbance. Stuck looking up, Artorian managed to tilt his field of vision enough to see who, or what, was coming toward him. Around him stood stark, long-eared, near-identical figures. All had alabaster skin and were sporting organic black lines that etched in unique patterns. Dark wounds were carved across the entirety of their features. This was all he had to tell the 5 otherwise mirror-similar elves apart. Based on the locale, he knew these must be wood elves.
I need sunlight.
The 5 elves all closed their pewter eyes and faintly dipped their heads in unison. Above Artorian, the birch tree canopy spread and parted with buckling wooden croaks. Sunlight rippled over him, and relief spread through his fingertips. The prickling waves of comfort soothed his aching frame, and the old man swiftly drifted back to half-sleep.
Rest well upon our roots, Starlight Spirit. Birch shall remain and relay the will of the forest when your star burns bright.
They went still after that, kneeling in a circle on the outside of the candle ring. Thanks to their stillness and alien features, they appeared as trees in their own right. Fading to slumber, the old man could swear their hair resembled moss and skin that of a birch's bark. An academic topic to pursue. Another time. His heavy eyes fell to a full close. Artorian's consciousness ripped inwards, and the cultivator made himself fully present in his center. Body and essence required immediate tending. Ring after cultivation ring stirred into motion with the grinding efficiency of a rusty clock. A few scraped against one another as the system began to turn. That required mending. Rings of corruption were woven as the technique began to twirl and spin, drawing in trickles of essence from the sunlight bathing him. It was a weak seep at first, then a dripping line. When finally the essence influx churned into a solid stream and struck his refinement core, the entire technique flickered before flaring to life. This development significantly relaxed the wood elves that surrounded him. Relieved, they looked at one another and spoke without words as they descended a layer deeper into their communal mind space. When speaking within their own network, their voices had distinct individualism. A collected feminine tone opened the conversation.
Spirit Hawthorne spoke true. The starlight surges strong in this one.
You are being too sappy. A deeper male tone questioned what he was seeing, a touch impatient. The host spirit is weak and brittle. I am uncertain if he would survive. This one is but a sapling when we need a grove of oak. The third voice didn't like what the second one said and snapped a rebuttal.
It is by the grace of the Fire Soul that we can have this conversation and cease providing oak credit for that which it does not do. This spirit is not theirs to claim. Many blossoms accomplish more than that self-entitled piece of bark. Oak is acorny group, but does stand steadfast.
The fourth voice, feminine and sweet, chuckled in amusement, agreeing with the statement.
Weak or no, young or not, the spirit surges to life and clings to it. Even now the bones within its being are mended by its own will. Question not the life of a creature before one has seen it live.
A feeling of assent emanated from the consciousness of those who were one within the birch. The fourth spoke once more.
Agreement is reached. We are blessed by the grove to have such a spirit stumble upon our roots. May its light relieve us of our curse.
The communal conversation ended, and the wood elves were of singular mind once more. In unison, they raised their left palms. Several variants of titmouse fluttered down from the canopy above, perching on their extended palm branches. Resting there a moment, the flyers shimmered with a runic glow and were imbued with the message they were to deliver to the rest of the grove. The starlight spirit lived, and would be guided to the eldest mahogany when able. Their mutual problems were dire and needed to be addressed. As the birds fluttered to fulfill their tasks, a shadowy presence could be felt sludging against the edge of their joint consciousness. With vast concern, the 5 wood elves leered in unison at the edge of their mutual vision. Given they could see as if the trees were their eyes, this covered a sizable distance. They found the disturbance easily enough. Today, the dark did not hide. Colliginous, smoky fog roiled. The sapient mass was a thick paste. It shimmied as a slug afflicted with geriatric churn. Noticing a consciousness nearby, the blight ceased roiling, and certain murky blobs turned to regard the observing mind. It could tell. The shadowy phantoms could always tell. Intimidated, the birch consciousness shuddered as a whole, deeply uncomfortable by how its main predator was endlessly able to do that. Trees in the immediate vicinity of their distanced consciousness experienced a visible trembling that ran up the trunk. Bark split, suffering a wound when the blighted mass lurched at their location. The disquiet was palpable as they mentally broke away from the assailed trees. The wood elves hastily retreated their strained senses into their physical bodies as that part of the woods became obscured. Their pewter eyes snapped open at the same time, relieved to be back in the safe center of their birch grove. Safe was a double-edged sword. In reality, they felt trapped within their own home. A careful observer would note that their elven bodies were now marred with an additional black carving. An unexpected feeling of warmth and comfort washed across them. Uncertain of the source, they looked at one another, eventually settling on the thin and frail body of the old man Hawthorne had picked up. That prickly hick practically had trouble making skills in place of roots, but they had to admit that Haw's hunch had been spot on. Refined essence filled the starlight spirit's aura, and the passive effect it had soothed them. Shadows in the immediate vicinity fled in response. Each tiny additional trickle that filled Artorian's aura pushed the dark backward an extra inch. It wasn't much, but it was enough for Birch to come to terms with the decisions that had left this broken soul on their doorstep. At first, they had been as thorny as Hawthorne himself at the idea of accepting a non-elven into their forest, much less their private grove and fold. They'd fought Hawthorne branch and bark on the idea, telling him to leaf and take the meat with him, but that sharp-spined willow hadn't relented. Haw had seen and spoken the truth. It was necessary. Birch knew the spirits inhabiting the forest could not keep the phantoms at bay forever. Yet, if they nurtured this sapling properly, instead of fended off, the phantoms might be defeated. Chapter 2. Crunch! Artorian tugged his bloodied weapon up, freeing his hammer from the flesh sheath it was lodged in with a dwarven grunt. Today was a great day. Barely a cloud in the sky, soft, salty, smooth breeze on the air, the wailing of broken and battered foes underfoot. Truly, this was the life. His hammer swung and flew once more, en route to a new target. A flash caught his eyes as it spun in an arc, launched directly into a fleeing remnant's poorly timed pause. Artorian had to wait only a moment before he enjoyed another audible crunch. One less foe from what had once been a respectably sized raider strike force. The choir hymn still hung in the air, and a celestial sheen of power lingered on his form as he trudged through the field. Weapon stabilized on his shoulder, Artorian took in his surroundings. Pressing a stubby hand above his blood-soaked brows, the head healer squinted as he saw a rider in flapping blue approach. It had been a few days, and the hit-and-run tactics adopted by the raiders had been treated as sport rather than the nuisance they'd expected. Under Jivra's guidance, the acolytes had made a game out of it.
To teach them tactics,
she'd wistfully explained. It was effective. The raiders had nowhere to go after their attack force had been crushed to bits, and their base of operations in the grove captured. Expunging remnants was just part of the joy. He waved a hand at the incoming riders and greeted Artorian with a smile.
"You made it! Missed most of the fun, but you made it!"
Artorian dismounted, sour as a freshly squeezed lemon. His ornate helmet was pulled from his head, and the man looked around with distaste. He was looking for a target.
"Did you find the old man? I want to wring his wily little neck."
Artorian doubled over in laughter, needing to hit his knee a few times before catching his breath, then wiping a tear away.
"You're gold, Daddy. Comedic gold. Finally figured it out, did you?"
The cloister head threw his helmet to the ground, where it got stuck with a wet splut in the mud.
"He lied to me. That daft old man lied to me. I was supposed to get to the village, something to make a home for my boy. Then those two younglings arrive at camp on their oversized goat and... Ow!"
The horse Artorian rode in on bit him.
"Daft beast."
The armored man nudged the animal away with his elbow, and Artorian did his true, absolute best not to keep giggling.
"I can guess the rest. The girl is head of the village now, and while it ain't yours, she's let you live in it. You ain't happy with that, and want a wee bit more. You done went and also found out that what you want can't be taken. It has to be given."
The healer's calm recollection just set Artorian further on edge. He had not gone so far down the path for this result.
"Well, you see..."
The cloister head did his best to control his weary rage, but it was a poor show. With a wave, Artorian called some acolytes over. After a few words, they returned with a wooden crate.
"Here's everything we found. Have at it."
Artorian hurriedly took the crate, and his frown caved into his bottom lip.
"Broken sandals, a snapped bow, and some dirt."
The last bit made the healer peek over and check the box.
"Oh, look at that. Aye, looks like some dirt."
Before Artorian could decide whether the twitch in his left eye was grounds for him to put hands on his supposed healer, Jivra hurried up to join the huddle. She saluted and turned to address Artorian, but the man deflated. His irritation bled away to resignation, and he addressed the issue of rank, making the wrist-flop motion to indicate that she should address Fellhammer first. Jivra lost some of her balance from the motion, but continued like the trained warrior she was, saluting Artorian first.
"Sir."
He waved it off.
"Aye, lass, at ease."
Jivra didn't budge an eyelash and revealed a familiar, squirming bag.
"A few initiates found this."
The bags Jivra still held looked similar enough to choir standard fare. Some items Artorian recognized the smells of. Honey vials, fruits, minor potions. Things he'd given his carefully groomed distraction. The old man had been an excellent addition to their little game. At times he hadn't even been able to tell who was playing who. Unfurling a satchel, Jivra tenderly pulled a sleeping white puffball from it. The napping, bleach-white sugar glider stirred and further curled up in her hand.
"A spot acolytes passed by before, which previously had nothing, had all these supplies present when they did a recent perimeter round. They're Artorian's goods, sir. Though I don't know what to do about the critter. I've never seen one like this. It's harmless and adorable."
She flushed when she realized her non-detached statement had been said out loud.
"We believe the old man was swallowed up by the woods. He was not inside the building, though we found the handiwork he left behind."
Artorian was all smiles as he peered off in the castle's direction.
"What a beauty! Wish I had 100 of 'em."
Artorian cut in to clear away his confusion.
"The critter or the castle?" "Nay, lad, the old man."
With a grumble, Artorian threw his blue cape over his shoulder just so he could hide his face in it.
"I ain't joking. Tell me how many of your lads can pick up cultivation that quick and get something done with such single-minded devotion, maintaining the effectiveness that little project of mine managed. We gave 'em some food, some guidance, and just let 'em loose."
Artorian walked a few paces with his arms out to either sides, motioning at the bodies they'd collected.
I want 100 of them. I knew letting him in that raiders' tent was the right call. Just look at this conquest. Judged and executed, as I wanted it. I couldn't have planned it this well.
The dwarven raised man was chipper as a chipmunk. Jivra shuffled over to Tarian, a finger rubbing over the little fluff's head. She was clearly keeping it.
Sir, I'm confused. Weren't you in charge?
Tarian dropped his cape and recalled she didn't know. Did you never question why the church did not send anyone after receiving years of letters on corruption research? It's because they quietly did. Paladin aspirant Jivra, allow me to introduce to you one of the 10 most frightening men in the choir. Hadderan turned while keeping his hands behind his back, a smile gleaming in the rising sunlight. He did love a well-wrapped ending, and remained silent as the cloister head introduced him properly. Grand Inquisitor Fellhammer, Executor of the Inquisition, Lord of the Azure Jade Mountain, and Slayer of 1,000 traitors. It was he who authorized the Great Plan, and has allowed events to come to pass as they have. Apparently including keeping me in the dark that I was never going to get my own patch of land. Currently incognito as an expedition healer. Fellhammer felt such mirth as he was addressed. Aye, lad. You'd have been in great trouble with the choir otherwise, especially thinking you got away with it. Granted, I love what you did in building the place up. The few structures the region has ain't gonna cut it anymore. I went through the records and agree with your lady that it's time for a change. We're finally gonna put a proper cathedral in the fringe. Run's gonna let us. Once we've got the scar secured, a plan several hundred years in the making sees fruition. He playfully nudged Tarian in the ribs, causing him to drop his arm and get bit by his horse once again. The man yowled from the bite, then grumbled, How did you even find all of this out? Hadderan shook his head at how flustered the head cleric turned proper father had become. Who was handling the old man's paperwork all this time? He slapped the dejected cleric on the shoulder, still in a great mood. You did good. Was a wee bit suspicious when a request for a cultivation technique came in those few years ago. And when the intelligence started coming, I just had to see it for myself. I'm saddened at the loss of my wee project, but the old fox did what we groomed him for. His attention turned as he caught a glint from the corner of his eye, gazing at some swaying trees while thick digits sunk into his pocket, thumbing a rolled-up piece of paper. I hope he's well, and knows that his sacrifice let two of his children safely make it home and didn't go wasted. May he dream of the meals they eat, the laughter they have, and the life they'll build in a little corner of the fringe, safe and away from the miseries of the world. The tiny scroll was freed from his pocket, and the Inquisitor glanced at the 5 names scribed upon it. 2 of them now had check marks. He hushed his breath and mumbled to himself, 3 to go. Get 'em home, Artie. Chapter 3. That looks much better. Artorian mentally wiped his forehead while floating inside his center. Had he been able, very satisfied hands would be pushing into his hips. Not having a physical body here did come with limitations. One of these years he was going to get used to being a disembodied persona. Pushing up his sleeves to get to the next part? Right, he'd forgotten again that he didn't have any sleeves. The old man had gotten hours, or what he thought were hours, of clean, crisp, stable cultivation time. The healthy influx of starlight had dimmed and strengthened about 3 or 4 times while he was working, but that was a minor detail. The essence flow was steady, strong, and bountiful. It was everything he needed to repair the internal train wreck he'd caused in his struggle to escape Duskgrove Castle. It had taken him a while to recollect himself and recall what happened. Now that he did, Artorian was kicking himself for ever thinking his tactic had been an idea worth considering. Flooding his body with essence? It had trashed his system. You'd have more luck getting a ballista to work better by drenching it in oil and somehow hoping the javelin it launched shot further through the air. No, you old fool, he told himself. All you end up with is a dirty ballista that takes forever to clean if it doesn't just catch on fire and destroy everything. On the plus side, having had to inspect every single ring provided him a count. 420 rings in total, corruption containers included, all cleaned up and formatted to his latest containment design. His skill at modeling, molding, shaping, and establishing essence designs had greatly improved over the years, and the results were speaking for themselves. Next was that spider web layer occupying the indistinct space between his center and what lay outside. The natural essence channels were originally indistinct as well, but with the binding and opening of meridians, that changed. Similar to the cardiovascular system a normal body had, this secondary system was equally as intricate and complex. The essence system, for the most part, overlapped the existing design a body already sported. If you had veins going into your hand, you also had meridian channels that copied and overlapped that pattern. The center, on the other hand, was something that was present, yet not physically. The peculiar space had a unique, individualized connection that didn't adhere to any sort of pre-existing bodily structure. His studies in anatomy had proven him correct on that topic, and he held the fact with certainty. With the addition of essence, the center became a more defined part of the overall whole, and connecting it to the body was a challenge in its own right. To his grumbling satisfaction, he was finally willing to admit that the spider web surrounding his center had been helpful. Rather than some ungraspable barrier between two different varieties of empty space, there was now a very distinct inside and outside to his center. This allowed a very significant increase in his ability to measure and estimate future ring additions. There was only so much space, and he hadn't forgotten some of the mentions his choir friends had let slip. At a certain rank, C, he believed, one's cultivation technique would solidify. He didn't have the details on that, but it was an eventuality that had to be planned for in case it was true, especially for his particular mechanism. A fractal technique wouldn't have the problem he was envisioning. Those interconnected spirals cleanly worked together while focusing entirely on draw and separation. Their function seemed to be to pull in refined essence by virtue of spin direction. The heavier elements, the corruption, couldn't handle that movement and were rebuked in the process of what was considered refining. Actively refining had more to do with spinning your technique faster without it shattering or fracturing on you. Faster spin, more essence of a cleaner and higher purity. More spirals, better results. Simple, direct, effective cultivation technique. Most cultivation techniques still relied on the use of a single, flat plane. Nothing moved up, down, or in a direction other than circular. The raw material comes in from the top, goes through the filter, and comes out at the bottom. It was a sieve. Refined essence is stored in the body of healthy cultivators, since their cells can handle holding a certain amount.
Healthy cultivators, my foot!
Artorian grumbled at the thought, though he didn't notice. Health while cultivating was a precious luxury that he'd never had, and therefore he couldn't access that body storage feature. It was akin to having a house, except he couldn't put anything in the building. All his furniture just ended up on the lawn. Sure, it worked, but who was comfortable leaving all their possessions out on their lawn? He certainly wasn't.
Ah, well, gotta do what I gotta do.
Essence gets refined, open the window, and punt. Out you go, Essence. Stay on the lawn. Or, in this case, his version of an aura. Back to the work at hand. Artorian floated up to the barrier's edge and prodded at the web. An unpleasant mental shudder ran down his imagined shoulders.
Ah!
Why did it need to be sticky? Of course it was sticky. It couldn't just be silky soft, now could it? No, that would have been convenient. He pulled on it, and the entire web bent and stretched like the goop that ran from a child's nose. It was sickening in the sense that he wanted to berate the small child responsible for this. Oh, right. That would be himself. Artorian rubbed his metaphorical hands together and pulled essence from his aura. It was surprisingly easy to do once he'd gotten used to it, so long as it was just push or pull. Aura had this handy benefit of speed. He didn't need to unfurl a ring to access the stored essence, and didn't have to struggle with his own body just to get essence out of the cells where it was stored. Positives, negatives, it was all just one more thing to work on.
Right.
He regarded the mess of his fence, for lack of a better term. This haphazard, slimy mess was just... ew. Why? Why did he have to think of spiders during the moment he was opening the first of his meridians? Why not bees? He liked bees. Artorian worked with those in the apiary, and oh, the pie. Nice, clean, hexagonal shapes. Stable and sturdy. Well, why not bees? He knew how hives were constructed. He'd seen it happen for years, and he'd certainly eaten enough honeycomb to feel guilty about it. Maybe he could make this a tribute to the bees. Tribute to the bees. Yes. Those little critters never did get the praise they deserved, and he could swear that bees were better mathematicians than some of those old fogies back at the academy. Artorian waxed nostalgic. He really did want to go back there. It was the second closest thing to a true home before the Fringe, though the Fringe itself, well, he was a visitor now. A basic land rule in some places was that once you abandon an area, or give away a titled dominion, you're not welcome there anymore. Not that the people wouldn't try to go back, but the place feels different. He'd experienced it before in the Socorro Desert, and he'd never had the stomach to even consider returning. The very place rebuked him on principle, and he never did understand why. Distractions. Come now, old boy, back on task. Remember that it's the beeswax's consistency that's important. It hurt, as usual. Making alterations in your center, or near it, always hurt. Essence work was a growing pain he'd become accustomed to. Unlike ordinary discomfort, this was not a rip-the-tree-sap-off kind of injury. You had to make this one last. It was important to go slow when making alterations inside oneself. Gather essence, loop, twist, loop, shape, bend, shape, bend. Artorian made a prototype hexagon before committing to the concept, nitpicking some details such as size, density, thickness of the shape, and a bit more that only a grumpy old man would care about. He whined about it in a you-can't-quite-hear-me, yet still I'm displeased and fixing it tone, which could mean anything from it was actually improved to, oh heavens no, it was improved, promise, complete with the horror-stricken faces of onlookers. The latter didn't happen in this case. Plain and simple honeycomb patterns were pushed into the space that the sticky spiderweb currently occupied. He ran into a snag immediately. The space separating inside from outside was too indistinct for precision lengths of honeycomb. He could make them sturdy, but they would rip as the space wavered and stretched. The spiderweb did not, simply moving and stretching along with the minute movements of the space it occupied. Some chin-scratching later, and the idea was adopted. Why make hard honeycomb when it could be more gel-like? Beeswax was important for structure, but not all parts of the structure needed solidity. No reason the pattern couldn't breathe. Actually, was it important that the web was sticky? It could be just a momentary annoyance, but it was worth a test. Artorian took some refined essence and haphazardly tossed it at the webbing. Some of it did what he expected, and it stuck to the webbing, then was absorbed? What? Was he losing essence to this contraption? Oh, please, no. In a tizzy, and moving with a speed that would have made him lose his hat, the old man zipped after the tiny mote of light that was bouncing through the webway network. It eluded him like a feisty chicken that wasn't having any of his cluck today. Where are you going, you snooty little— Oh. Artorian found himself at the connection of where his center connected to his heart meridian. He rubbed some shadow chest pains away at the memory and observed as the mote of light returned to his gyroscope-style cultivation technique. Huh! He scratched the top of his head, an odd sensation when he had neither fingers nor head in this space. Just like that. Artorian waited there and watched several more of the previously tossed motes copy the behavior. They bounced through the network, ended up at a connection point, and were drawn right back down into the refining process. That wasn't what he expected at all. He thought he was going to lose the— Wait a minute. Did that mean that all essence that passed that midway space point didn't come back? Where did it go? Well, now he just had to know. Nearly giddy from the thought of figuring out something new once more, he zipped back to his honeycomb. Now, what to test? He took some refined essence and tossed it through a region without the spiderweb present. It went, and went, and went. Pop! It was gone. Where did the motes go? It couldn't have just vanished, could it? Slapping on his investigation hat, he zipped about a short while, only to come up with nothing. Well, that was uneventful. Perhaps he should toss some essence while far outside the center and see what it did. Why not? He fetched some, bundled it in a woven orb, and off he went. He passed through several meridians because it was faster to mentally move through a pathway that had essence channels built. He unfurled the woven containment back into refined essence by bathing it in some starlight essence, wiping the orb's identity from it. Then he watched. The essence did nothing at first. It just moved around and stuck to cell walls, being harmlessly absorbed into them. He lost the refined essence, but on closer inspection had a hunch that this particular set of cells was fed. They had greater vibrancy than surrounding cells. It was, after all, always important to eat. Speaking of, when was the last time he ate? The thought provoked complaints from his physical stomach, and he wondered why a few hours would have reduced him to such a state of physical complaint. This half-sleep had gone on long enough, and the honeycomb project wasn't a huge rush now that he knew where the essences went. The spiderweb gave existing essences more chances to refine further, while escaped essence fed the body. This must be why cultivators didn't need to eat as much, and could do more with less. Essence was substituting their previous primary intake source. Good to know, but it still didn't beat a real meal. Unfocusing from his inner work, he returned to the normal mental space where he lessened his awareness of the internal. With his refinement center up and running, he let it do its own three-dimensional passive refinement thing. Artorian took a deep breath and woke. Chapter 4. Croak. Artorian's stomach rumbled loudly as he came around. He patted the painfully empty space, feeling both weak and in need of water. A headache built as he pushed himself up against the base of a tree. Artorian remembered something about a tree. Deep breaths disturbed the passive pattern of his nearly unmoving form. His stomach started complaining louder as it realized he was awake. Night already? Must have been more than a few hours. The sound of a vast flame flickered nearby. The clicking pitches of large, dry logs being flame-licked came to mind. Wiping the schmutz from his face and eyes, he also felt the dire need for a bath with hearty scrubbing. Croak. Excuse me, is anyone around? His voice was hoarse and paper-thin, hand sliding up to his neck for a quick rub. This wasn't quite what he'd expected. He tapped around with the other, and his fingers dipped into some water. A curious glance at why his digits were wet allowed for the discovery of a water cup. Several, even. Don't mind if I do. He drained them. All of them. As soon as he started drinking one cup of the crystal-clear spring water, he had a second in hand. Then a third and fourth as he glugged them down, not having realized how awfully parched he was.
Starlight spirit, you wake. Birch had deep concern when you remained still for many moons.
The wood elves, which Artorian could have sworn had been trees a moment before, moved with their uncanny, unified grace. They approached him, took a knee, and gently touched him to look the human over, now that he was awake. The old man didn't fight or resist the head tilts, nudges to his legs, or puppeteering of his arms. He was quite used to being manhandled during medical checkups. The elder had had years of it in the village, when the clerics were screaming at one another during his days of meridian opening. He smiled fondly at the recollection. What pleasant rabble-rousing that had been. The wood elves silently concluded that their charge was fine.
Told you?
An unexpected and exhausted voice thrummed in reply to the calmed wood elves. It carried the same undertone of age Artorian himself possessed, and his ears followed the sound to the flickering of the nearby bonfire. Squinting to see, Artorian could faintly make out the form of an armored figure that was slumped into itself. It sat with arms crossed on its knees, leaning forward so the head was pressed to the wrists as a makeshift resting perch. The figure exuded tiredness. Long fingers on the gauntlets hung feeble and loose, and lengthy tresses of dull gray hair hung without a care in the world from the bottom back of the helmet. Now, the armor itself was exquisite. At least it would have been, had it held any of its original luster. The design screamed masterwork, but the suit was coated in the kind of soot one saw when you left something in a kiln too long. This person had either stood or had their armor interred in a place where constant, furious blazes happened with great frequency. A myriad of battle scars emblazoned the plate. It wasn't in disrepair, yet the history of war was so obvious on the exhausted figure that there was simply no question where they had spent most of their life. The old man looked the other way, back to his caretakers.
Hello, Birch. Did I introduce myself? I'm a little foggy on if I did so."
The calm wood elves smiled at him in unison.
"You require no further introduction, Starlight Spirit. Birch is aware. We have kept you safe from the hungry Kalagene, though we requested the Fire Soul be present."
They motioned at the slumped individual to introduce the Fire Soul, but there was no response. They dropped the subject and awkwardly returned their gazes to the old man.
"Please, do not feel slighted at her peculiarities."
"Quite all right, lad. Lads? How—"
There was a mix of genders in the group, and it was tripping him up. Some gears turned and fell into place, and Artorian thought he might understand the method wood elves use to refer to themselves and others.
Birch?
The wood elves nodded in unison when the old human grasped their meaning.
"Worry not, Starlight Spirit. Our speech may be difficult, but we are trying our best to speak human."
They looked at one another and broke unison for a moment. Some of them raised their hands in an "I don't know. Why do you expect me to know? I know what you know" motion. Their unity reformed after they had their private conversation.
"Human is the best we can describe your language. We are doing what we can to converse in it. Ordinarily we speak Elven or a long-winded dialect of tree. There are many of those before the spirit asks. The questions you form can be seen from how your face does the scrunching thing."
They clearly didn't have the most polished social skills, but that didn't matter one whit to Artorian, who had pulled out his "this is fine" bucket and was cramming their insecurities into it as if he were thieving bread off a table. He'd treat them kindly no matter what, so long as they were making the effort. Croak. Speaking of bread...
"Don't worry so much, Birch. You're doing wonderfully, and I appreciate the effort you're putting in. That's very kind of you, and I think it's delightful. On the topic of signs my body is giving off, will there happen to be anything to eat? That noise will continue until I do, and if I deduce correctly, your many moons mention means days. I will require quite the amount, if possible."
Birch was having a tough time. There was a lot that needed explaining in a quick time span, and they weren't the best at this. The unison of their bodies remained, but a notable pause occurred before the group of wood elves spoke again. A whirl of wind cut through the area. It didn't have a discernible source. Air was just sucked from the region. Branches fluttered as the surrounding air tore into the vacant space. The bonfire flame flared to life as the excess oxygen allowed it to powerfully spike. That same spike gave away that the Fire Soul was no longer slumped next to the flame, the figure missing entirely. The momentary distraction held all their attention, but it did well enough to snap Birch out of its quandary. Who knows what the Fire Soul was up to? If it was anything relating to food, the human would need to know in a hurry.
"In this forest, the entirety of it, there are rules one must follow to not draw the ire of regional spirits. These may be beast spirits, tree spirits, and the like. While there are many species within the forest, there is a bark-clad rule that we do not kill to feed ourselves. If a creature falls from age or accident, it is free to be taken. That which grows endlessly may be taken in moderation, so long as enough remains for the plant or being to create more of itself without concern. As a human, you may be tempted to destroy what exists in order to create something else. This is taboo here. Those who violate the rules are free game to be hunted by others. Also, the first to take a prize owns it."
Baff! The meaty sound of a hefty weight hitting the ground reached all their senses, and with a glance they could see a sizable doe. It didn't stir, nor breathe. The full-plated figure casually kept her steel grip under its chin, effortlessly lifting it. An animal that should have required, in Artorian's estimation, 3 to 4 full-grown men just to pick up was one arm hoisted by the armored figure. Artorian deduced this must be a seriously powerful woman. Opening her free hand, gouts of Bordeaux flame spewed forth. Artorian went wide-eyed, gawking as a child watching a firework wonder. The flames sputtered before focusing, raw power being controlled and conglomerated into the shape of a broadsword? He knew this trick. This was essence shaping, in some form anyway. The energy the armored figure was doing it with was on a whole different level. Nothing he had would remotely allow for an outflux of power that mighty, and his shoulders shuddered with a childlike mixture of awe and fear. Artorian's hands shook, momentary flashbacks of the Socorro War plaguing him. The memories fled away, though his eyes were glued to the sight of molded fire. Honest-to-goodness fire, solidifying into a set shape. The blade was unceremoniously thrust through the animal's neck. Had it not been for the afterglow of the strike, he would never have grasped the path the weapon might have taken, much less that it had moved at all. The speed in which the pinning stab had occurred easily outstripped his rail palm attack, and he truly had not experienced something that could possibly have been faster. Until now. Artorian's academic mind was on its knees, ecstatically screaming as its arms dramatically rose and dropped. The fire had not only formed into the shape of a sword, but remained entirely stable as she placed the creature into the bonfire, hanging the body over the flames to cook. With the flaming weapon acting as spit roast, the armored figure pulled an actual knife free. Using skills that would bring a professional butcher to tears, she took the animal apart like it was a work of music being deconstructed by a seasoned bard. Each movement was flawless, perfect. Every draw of the blade sang without wasted movement. The display was an art form by itself, and all of Artorian's enhanced senses were glued to the spectacle. Words Birch spoke went entirely unheard in favor of taking in the most detailed version possible of this moment in the sublime. Time passed in a flash. The dough was processed, stripped, cooked, and served on a piece of hard bark. His mouth gaped, barely aware of his hands taking hold of the bark with finely cut meat on it. One of the wood elves tapped the bottom of his chin, and his hanging mouth snapped shut as he broke from the dazed stupor. His cheeks were wet. Dabbing his face with a sleeve, he wiped away evidence that he'd been profoundly affected by the entire performance. His hands were shaking as he lifted the bark plate, taking a hefty bite out of the surprisingly tender and well-prepared venison. The juices came to life in his mouth, and he scarfed it down like a starving rat, making all the appreciative noises he could as he lovingly choked down the delicious meal. Half a flank later, Artorian was sucking his fingers clean and slapping a well-fattened belly. He'd chowed down on meat, and more meat. Birch had refused the offered meal, having mumbled something about preferring fruits and tubers. With a filled stomach and a relaxed countenance, Artorian tried to stand. He was so sore. His joints felt stiff, and it took both cycled essence and stretches to loosen him up. He tried to get his arm behind his back to stretch it out, but an armored glove grasped him with surprising gentleness. The hand closed around his wrist as a weary, breathy, sleepless feminine voice spoke.
"Not like that."
She was short on words, but effortlessly twisted and bent Artorian like a cheap marionette doll as he oofed and ahed through what felt like advanced military stretches. His muscles were forced to their utmost in poses he'd never have considered, and the armored figure handled him with all the difficulty of a sock doll paperweight. He was spindly, sure, but in her hands it didn't matter in the slightest what he might weigh, nor how much stronger his body was by virtue of being a cultivator. He was powerless to resist the handling. That made twice today. Something made him feel like it might not be the last time this was going to happen. When she was done and released his foot from touching the back of his shoulder, Artorian wobbled. He felt rubbery as he got up. Even with some military background, he'd never felt so flexible in his life, and the added limberness was making him flop around on his feet like a fresh-born foal. Abyss! A fresh-born deer would have more stability than the improvised dance he was currently performing by just trying to stand. His muscles felt wonderful, and his bones had never been aligned quite this well. But ooh-wee, was it an adventure!
"Better?"
The fire soul was curt and to the point, and Artorian grabbed and hugged a nearby tree as he fell, catching himself to remain stable after the stumble. One of the wood elves tensed up and flushed violently as their white bark skin turned a solid pink.
"Could you not?"
Confused, but not about to fight the matter when one of the elves spoke, rather than in unison, he managed to get to his feet. Upon releasing the birch tree, the wood elf in question took a deep breath. The other four surrounded her, keeping her upright. Artorian wasn't about to ask what happened. He had a decent idea that wood elves might have connections to trees, and this elf might have a close bond with that particular tree. As a potentially touchy subject, wisdom dictated that it was best to apologize instantly.
"Oh, yes, much better. Thank you, Fire Soul. Also, apologies, Birch. I didn't know that would... well, yes."
He stammered out what mentally had been an easy apology and physically turned out to be an exercise in how to embarrass oneself.
"Ember,"
the tired woman immediately corrected him.
"It's custom here to be called as what you are, but I prefer Ember to the wood elven vernacular."
Artorian knew better than to do anything but what he was told here.
"Ember it is. Thank you kindly for the meal. I feel much better."
Even though he attempted to be jovial, it didn't trigger a similar response in the figure who slumped back down next to the fire. The thunk of her helmet once again bumping her gauntlet knocked some soot off, but otherwise Ember returned to mute unresponsiveness. That was not the reaction he'd been hoping for. Still, work with what you have, not what you desire. He'd learned a plethora of things in quick succession, and it was all a bit much. That didn't mean experiencing new things was over for the day. Clasping his hands together, Artorian faced Birch and asked the question that was at the front of his mind.
"Right, then. So, who is Mahogany?"
Chapter 5. Mahogany was one beefy boy. Not that there was a large amount of beef on the lanky wood elves, but the simple fact was that both the elves and the trees they were named after were stacked. Teak, rosewood, cedar, alder, banyan, and pine were also present, each in a group of 2 to 5 wood elves representing the name. Artorian hadn't yet wrapped his head around how the name-to-people connection worked. The wood elves had an appearance similar to the referenced trees in question, but while his tree lore was good, it wasn't this good. What also didn't help is that their conversations were either in a slow language he didn't comprehend, or boiled down to intense staring contests during which only their bodies reacted. Teak especially had some wild facial animations while in a staring contest conversation with Rosewood, who was keeping her collective calm like a prissy princess. All 5 of her elves' noses were in the air while she took whatever message Teak was trying to get through to her with crossed arms. They appeared to be on extreme opposite ends of their invisible argument, and it mimicked their appearance. Rosewood's lengthy dresses of leaves and luxuriously colorful petals were well managed. Teak's outfits were disheveled. The Teak elves looked twitchy, as though they hadn't slept properly in a while, acting very high-strung in both their tone and stilted manner of movement. Artorian had sat down next to a spent Ember, who was currently resting her head against a balled fist while slumped next to another bonfire, one she'd made in the span of a moment after they'd arrived with Birch. A hefty flare had erupted from an empty patch of forest dirt, and it somehow just kept burning. The Birch elves had communally jumped in panic to escape from the spontaneous blaze. Most of the other tree types already present had no reaction whatsoever, clearly used to the antics of the fire soul. Mahogany was calm and collected in both stance and actions, entrenched in silent speech with Alder. This had gone on since they'd arrived, and it was likely neither of the 2 elven groups had noticed the addition of Birch, Ember, and one small human. Artorian twiddled his thumbs, waiting on the various groups of wood elves who spent their time having angry staring contests with one another. Given this was going a whole lot of nowhere, he tried his hand at striking conversation with Ember. He scooted himself a touch closer and folded his hands.
"That flame of yours, was that, by chance, an essence technique?"
A grunt was his only reply, and he wasn't quite versed enough in the Ember grunt dialect to have deduced what that meant. Silence followed, so he pursed his lips and looked around for something or someone else to speak with. He would have sodded off to birch, but those 5 elves were currently surrounded by banyan and cedar. He groaned and rubbed his forehead in frustration.
This is giving me such a headache. They pull me into their forest for help with something or another, and then completely forget I exist the moment they can talk to one another.
Common.
Amber's half-asleep grumble grunt turned into words. Progress.
As in, they do this often?
A deep inhale came from the armored form, and she raised her head up with a throaty noise that signaled she really didn't want to be doing anything at the moment. The kind of croaking rumble one hears when they needed to wake in the morning, and it was clearly far too early for such celestial feces. With a whine of frustration, Ember knocked Artorian off his seat from the sheer force of exhaling the primal noise. Once she'd gotten everyone's attention, Ember dropped her head right back down onto her gauntlet. Birch extracted itself from entanglement and hurried over, still in unified step, as they each bemusedly smiled. They helped Artorian stand, and he noisily brushed himself off, getting the forest floor off of his robes.
Starlight Spirit, apology is given for our social customs. We realize now that the situation has not been explained to you.
The old man nodded thankfully. He had been a little flustered. Still, he pressed his fists to his hips.
Now, give me a moment to explain why in the future you should take time to explain first thing in the future. I will be as cordial as possible, since you were kind enough to let me nap after getting my keister kicked all the way over the hill, but others might not be. First of all, we walked for days to get here, and the trip was as silent as an empty grave. Any time I asked something, it was, answers will be given when we arrive. To another human, they would have likely started fighting you, thinking that they were being led to their death, no matter what assurances you gave them.
He sternly crossed his arms, allowing his frustration to show.
Then we arrived, and off you went into staring contests with your peers. I've no idea what's going on, or why you're calling me a Starlight Spirit. Why in blazes are there 4 to 5 of you doing identical things? How do you lot seem to be able to talk without talking? I've no idea what you need from me, and the last thing I recall before passing out is several angry bow users pointing arrows at me, their eyes blazing with turquoise flame. Another human would think that they were losing their mind.
His foot tapped like a rabbit on the ground, impatient and huffy.
I don't know who Ember is either, except that she's apparently the problem-solver and caretaker of haphazard children. She is also the resident body realigner, and I'd even venture to say she's a cultivator, but given I haven't the essence to have a look, someone else would be furious at this treatment.
Mahogany had the grace to look slightly embarrassed.
I see. Well, it is a good thing you are so—
Ember rose a single finger without otherwise budging. A small, orange-red, lighter-sized flame thumped to life atop her single digit, and the surroundings lit with more brightness than even the bonfire was putting out.
Thank you!
Artorian threw his arms up. Even the sassy reaction by Ember was more helpful than the whole mixture of all the plant people within this overgrown garden. He squeezed the bridge of his nose, needing a moment to collect himself. Mahogany became aware of their surroundings after Ember had done her thing. That congregation of wood elves made hand motions to their previous conversation partner, signaling they would hold their discussion for now. To get the still distracted wood elves on track, all 4 of Mahogany's elves clapped their hands with air essence-enhanced power, creating a shockwave that had Artorian press his hands over his ears. His head rang like a gong. Why did they do that? Surely that hadn't been necessary to gather further attention. The 4 wood elves had begun speaking before he had a chance to recover his bearings, his ears needing some tending before he started actually hearing. He shot up a hand and noted that the Mahogany group paused their speech as he opened his jaw wide, trying to get his ears to pop.
All right, I think I can hear again. Would you please be careful with that technique? Had I been any less of a cultivator, that would have deafened me permanently.
He made a face, closing one eye while tilting his head, rubbing the opposite ear as if trying to get water out of it.
Abyss, that was loud!
We shall begin again, Starlight Spirit, as you then did not hear us before.
Mahogany spoke with the depth of a sultan, placing their hands horizontally as if in prayer. Rather than anything of the sort occurring, the surrounding groups of elves each took hierarchical places within the vicinity. Distance and cluster density must have had something to do with it, but the true details were obscured from him.
We are wood elves. That is the most common term the trees hear whispers of when it comes to outsiders referencing us. In our language, we do not refer to ourselves based on the crude outer matter of our bark and bodies. Instead, we utilize a naming convention based on inner truths. Your name is derived from the star that shines within you and the peculiar energy it embodies.
Artorian made himself comfortable on a fallen log as explanations finally began. He gave a nod that he was following and folded his hands.
I, or we, depending on your perspective, are referred to as mahogany.
The elves motioned to each other to show they meant one another.
I am aware that it is common for humans to consider a person to be a single individual in a single body. This is not true for wood elves, as our cultivation follows a vastly different path than the development of any other.
If Artorian had pointy ears, they would have pointed to the sky in interest. There was some displeased murmuring that died away during another vicious set of staring contests, but Mahogany repeated a much softer version of their earlier clap to return them to reality.
The human cannot converse as we can, so we shall keep our conversations limited to the mundane while he's present. We did wish for his presence, and the very nature of our conversation creates exclusion when I'd prefer an extended invitation.
They returned to their communal gaze at the old man, who felt a shiver crawl up his spine at how many quiet eyes were all locked onto him. This was nothing like the eyes in a classroom. It still felt as if they expected something from him, but this time he did not know what.
As a general basis, you will not find a wood elf that is not a cultivator, as you refer to them. To you, it is a method of longevity and strength. To us, it is a way of life. The murmuring you just heard was disapproval from those who do not wish me to tell you these secrets, but long debate has deemed this to be necessary, especially if we are to ask for your aid in a matter that haunts us. Birch has informed me we have used candles in an attempt to protect you from hauntings, and we hope you have not been poorly affected by the roaming blight.
While bursting with questions, the old man held his tongue. His hand was waywardly stroking his long beard as his interest continued mounting. When the elves noted he was not speaking against the presented ideas, they continued.
The cultivation of a wood elf is not individualized. It is communal. Rather than to internally cultivate, as you do, our refinement centers are instead present in a core tree of a specific type. Once bound to that source, a wood elf will plant an individual sapling of said tree to anchor their growth. It is not merely our cultivation that becomes tied to this main tree, our minds do as well. When a second wood elf joins to the tree, their minds become one. The planted sapling is what allows us to differentiate when we ourselves are within the communal mind space. Those of the ancient civilizations had more refined words for it.
The mahogany elves glanced at Ember for a moment, who remained in her lifeless defensive curl, with one of her raised fingers still sporting that tiny sass flame.
The ancient civilizations called it Gestalt consciousness, which is a complicated manner of explaining many minds as one.
Artorian rolled his hands forward with a go-on motion that must be universal with how easily his hosts understood and interpreted the reference. He didn't want to diminish the moment they'd given Ember, who they clearly held in some greater regard. Yet the Fire Soul herself was not all that present in the current conversation. Something else must have been at play.
In this group consciousness, we can speak as individuals. Outside of it, this is considerably more difficult. I will reference the mundane ranking system. We are vaguely aware of how the other races measure progress. However, this is complicated with us. Our cultivation technique begins as a solid form, therefore would wager that the C ranks is where we both begin and end. Our progression differs vastly from yours by how it is counted in increases. We neither ascend nor descend. It is our skill that must be polished, otherwise our ability is as constant as the forest is vast. You will find no wood-elven mages, as you may be aware of them. Within the bounds of all the lands that make up our forest, the Fire Soul is the only one of such title and caliber.
There wasn't a response from Ember, as much as Artorian was hoping for one. A mage-ranked cultivator was handy to have around, but this was not how he'd expected them to act. He'd made the assumption that power also grew arrogance and self-importance. If she was a mage, Ember was the most deflated mage he had ever heard of.
Fire Soul, not Fire Spirit. I recall that's what my classification was.
Mahogany paused for a long look at Ember, but when no response was forthcoming, decided to simply tell him.
Your progress in cultivation, the growth into a higher existence, is at the unformed spirit stage. When you reach your C rank, you will become a formed spirit, usually just referred to as spirit. You have currently been allotted that designation as you have performed some kind of trick to make your method, however impossible to understand it may be, physically present without solidity. We would ask you explain this to Mahogany and others when there is a chance. We have been speaking on the topic during the few moons of your travels, with Birch facilitating. Now is not the best time. Let me finish the prior answer.
Artorian smiled and gave a very appreciative nod. He did so enjoy a proper explanation that didn't wildly veer off target, though he was horribly guilty of doing just that. The answer also explained Birch's questionable silence on the way here. They had been speaking elsewhere.
The Ascendant of Flame has reached the highest grade of purity in spirit. Was she able, she would have ascended into the soul stage of spirithood. We will speak of that no further. The color of her flame has darkened, and we shall not upset the Fire Soul by overstepping the boundaries of her comfort.
Glancing over, the grip on his beard tightened as he found that the previously warm orange and red flame had altered to a combination cyan, purple, and black flare that overpowered the original flame in length by at least a full hand. He found it prudent not to press the current topic further.
I understand. Please do excuse my question. Could you continue to tell me more on why you've invited me? While I have some guesses as to your problem, I can't say with certainty I have a grasp on everything.
Mahogany motioned for another group of elves to step in. Older, the group of elves Mahogany had been silently conferring with earlier, stepped into the light created by the mage's finger fire. Had Artorian not been used to battlefield injuries, he would have recoiled at the sight, as only two grievously scarred elves came before him. Their voices were cracked and hasty, lacking the sonorous calm Mahogany exuded in spades.
The phantoms of the forest haunt us and devour our kin. We can't kill them, merely keep them at bay with the Fire Soul's tireless help.
In unison, they pointed their fingers at him.
But you, Starlight Spirit, you can kill them.
Chapter 6.
I can do what now?
The old man was furious. He did not intend to fight a war for a people he didn't know, especially when he had personal issues that needed to be taken care of. They had a mage here. They couldn't possibly need his help when the living embodiment of fire was traipsing around their forest. He turned red in the face, fuming as he formulated what was going to be a long tirade. "You have a mage!"
"I can't kill them,"
the tired voice mumbled from behind the full-plate helmet that remained pressed to its matching gauntlet. Artorian deflated, as that was just such a defeating thing to hear. Her, a mage, higher in power and rank than even a C-rank cultivator, which he was certainly not, was unable to handle the threat this forest was facing? Artorian was going to press for details, but it dawned on him just how much somber emptiness those words contained. Age and defeat lay heavy on the tone, and it was a feeling that he certainly did not miss. He would also rather not be reminded of constant failure day in and day out, in this case the secret that she was unable to ascend. He chalked that up to 2 reminders of a challenge that even someone like her was unable to overcome. What was he supposed to do? He didn't match Ember's power, and he certainly didn't possess the combined knowledge and intellect of wood elves that lived who knows how long. Having risen to commence a tirade, he instead fell back on the log. His pose copied that of Ember's, head resting upon his pressed-together thumbs.
"I really don't see how an old man that's barely a novice cultivator is going to be of any help here."
His tone was equally as unenthusiastic as Ember's, and it unsettled the wood elves. They looked to one another and conferred with other groups present. An undeterred shuffling waltzed up from behind him. Branches cracked underfoot as a group of wood elves approached, clearly not intent on being gentle to their environment. It made other groups wince in agitated dissatisfaction. Pine commented with brazen dislike.
"Hawthorne, could you not—"
"Shut up!"
Pine was taken aback by Hawthorne's stern and volatile words. This group of wood elves was biting back rage, and it showed in their speech as the trees around them wavered. Plants bent and grass furled from the energy released as the upset hunters spoke their piece.
"You didn't see. You're not out there on the border keeping track of things as more and more unwelcome visitors dance through our lands like it's another logging site to chop more of our sisters down. I saw him, Pine. I saw him lying under an oak, of all things, surrounded on all sides by masses of—"
Hawthorne was snapping fingers to recall what the man had said, having preferred the name to what they had termed the creatures.
"Sugar gliders. Whole families of them bundled together as this human's blooming spirit fended off the dark. His blooming spirit outright blocked the phantoms from approaching. When he focused inwards, it seared the landscape of their presence."
Artorian wanted to get a word in edgewise, but was all sorts of lost in this shouting match. Aware that he wasn't going to get a translation fast enough as things got worse, Ember mumbled the words under her breath.
"Blooming spirit means aura."
She was present in the conversation. Sort of. Hawthorne's statement settled her in a state of minor waking. If what they said was true, then it was possible there was something about fire she didn't yet know, as unlikely as that might be. Haw's specific mention that the old man's aura had successfully seared away an enemy that had been dragging her through the mud for the last few decades made her heat up as a whole. Parts of her full plate flickered, flaring a dim yellow fire that raced across her form. The flames were minor at most, but they signaled the waking of a volcano.
"My aura,"
Artorian was kneading thumbs into his temples.
"all that does is store the essence I can't keep in my body. It doesn't do anything else."
The silence that surrounded him after that statement made him look up from his temporary disheartened stupor. Even the full-plated woman had her helmet up, and he could correctly guess her hidden eyebrows were equally raised. He'd probably just said something foolish, and was the only person present not aware of that fact.
"Does it do something else? I've been figuring everything out by myself for the most part. I may have written a manual for what I've discovered, but I certainly did not have one for the learning process. I'm rather stuck, in fact. All I'm able to do at this point is to increase the potency of my core cultivation technique, since that determines the influx of energy I'm able to work with. As to what else this aura thing might be, I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage."
"You did all of that without help."
Ember was quick on the uptake once she pushed her weariness to the side. One of her gauntlets actually raised to point at his chest, so Artorian's assumption was that she meant his cultivation gyro.
Well, I had help not dying when I did my meridians. Fairly certain doing that alone would have offed me. I also had frequent checkups to make sure nothing went awry as I was figuring out essence cycling. I made a disastrous mistake in flooding my system with all my essence shortly before I arrived here, so I don't have any essence to work with at the moment. It's all going toward getting me up and running again. Otherwise, yes.
He made finger motions from both hands at his chest, twirling them.
I did all of this by myself.
The stunned silence continued a moment longer, but the old man was surrounded by a far more gleeful Hawthorne. Some of them had slung arms across his neck and shoulders, while others were patting him with enthusiasm. Artorian looked around at the elated faces, who praised him in return.
Fantastic! Well done, human. That's amazing. All of that progress. Look at how far you've come.
The Hawthorne elves only stopped being supportive so they could leer daggers at the others present.
We told you we had a good hunch. If none of you wants to make a trade with this human, then we certainly will. That is the way humans do things, is it not?
Not having anticipated this concession, Artorian worried a moment if he would set a terrible precedent on a whole species if he answered this poorly.
Well, Hawthorne, was it? May I begin by thanking you for not applying bowstrings to me when we met? Even a single arrow would have been the end of me, and as your kindness is a large factor of why I can be up and standing today, I'm more than willing to just hear you out. Trading is... yes, it's something humans do. However, that's certainly not the only way to come to an agreement. I will admit it's a common method, but on the whole I still don't see how I could be of any help. I know nothing of this blooming spirit. True, you seemed to be all a-quiver already. I saw no need to strive to make you a quiver.
The Hawthorne elves were unperturbed and didn't give anyone else the chance to push into the conversation.
This is only a minor setback, Starlight Spirit. If you would be willing to use your bloom to cleanse my home tree of Blight, we would gladly teach you the essence techniques we know to aid you on your path.
I offer to teach you more of the bloom as well,
Birch cut in, without further hesitation. This was not how they did things, but any more and Hawthorne would steal this boon away from them.
As do I.
Groups of disbelieving elves snapped their heads to stare at Mahogany. None had expected the sonorous sultan to join the clamor. The Mahogany elves simply shrugged at the reaction.
I was never planning to request something as heavy as our lives from the spirit without equally aiding his growth in turn. This is not the path I had wished we would need to take, but so be it. For the Starlight Spirit to aid us at war, given what we have learned, it is requisite that we provide him the proper tools. If only so he is able to perform the task we would ask of him. I believe Hawthorne when they say the spirit's bloom removes the phantom blight, and it did not escape me that the spirit does not desire to remain here.
Mahogany placed their hands together and made a gentle bow towards the old man, who still had Hawthorne's multiple elves hanging all over him like a cheerleading squad.
We are aware this is a large and sudden request. There is no group of wood elves within this forest that would not jump at the chance to have their home tree, also called a core tree, relieved of the lurking phantoms. While we are one people as wood elves, we all have a collection of differing skills we refine and polish. As I can currently speak for the others, it is my hope that you would be willing to remain and provide aid in recompense for the knowledge we offer.
Mahogany nodded respectfully to Artorian. Artorian was more comfortable now that he wasn't being discounted or treated as a tool, but he didn't know what to do about his cheerleaders, who had turned the conversation into something fruitful.
Well, I do certainly appreciate...
He stopped himself from declining.
No, you old fool. You got your rear handed to you at full juice, and a single raider leader just about finished you off. You're not helping your kids if you can't survive getting through the front door. Take the silver plate. At worst, it will eat a few years. It's worth the few years. If I may be honest, I was going to decline. There are children I need to rescue, and that's my life's work. So that we are on an even slate, I have reasoned that in my current state, this is simply not something I can achieve. Therefore, I would very much like to take you up on your offer to grow. I feel that I may be a freshly sprouted sapling in your midst, but you're treating me with care. After thinking about it, I do very much like that you explained the wood-elven conundrum to me. I wouldn't recommend doing that with most other humans, but you've put me at ease with the trust that you have shown me. He turned to face one of the other groups. Birch, I'm terribly sorry for the falling incident. I know I've apologized before, but now that it's been explained, I have a firmer understanding of what exactly I grasped when I took hold of that tree. That birch was your real body. He pointed to the specific elf who was pretending to be the most stoic of rocks. If I understand, that body's what was left behind when your mind moved to the core tree, and those— He pointed up at the canopy, motioning at a congregation of silent birds that had just been observing. Are other wood elves who are inhabiting a body that wasn't their original one. A flurry of chirps and tweets called back down at him. A moment of congratulations for figuring that out so quickly. Artorian had a smile on his lips as he clapped his hands together. Beautiful. Just beautiful. His head dipped low, his mirth fading. He was puzzling out the situation, and it was strange to consider that these were creatures more mental than physical. It meant that this predator they faced, the one they kept referring to as shadows, phantoms, and blights, must be a parasite that consumed the mind rather than the body. How horrifying! Artorian recalled his odd nightmares that first night deep in the forest, how the smoky figures had a mind of their own and sought to destabilize and demoralize him for what must be their own ends. Glancing at Ember, it now wasn't such a mystery what could be eating away at the willpower and well-being of an entire people. This forest was haunted, blighted, invaded. The myths of the forest he knew were either false or incomplete. It wasn't the forest itself performing horrors upon those who stumbled through, but the phantoms that hunted here. Here I thought that the phantoms of the forest were the elves. Huh! Artorian got himself out of the rut by slapping hands on his own cheeks. It was easy to fall into melancholy beneath the soft gloom of the canopy, and he needed to find structure in order to maintain his mental state. Where do we start? Chapter 7. Ember pulled herself upright, out from her perpetual slump. Celebration might have begun since the Starlight Spirit had accepted the task, which guaranteed he would be around for quite a while. Yet the rising presence of the flame-coated figure made many of the elves take cautious steps back. Come with me. Older stepped forwards after the initial startle of seeing Ember move, but a glance from the mage rooted them to the spot. Fear didn't make them halt, the pressure of Ember's presence did. She locked Alder's actions down, and it was clear that the elves were deliberating about ditching their bodies and retreating from the mage's pressure. Luckily, they were released after a long moment. The message was clear enough. No interrupting. Seeing that none of the elves were going to risk getting another word in, Artorian cleared his throat. Excuse me, Ember. Could you clarify what you mean? Her gauntlets rose to her helmet, pressing clasps that detached with the properly applied pressure. Clink. A mess of rough silver and gray hair fled the confines of its shape-molded protection. It fell along the back and sides of her torso, hanging easily to the length of her hips. What it was that surprised the crowd was up for debate. There was just so much to process. Ember had thin, long ears, clearly marking her as one of the elven races. Yet her face was thin, nearly gaunt. The wrinkles on her face put Artorian's apparent age to utter shame. Ancient may have been used to describe her civilization, but not even the eldest of wood elves held a candle to the era that Ember must have been from. She was a silver grandmother in appearance, and large black circles hung under her gleaming, tired eyes. The helmet disappeared into a pocket that shouldn't have been large enough to hold an item of that size, but that was a detail ignored at this point. Artorian couldn't discern what color her eyes were. Not silver,
but they appeared as such. A flush grew on his cheeks when he realized he was staring.
Efficiency.
Short and to the point. Sounded like Ember's modus operandi so far.
The residents here all have cute and clever tricks that work after you know what to do with an aura. They practice control, skill, and finesse since their power is never in question. So long as there is a forest, the power of their cultivation is set. When it comes to your progression and growth, they're overlooking several important aspects.
She raised her hand up and counted on her gauntlet, speaking with the cold detachment of a logistician ordering wipes for a latrine.
1. Your core itself is incomplete. 2. Your overall essence density is insufficient. 3. You need knowledge and practice in basic auric skills. 4. It doesn't appear you actually know what you're working with. 5. I have the best control of any in the region, so the task of training you would fall to me regardless.
She dropped her hand, undoing latches on the gauntlet. That too vanished into her spatial bag. Her face promised him that any retort was going to fall on deaf ears, and questions would have to wait until her lessons had ended.
Lesson 1. If you can't, don't. If you can, do.
The yellow flame gathered around her exposed hand without harming even a hair. Ember's hand was dainty and thin, muscles clearly visible, lacking the barest hint of fat present between her joints. The wood elves, startled, recognized the fire and decided it was a great time to make themselves scarce. This was not an arena they could stand in, and no amount of honeyed words were going to make a dent against Ember's apathetic demeanor. The time for deal-making had ended. Artorian's cheerleaders released him, a few pats of support on his shoulders as they hurried to escape, as he snuck in a question.
Was that show of force really needed? I'm certain they would have gone if we'd just asked. Some diplomacy isn't bad for health.
Ember's yellow flame just kept growing in intensity, and a clean beam of it split up through the canopy, piercing the sky. The fire was odd. Under the canopy, it was clear as daylight, but the line that cut above the verdant barrier was ethereal. Unless you were specifically looking for it, he was certain you'd not spot it.
They're not running because I'm being abrasive.
She pulled the beam back in as the surroundings spiked in heat. Artorian clenched and tensed from the sudden unsavory feeling. He began to sweat as lines of flame raced across the ground in complex runic patterns.
They're running because we have incoming.
We have what now?
Artorian blinked. The old man wiped his face off, tempted to bolt along with the fleeing wood elves that were gone? How was everyone except him so abyss-cheating fast? What were the tricks these elves were using? Stepping into trees and transporting themselves through the roots? Bah! His paths of escape were non-existent once he took a moment to turn about and look for them. The large open space felt cramped, and not due to the lines of hot yellow fire surrounding them. Had it always been this dark?
Yellow means caution. They know this. You will learn. My flame will become white any moment.
Any follow-up questions Artorian may have had were removed at the root. Pudgy, roiling masses of smoggy black tar whisked across the landscape and bashed into Ember's purifying barrier with staccato thuds. The flame didn't seem to purify much, but it at least sizzled the creature and forced the incomprehensible, shapeless mass to recoil. The screeching wails that bubbled from the colliginous thing were as clear and crisp as a town crier's calls, to the point that it took Artorian a moment to understand. He didn't hear the sounds with his ears, he heard them in his head. There wasn't an escape from this sound. You couldn't cover and hide from it. Hands clamped on ears or not, the hunched old man fell on the stump he'd been sitting on. With a movement of her hand, Ember carved a pyroclasm through the landscape. The searing flame acted as a wall that went on for, well, he couldn't see the end of it. Panic gripped his heart, and he pressed himself to the log as the mage threw mana around with scalpel precision. He was unutterably powerless here. Artorian's sight registered the colossal blights as they kept pouring from the forest's depths. An entire cardinal direction was hidden behind phantom smoke that shifted into mocking, poorly copied shapes of living creatures that whispered heart-rending lies. He couldn't properly hear them between the roaring of fire that separated his safe log from the living nightmare that occupied an amount of space he couldn't properly conceive. Ember's blazing wall may have gone on, but the creature, for lack of a better term, had massed itself against the hot semi-structure. It blotted out the sky, and Artorian was struck with terror. He had signed up to get rid of this? How? How would a blooming spirit be a functional weapon against this? Doubts began to spring up, and Artorian slapped himself on the cheeks again. No, not this. Doubt was the real threat of the creature. Like the wood elves, the bodies he saw weren't the real thing. They were just conveniences. This living blight was no different. The visible body was a vessel, yet it wasn't the real danger. It popped, bubbled, boiled, and burned off against the shearing blaze wall, but it was for naught. The screeching went on and on as the body of the blight threw itself at the barrier. Artorian glanced over at Ember, or he tried to. His eyes had flicked past her on first passing, as she looked no different to an unmoving statue. Her arms weren't up. She was making no energetic motions. Her eyes were locked onto the threat, and she just stood there. She was molding the shape, size, and power of her mana to continue holding the miscreant at bay, all without any way to show that she was doing anything at all. Every now and then, he heard her sigh heavily.
"Told you I couldn't kill it."
Artorian's mental picture of the scene fractured as she casually spoke without turning to look at him. Looking about again, he found that while the threat was, in fact, incredibly vast, it had failed entirely to gain even an acorn's worth of ground past Ember's roasting field. Pushing himself from the log, Artorian weakly brushed his robes off. With uncertain steps, he made his way over to stand next to the mage, who appeared just as sullen as he imagined she might.
I don't see how anyone expects me to. It just goes on forever."
The elven words nudged him away from that assumption.
"It doesn't. It just looks like it does."
The old man nodded, not sure what else to do at this moment.
"So, you're a cultivator, then? A mage?"
Ember shrugged in response.
"A crude term for an elegant ideal that was lost to time."
She bit her lip, opening her mouth as if she was going to speak more. She didn't, but the old man next to her was quickly regaining his confidence and poise. It soothed Ember, and she found her words.
"In the new tongue, cultivator is likely correct. At least it may have been before my primary ascension. In my language, I am an ascended. In yours, I am a mage. While I use what you refer to as essence, it is only to convert into a superior version of power. You would know it as mana. I know it as the energy of the between. I do not often speak, and when I do, it is limited. I enjoy being short, to the point. You are wordy and long of breath. Since I have taken the mantle of instructor, I will explain in length, when able."
Artorian folded his hands behind his back. Comfort and stability were coming back to him moment by moment, as he could clearly see that the threat was not only failing to make gains, but could feel Ember trying to break away from her consistent depression. What an odd sensation, to feel the intent of another so clearly. It must have been a combination of local factors he didn't have the time to puzzle out right now, but it was an uncanny experience.
"May I safely infer, not a wood elf?"
Ember grunted. Ah, he'd heard this syllable before. This one was confirmation.
"I've had innumerable names, but none I wish to recount. My kind went through many naming conventions. Now that all is lost, I am merely a wild elf, as are all elves who lose their heritage. It is frustrating to truly understand how diluted the elven honor has become."
Artorian mimicked her own grunt back at her, which made the corners of her mouth twitch towards the faintest hint of a smile. Progress. He was going to make this sentinel crack with laughter in no time.
"You know not my history, human. Why do you agree with me on something you know nothing about?"
The academic squeezed his chin, brushing a hand down his beard.
"When the best source of history tells you something is true, it must be so. Therefore, if it is your account that something has occurred to the elves over time, then it is not debate. It is merely true."
A sage nod followed, distracting him from the horror that still writhed and raged on the other side of a paper-thin wall.
I will certainly admit that I know nothing of elves past what I have learned in the last few days. It will not be my intent to step on toes. I only have hearsay that it has something to do with ear shape."
He pointed to his own, eyebrow raised at the ancient elf currently trying her best to be a mentor, a personality that didn't play to her strengths. Anyone could tell that Ember was a warrior, one created, tempered, and hardened in endless battle. Her words were abrasive by impatience and irritation, but the source seemed to stem from unending exhaustion. If the threat could come from anywhere, to anyone, at any time, like this, he too would fear the call of sleep. That the Blight seemed to have free access to you if you did sleep certainly did not help the prospect.
To be an elf, back when it was more than just a thing to lord over one another, it meant to dedicate yourself to the eradication of conflict by waging an endless war. The reasons are long lost. While I knew once, I know no longer. The ears are a reference to the oldest of traditions. In those early days, we needed a way to easily show all who saw us what we had come to do. Our ears were a symbol to the upholding of an ideal. We forsook family, community, and companionship in favor of the pure pursuit of the power that would let us eradicate the endless threat that is—
She stopped herself, and a heavy sigh fell from her lips.
Now, being an elf is a species reference. The purpose was lost over time, and some instead become obsessed with their appearance and self-importance. Their superiority, since some of their skills were better than that of another. Some put their status above all else, such as high elves. Pride and hubris rule their rotten hearts. Some became lost and found a new path, such as the wood elves. They discovered an abandoned cultivation method and threw themselves into it fully.
Ember shook her head as a mother would when disappointed in her children.
That flawed experiment in unity. I am one of the last of the elven line that knew of the originals. When the mountains were green and not a road cut the land. My path is one of endless wars, and I wander from one field of battle to the next. I can find no rest in times of peace so long as I cannot fulfill my original purpose. I fear I never will.
Her hand rose and opened slowly. It was difficult for Artorian to discern what occurred on the other side of the blazing barrier. When he did, the comfort he had gained shattered to fragile, fearful chunks. Torments from his past freshly found their way to the surface at what he saw, their cold claws digging into his heart.
Oh, abyss, no!
Glowing orange and matted black swirled on the ground beneath the roiling Blight. It started low to the ground, turning in on itself as it spun, forming a miniature whirlwind that, for now, did nothing.
No, no, no!
The telltale sound that had haunted his nightmares for decades started dreadfully low, like thunder heralding a storm. He knew this. He knew it well. It was the sound of fiery death. Hands clamped to the sides of his head, and he dropped to his knees, unable to turn away as he received a refresher on something he'd hoped to never see again. Visually, the air seemed to coil and birth a telltale, familiar, horrifying orange glow from the swirl of ebon particles that mixed together in the air. Boom! If his mind could make a sound as a piece of it shattered, it would have done so with the crackle of sand as it snapped to become glass in the sudden conflux of torrential heat. A pillar of twisting flame eradicated entire columns' worth of Blight. The creature recoiled as an expressionless Ember watched the carnage she wrought. Retaliatory waves bashed and broke against the pyroclastic wall. The phantom smoke didn't retreat, the mass just dissipated into itself, becoming nothing. Within moments, the distant-spanning, tarry cloud was gone. Having expended their mass, the shadows retreated. The only sounds remaining were the hot crackle of a flame wall and a collapsed old man sobbing on the ground. Chapter 8. Ember stood over the weeping elder as he rocked himself. She was uncomfortable. She was accustomed to war and the agony and horrors it brought. She could handle herself, surrendering everything to the apathy and letting it all drain away into an endless void of nothingness where it couldn't get to her. Watching someone else go through it? That was difficult. If she let this drain away, it would be difficult to teach her student. If she tried to handle the situation herself, she would fail. Lesson 1. If you can't, don't. Conflicted, she stood there and squeezed her hands into fists as she emotionlessly watched him cry. Why was he in such a state? The phantoms were temporarily rebuked. Their hold should be at its weakest. To confirm, she ascertained the current location of the lesser elves in movement. She corrected herself. Wood elves. No falling into the same trap of those whose pride ate them alive from within. Yeesh, this human was putting her on seriously shaky mental ground. She was content to feel that the wood elves had passed the distance threshold where the Blight could no longer sense them. She'd known having such a large congregation was going to be a beacon for the phantoms. It was a promise of a sizable buffet. Abyss these wood elves and their particular vulnerability. Gestalt consciousnesses were strong when unified, but collapsed if pushed into disharmony. The Blight would swallow them up whole, as it had done to numerous other groups of wood elves. They'd lost the entire Elder Grove just a few months ago, and had she not arrived in time, Alder would have joined them. Her hand twitched. She'd forgotten what to do. Unable to ascend further, unable to finish the Blight, and now unable to support a single human? Ember's hand spasmed harder. All the power in the world didn't help her here. She could flatten battlefields, break proud castles to crumbling ruin, and turn vast armies into glowing dust motes. Yet if a child were to hug her leg, she'd stand there clueless as to how she should act. Should she pick it up by the scruff of the neck and return it to the mother like it was part of a cat's litter? Should she shake her leg to try and get the little creature off? A similar discord struck her now. The human was just holding his head as he sobbed, trying to cope with something awful it must have experienced. Again, she looked around for lingering threats, yet still sensed no shadows that had remained nearby. If it had been something as simple as a phantom, she could have chased it away, and the crying would have been over. If the outburst wasn't from an enemy, there was no reason that this should be happening. Ember reached down slowly, shaky hand outstretched. She had only just barely touched his shoulder when he violently recoiled, rolling away and getting to his feet, then taking off in a thoughtless sprint. "No, not again!" Her hand clenched into a fist, and Ember winced at her failure. Of course that wasn't going to work. When had anything she tried that wasn't killing ever worked? She straightened and frowned as she watched him run. He clearly didn't know where he was going, sprinting at full tilt through the trees. Her frown remained, and she took a single step. The force it propelled her allowed her to catch up to him as if she'd never left his heel. Artorian didn't have the time for rational thought. He just ran. His hand remained pressed to the side of his head as his vision overlapped with memories of a desert and swirling masses of ebon orange that tore the battlefield asunder. Pillars of flame that took from him one of the families he'd spent years getting to know. He stepped on a root and tripped, but rolled up and kept going. The luminous outline of his younger self passed him, the one that didn't trip in Socorro. That young commander with eyes full of fright, shouting orders to retreat so people would live. He didn't feel the forest floor crunch and snap beneath his feet. He felt only the push and give of gravelly sand. Unlike last time, he saw no cave, no hollow of respite. As the forest endlessly flew past, so did the loop of the desert sands as the surroundings exploded, burned, and broke. He remembered and tasted the smells of men cooking, armor melting to flesh, and endless eye-raking winds cutting across his vision. He was in two places at once and wasn't able to distinguish either one as real while he ran. Where in the desert he had never seen the culprit that had turned his friends and fellow soldiers to crumbled hunks, now Ember was there, vivid, real. He could swear that when he looked over his shoulder, she was right there. It spurred his mad dash forwards, and his foot caught again. This time, he didn't catch himself. In the desert, there was vast open space. In the forest, there were trees. His head bashed into one at full speed, and the dizzying blow shattered his illusion as he fell onto his back. It didn't quite feel like he hit the ground. Only half-conscious, he felt dazed and as if he was being moved around. Did it just get brighter? Ember caught the human as he ran into a tree and practically knocked himself out. A flutter of her hand forced a plume of flame to burst from the ground, a bonfire settling into place. She laid the old man against a tree where his body remained slumped. It was good enough, so she sat near the flame herself. She considered if she could have done something different for him, but her eyes glazed over and dulled. Her forehead found the exposed support of her arm and dropped to a rest. Once again, defended by the curled-in position, she checked out of reality, the lack of answers fueling her depression. Artorian hazily saw a bonfire before him. Blinking owlishly, he thought he was in his failure space.
Drat! Did I do it again? Have I failed so badly that another plans to take the mantle?
After a few moments of contemplation, he noticed that it just didn't feel the same. No stumps surrounded this flame, and there was no shrill sound of whetstone rasping over metal. Pain stabbed his forehead. His hands came up, and he felt the bruise. No wonder his head felt like it was splitting. That was a big goose egg. He attempted to pull from his celestial essence, but there just wasn't enough of it to go around. Artorian would have to let this bruise heal the old-fashioned way, or he'd need some starlight to cultivate. Glancing up, this canopy didn't have a big hole in it. It was gloomily obscured, and attempting to cultivate in this was only going to make him slurp up corruption. Because Ember was just so darned still, he didn't notice her at first. Odd how a fire mage could somehow manage to not be seen next to the only light source for leagues. He spoke his heart, without his mind acting as a filter.
I can't learn from you.
Ember twitched, her head raising as her eyes flickered back to focus. She'd neither expected the response, nor its contents. A word she didn't use came to the tip of her tongue. She didn't like the word. The word meant something wasn't simple. It meant she had to do something she wasn't good at.
Why?
For a reason Artorian simply didn't understand, the bonfire turned blue. Light to dark cerulean hues and tints flickered before him where oranges and reds previously lived. He deeply wished that he understood. He'd said the words without thought to them. Raw emotion brought to his tongue and needing to be spoken. Diplomacy had no place here, and her retort set his mind abuzz. Excuses and reasons piled from his mind like someone had knocked over a scroll case, and all the vellum and rolls were flying everywhere. He ignored his scattered thoughts and did his best to get a grip. No amount of sidestepping the topic was going to be helpful here. He had to take a page out of Ember's book and just slap it directly to the face. No finesse, just drop the tome on the table.
You're you.
He steadied himself with a breath.
Decades ago, I was a soldier. The campaign took us to many places, but in the end it took us to a desert. There, all the people I had come to grow fond of died in flashes of fire. Round, conical, swirling towers of orange and ebon. Whirlwinds of flash fire that removed anything it got caught by, turning it to ash, dust, and cinders.
He pulled the side of his robe away, exposing his woeful artwork of sandpapered skin.
Outside the radius of those pillars, the wind picks up what's nearby and shears people to ribbons. I was on the outskirts of that effect as I watched some of my best friends at the time just disappear.
Artorian folded his robe back in, biting back emotions with a stiff jaw.
I never had a face to place onto the source of the losses, and now, well,
he looked up, locking wet eyes with the ancient elf.
Now I do.
It had been centuries since Ember had felt prickles on the back of her neck. She'd forgotten it was a sensation that she could have at all. Her hand waywardly rubbed the feeling away. Her ascended body shouldn't be feeling that, though she couldn't put out of mind that she just had.
She
frowned, turning to face her cerulean fire.
I remember none of that. You speak of actions which are clearly mine, yet I cannot place them, recall them, feel them. Apologies are useless, and I do not know what to say when being faced with your loss.
Artorian wrung his hands together, trying to cope with reality.
You mean to say that someone as wise and powerful as you didn't know any better? Not a willful act?
Ember felt a tinge of irritation, but controlled herself. She waved the mention away.
I am not wise. Do not refer to me as such. Being old has merely made me forgetful and regretful. Age is not important to an ascended. No, Artorian. I did not willfully murder your people. Even my best guess says that I, at best, just happened to be passing by."
While she'd used his name, and that was appreciable, his hands squeezed together so hard they turned white. That had been a biting indictment of her actions, and yet he could not find the anger within himself to hate her for it. Her words were so flat and empty that even notes that should have been somber were swallowed by a pit of apathy. It was just too much, and he laughed through the tears in not knowing what to do.
"Ah, passing by," she says. "My fourth family wiped from the plane because someone passed by."
His face fell into his cupped sleeve. The wet stains would find no foothold on his cheeks, and he did not wish his expression to be visible, even to himself. This was a revelation he wished had not come, a truth he wished not to be. At least as a formless threat, it would have been an unanswered question. Now the person he was supposed to learn aura control from, the only one, with the wood elves scattered, was someone he didn't know he could look at without hearing the screams in his head.
"Here I had so many questions. Now I can't recall a single one."
Ember didn't move closer next to the blue fire. She silently watched it, lost to her own demons as Artorian spoke.
"My hope had been to make a friend."
The ancient elf nodded lightly.
"That would have been nice. I am sorry."
The old man wiped his face off and frowned at her as he slumped back against the tree.
"What happened to apologies being useless?"
The elf moved her shoulders. It could have been a shrug, but it was hard to tell. Her voice was the usual monotone flat, and while it didn't sound sad, he heard the deep undertones anyway.
"A useless mention from a useless, outdated elf."
The old man bit the side of his lip. This was normally where he'd fight the very notion anyone could be useless, but his personal pain was getting in the way of that kind of support.
"Don't. Nobody is useless."
What was he doing? He should be enraged at this person, not building a foundation for someone to pull themselves back together. The shattered portion of his mind whispered to him, and it stung. Because it was true. Without that cornerstone, he would be someone else. From the bonfire space, his own words echoed.
"We hold to principle."
Artorian squeezed his hands on his knees and drew a stern breath. Doing just that, holding to the principle.
"Nobody is useless, not a one. I may be old, falling apart, and not be up to snuff. Yet I have things to accomplish, people to get to, people to save. There's good to be done, and I can do it."
The old elf tilted her head towards him, half watching the old fool as he went on about something that seemed important. It was hard to tell. Her eyes were glazing, and she was fading.
"Teach me something."
The words were bitter and deep. Artorian's face twisted into a contortion of defiance, consternation, and resentment. He mocked her words in the strongest accent he could muster. Ember's eyes brightened to life as he took one of her axioms and twisted new meaning into it.
"Lesson 1. If you can't, try anyway."
Chapter 9.
"You and what essence?"
Ember spoke curtly. It wasn't an admonishment, but it sure felt like one. Stagnation in harmful ways of thinking had been the end of him in the academy. Her pose hadn't altered from the over-the-shoulder look, but she was at least conversing now.
"What do you need in order to enlighten yourself?"
Artorian regarded her quizzically as his mind fell into an existential crisis. Her question held many possible answers for an academic. That wasn't just something you could throw.
"What do you need in order to gather essence?"
The rephrasing of her question made him feel silly. This was so difficult. He felt terrible, and this living wall of a person wasn't making it any easier. He could understand intellectually that Ember did not hold a grudge against him, and that her cold tone wasn't meant to be scathing. Yet the emotional distance. He squeezed the bridge of his nose and tried to get a grip on himself. Better to just go with it. This kind of rift wasn't something that healed in a day.
"I need direct contact with starlight. Birch spread the canopy for me before, but I don't quite know how to do that myself. I suppose I could clamber up those trees and use my dirty clothes to tie some branches apart. Even a small gap would do."
The blue flame of the bonfire sizzled and dimmed. Ember rubbed her temple, regarding her free hand while the flames turned back to their common orange-red. They would have shifted through the full set of colors had she not gotten up and removed whatever was fueling the fire. In an instant, it stopped burning. The entire bonfire simply vanished with a sucking whop. She marched to him, and the ground-thumping approach made the old man tense up and press his back against the tree. Ember was an intimidating thing, and with her tendency to brush shoulders with the edges of social convention, by which he meant bulldoze through them with the subtlety of an elephant tumbling through a straw house, she was the silent person to watch out for in any bar. Her hand tensed. This time, rather than try to touch him, she merely extended her palm. This was another difficult moment for Artorian, and he blinked at the offered hand. On one side of the coin, it was a welcomed offer. A bridge to cover the pit that years of resentment had dug. On the other, that gaunt palm had cost him a family. Ember saw the hesitation and swallowed her social anxiety, risking a few words.
There is a saying an old warrior mentor of mine used to have. Onwards and upwards, to the stars. Seneca Ildiaran used it in times where he had fallen, and even though he had the strength, told me he could not get up. I did not understand at the time how such a thing could come to pass. Yet, having lived it, and seeing you on the ground, I hear his voice as clear as a chiming crystal.
Ember hesitated a moment, her fingers curling in to momentarily retreat.
You remind me of him. He was something I am not. He was good.
Their hands clasped as Artorian took her wrist to wrist. He recognized a mind that was also just trying its best to move on. The lightweight elder was pulled up without any effort on the mage's part. She moved, and up he went.
Thank you, Ember. I'm sure your mentor was a good soul for you to say that of him. I am still incredibly torn on you and what you've done that I remember, even if you don't.
He frowned, exhaling hard through the nose.
I don't believe I'll be able to hold it against you, but the memories will plague me. I fear at times it will make me fall where ordinarily I would not. I will keep your words in mind. He was wise, your mentor.
Artorian nodded in recollection of the specific phrase. To the stars, as if it was some destination to be reached. A flicker twitched on the edges of Ember's mouth, the second motion of a possible smile that didn't see fruition. Her discomfort was skyrocketing at the sudden silence, so she killed it.
If you are dirty, we will clean. To learn the ways of presence, you must be full of essence. When you are, we can begin.
Artorian looked down at his wrist when he felt her grip tighten. He tried to budge, but no amount of flexing was making any of her thin fingers budge. Artorian couldn't gain the space of a quill tip. Heavens, this woman was strong.
Did you say presence?
He didn't receive an answer. The philosopher only felt the pull of gravity change its direction to sideways as his velocity altered from standstill to an eye-squinting zoom. To the mage, the trip may have been a brisk walk to work off some stress, but Artorian was holding on to his socks. His feet didn't touch the ground at all during Ember's walk. Artorian flew as she whisked by the flickering green-brown landscapes, the armored woman fully in control of this wild dash that could have really used some cushioning. He tried to call for her to slow down, but the attempt only spurred an increase in speed as Ember tried to escape the skin-crawling discomfort of needing to speak further after that moment of awful tenderness. The flutter of his robes became so loud that it was all he could hear over the whistling of wind. When he finally did settle feet back on land, after a journey that could only be described in colors and lines, he shakily fell and half-splashed into the edge of a stream. His shoulder was sore, but that was an insignificant detail in comparison to prized stillness.
Oh, blessed ground, how I've missed you!
He would have kissed the dirt if it didn't feel so awkward with Ember watching. The rough journey had left him shaken and sickened, but the old man was starting to feel better as his passive cultivation kicked into gear. Only then did he think to look up, realizing there was no canopy above the space the stream occupied. The flow of water was too minor to be considered a river, but only just. Looking across to the other bank, Artorian blinked as he saw an equally confused red-chested bear staring right back at them.
Ember? Bear.
The D-rank creature made of muscle, claws, and fur sliced its claws into the water, fishing out a sparkling indigo salmon the size of its forearm to show off that this was its hunting area. It didn't take kindly to them interrupting its business lunch, and so roared at the intrusion. Rather, the bear tried to roar, but its head soundlessly slid off the rest of its raised body. Splop! The disconnected neck space didn't bleed even a little as the entire head dropped into the water. The fire mage corrected him as she watched the severed component bob down the stream, body finally collapsing with a weighty thud. No. Only after the body had dropped did Artorian notice the flashing movements of a yellow string dancing through the air. The mana-created culprit behind the decapitation re-spooled around hand as another flick of her wrist flash-carved the creature into diced chunks. Food. The Longbeard snapped his gaping mouth closed and just nodded when Ember said it so matter-of-factly. What Birch had mentioned about the rules of the forest came to mind, but he decided that, for the moment, he was going to conveniently forget he'd ever been told. Yes, food. Of course. How silly of me. It even comes with a bonus fish. He tarried no further and got to bathing, stripped down to his skivvies. To get his mind off of things, he hummed an old tune while pondering how wonderful sleep was going to be. Oh, right. Phantom Blight. He sighed hard in the middle of his wash and kept scrubbing himself with part of the robe. He needed something for it after all, and when you had nothing, one improvised. The memory was unsettling, but not as much as the chunks of bear meat moving about as the ancient elf separated edible from inedible. Are you planning on bathing? That armor looks like it hasn't seen a brush in years. A blood-covered Ember popped her head out from the inside of the carcass, stopped butchering the bear, and looked at herself. Completely perplexed, Ember reacted as if she had forgotten physical bodies required maintenance. She didn't speak another word as she kneeled next to the stream and looked at her reflection. Her frown and despairing facial expression made the old man stop what he was doing. Are you all right? I'm old? Artorian pursed his lips together in a flat line, an expression he'd picked up from Tibbins. Isn't that normal? The mage touched her face, running fingers over her wrinkled, aged, gaunt cheeks. She prodded at the dark bags under her eyes and didn't recognize the woman in the wavering reflection. Ember snappily bit the words away. Ascended don't care about age, only function. She spoke with rote, mechanical certainty. Her actions didn't follow the automated response that fell from her mouth. She looked genuinely distressed. Maybe a wash will do you some good. Could just be soot, like on the armor. The elder's words didn't need repeating. The mage tore her oven-torched armor off, and it fell to the ground with a dense gong. The chest plate alone was so heavy that it embedded itself halfway into the hard-packed ground just by being dropped. Artorian didn't believe his eyes. What is that thing made of? The response was another mechanical, matter-of-fact rebuttal. Iridium. She'd said it like it was the most common metal ever, but the academic had never heard of that material before. Was it just a different name for worked bronze? Who knew? The woman had been mixing the tongue of the current age, wood elven, and ancient elven the entire time he'd been around her. He dropped his hands into the water, not even sure how to articulate what he wanted to ask. I have as much idea of what iridium is as I do presence. He adopted a dramatic pose, as if he were performing in a play. Do you be Artorian? Why, yes, I be. Buzz, buzz. What language was that? To me it was nonsense. Ember cocked her head at him, the last of her clothes falling away. The old man had never turned around so fast. Thoughts ranged somewhere between, I don't want to see that, and I am about to die from looking. He faced away from her, and that was just jolly. Was turning around the last thing he'd ever do? Probably. Was he going to? Nope. Ka-splash! Several high waves went in every direction as she cannonballed into the water. He would make no mention that the water downstream of her was dyed pitch black as years of soot were finally released from her surface. That was another one of those end up like the bear scenarios. Her voice reached him as she came back up from a dive, seemingly not remotely bothered by her state of undress. Iridium is a type of metal my people had great skill in. It is impressively heavy and used primarily for its density. I haven't seen it in... She got quiet, cutting off that part of conversation.
Presence is the true name for the misunderstanding currently termed aura. The word aura was originally meant to reference an external function of something presence does. It has been muddled by time, and now aura, blooming spirit, and the like are used to reference the three parts of a person's presence. The art of the three has been lost.
Artorian scrubbed, really getting the grime off his face as he puzzled out that explanation. When he added the details gleaned from the wood elves, he concluded aura wasn't merely a storage area, rather it doubled as a field around a person that could be altered and manipulated. This likely meant that aura was an area of space where one could impose an effect upon the world, and that the areas were split into 3 distinct sections. Due to time and misunderstandings, these sections had all been smashed into meaning the same thing. Taken as a single entity, it was instead named presence, and he assumed that the whole could do far more than the individual parts, especially if those parts were either derived from it or functions of the main ability. The academic considered her mention of how this application was a lost art and addressed it.
Do you know it? How to teach and explain it?
A grunt was his reply. The affirming kind. Oh, goody.
Then the art is not lost. You carry it with you, as knowledge of an age I wish had never been forgotten. Never in my time at the Academy did I encounter scrolls containing the details you continue to casually espouse and dazzle this academic with.
Ember felt nice. She didn't know why, but she did. A snappy comeback followed all the same.
You seem to despise me. Why do you treat me with reverence?
At risk of instant death, Artorian turned around and pressed his fists to his hips.
Young lady, I may be one opinionated, mouthy, set-in-my-ways codger with enough baggage to sink a boat. Yet never, not once, have I despised you, just as I do not revere you. I am giving you the due you deserve for knowledge you have, and the wonders such knowledge brings. That you continue to beat yourself up like you're on the losing end of a war is your perspective on the matter. Personally, I see a lovely lady who has had it rough, could use a friend as badly as I need one, and keeps putting herself down about things one shouldn't. For all you're doing to uphold the shtick of efficiency, you seem to me as a warrior who has forgotten the other half of what being a warrior is all about.
The old man splashed some water in her direction, getting a grip on his irritation mid-vent.
I am an academic. While, yes, my personal losses haunt me, and they always will, they are also not something that I can do anything about. It's done. They're over. I live, and I have to live with it. No amount of feeling sorry for myself, whining, wishing things were otherwise, or putzing around will make it so. I'm not trying to forgive you for past transgressions because I'm the fool who just forgives people. I'm trying to forgive you because I think you abyss well deserve it.
He threw his robe into the water at the end of his words, heated from needing to explain himself. He, of course, quickly scrambled after it when it started floating away and held it to his chest, glancing at Ember with a look of,
"That didn't happen. You didn't see that. That wasn't at all embarrassing."
Ember smiled, an honest-to-goodness smile. It had been eons since someone had been that straight with her, without fearing the retribution someone armed with the immense power of her caliber could bring. Everyone tipped on their toes around her, and then this human just explodes all over the place. He couldn't begin to bring her harm, and even though he knew, had seen, and had memories of what she could do, he still spoke his mind. She despised politics, outright could not stand the tap dancing it required. If it was to be done, it should be done directly. They could either tell her the issue to her face, or they could tell it to her fist. Somehow her fist ended up being the gentler of the options.
Do that again.
Artorian raised an eyebrow at the request.
Be an upset, annoying old man.
The maid shook her head.
Speak your mind, directly, without filter or fancy words. Your spirit, in that moment, it blazed. I found it beautiful.
Artorian froze. The warmth in his cheeks did otherwise, and puffed them pink.
Oh, well now, don't say that. You're making me flush.
Ember had forgotten what it was like. The feeling of having a good moment. Everything had been dumped in the void for the duration of history she could easily recall. Her apathy was strong and vast, and it ate chunks out of her well-being. The presence of Blight had only made that worse.
When you are clean, eat and cultivate. You will do little else until your external presence begins to have an effect on the world around you. I will explain essence combinations shortly thereafter.
Artorian perked up.
Combinations? functions. I believe I'm aware of a few of those already. Stacking increases effects, and mixing certain essence types, in rather specific amounts, mind you, produces entirely unique effects. It is even possible to skew the intent of the effect based on deliberation of identity and—
He trailed off hard as the stare he was getting from the mage felt like it was digging right through his body. Her irises burned orange and red rather than their ordinary that's what their normal color was. Iridium. His momentary distraction didn't save him, as he felt a terrible pain in his cultivation technique. The pain vanished as soon as he clamped hands to his chest, Ember's gazing eyes returning back to normal.
What did—
I just had a look. You're using the Bernoulli principle of containment, 7th tier binding, rotary gyroscope purification, and have the beginning of a gathering webway. A strange mixture of options. I didn't expect to see them attempted in that combination. It functions barely, but it clearly does.
The mage frowned, her shoulders pressed together in discomfort.
I do have one question.
Artorian just heard a lot of things he wanted full months of lecture on, but decided it best to press the immediate issue.
That is?
Ember nodded with grave concern.
Your gathering webway. Why is it sticky?
Chapter 10.
You don't just ask someone why they are sticky.
Uncomfortable questions should receive uncomfortable answers. Leaning forwards, Artorian made a face as if he was about to speak of the world's most hidden secrets. He pressed the back of his hand next to his mouth and conspiratorially whispered,
Spiders.
Ember's expression went from interested to concerned to aggrieved to horrified.
I hate those things.
She shuddered in the stream, causing great banks of steam to roll off her body as the water touched her. Her hands flexed open and closed as she scrunched her nose up and went, ew, on the inside.
All crawly and multi-legged and just,
The old man was elated.
Me too.
How surprising to find something in common with the overpowered fire mage, an intense dislike of spiders. Who knew it would make her skin crawl so much? But honestly, he was pleased as punch to have gotten such a human response out of her. The stoic stone sentinel shell was crumbling. Perhaps all she'd needed was some lively company that wasn't all bite or bark. He didn't get to enjoy it much longer. Noticing his good mood, she took exception to his enjoyment of her discomfort. The stony demeanor returned in a landslide, and she was gone from the stream with a burning trail. He could slap himself for idiocy. Back to square one. Done with washing, he worried about drying off since his robe was soaking. Artorian shouldn't have. The moment he stepped onto the bank, a flaring field of mana left him dry as a cork. All the water in the vicinity puffed into a hazy cloud as the heat wave flashed through. The steaming elder dunked his head right into the stream to immediately rehydrate while the mage watched in bemusement, her mood tempered as she settled an imaginary score. After gulping down whole mouthfuls of spring water, Artorian spent the next hour taking many lessons on which parts of bear were not only edible, but genuinely tasty when properly prepared. Since cooking was just a measure of heat over time, Ember was the picture of a chef. If it involved fire or heat of any kind, this lady was queen. She had encapsulated chunks of meat in overlapping bubbles of thin mana. The inner bubble formed a vacuum seal around now seasoned steaks, while the space between the inner and outer bubble filled with spring water. Ember raised the water temperature to the boiling point, only to keep it there so that the meat would be perfect to eat at any time. Ember had a name for it, but Artorian just didn't understand when she kept repeating sous vide at him. All he knew was that it was delicious. He nodded at her attempts to explain fine dining, swallowing down another chunk as he did his best to feign attention. With the clothing cleaned, dried, and once again donned, Artorian saw Ember pull a fresh, full outfit from her tiny satchel. She changed on the spot without a shred of thought to her decency. The old man gave her some anyway, suddenly even more interested in the piece of meat he was chewing on. He was really engrossed by thoughts of the texture. Sure. After dinner, he got cozy against a tree. It was finally time to relax and sink into active cultivation. It got warmer a moment before he did, and he opened an eye to see a palisade of fire surrounding them. That'd keep the dark out.
Show me your process.
His eyes opened fully at the mention, eyebrow raised. This time he noted that Ember had copied his way of sitting, facing directly in front of him when she sat. He blinked at her, not understanding what she meant.
I mean, surely you can see as you did earlier. Refined essence cycling?
She shook her head no.
Not without injuring you further. The gap between us is too vast, and you have no control over the passive aura protection you're putting up. Anything more than a glance, and I'll burn a hole right through you. In terms you know, I am cycling mana, not essence. It would only hurt you, like before.
She extended her hands toward him.
Unless you let me see.
Was this a test?
Ah, center connecting? That's not terribly safe, but if you're certain we'll be all right, then I'll leave it in your hands.
Without another word, he placed his hand into hers. What a metaphor for his life that currently was, as even a slightly miscalculated nudge would make him go up like an oil-soaked torch. It was the first time he'd felt more than just his own consciousness present in his center as he worked it. He could glance over and notice the very distinct orange mana fireball with a mind in it. It was no bigger than a mote, but it had a luminosity to it that was difficult to ignore. At least he was unharmed. He'd expected the connection to be more dangerous. With someone that lacked the control this mage had in spades, it likely would have been his death. As it was, she prevented any influx of mana from leaking into the D-ranked cultivator's system. Only the mote of her thoughts made it in, and Artorian was glad for it. Some innate sense of danger screamed at him that adding mana to his essence system would have ripped him apart like a rock crashing through rice paper. He worked through his nervousness by trying something new. Conversation always made him feel better.
Can we speak here?
He could swear the round mote of fire turned to face him. He'd made no physical sound, rather had done the equivalent of think out loud with essence as a medium. Letters of flame appeared in front of the mote. He still heard no sound and figured she wasn't speaking, yet found he could read what was written regardless of where he was floating about in his center. A bonus perk for home field advantage, perhaps? He'd certainly take it, and noted that interactions within one's center were peculiar. How did something manage to be aware of everything happening in a given area all at the same time? He shelved the question as he read the reply.
This will work.
The letters were clear, defined, and easily legible. They disappeared a few seconds after they'd come into existence, but that was more than enough.
Indeed it will. I don't quite know how this all works. I'm hoping you've quite the explanations for me. Bernoulli and tears and the sticky place.
The mote of light buzzed in irritation, burning words carved into empty space.
I'll try language you know. Your cultivation technique is a mess. Half of these mechanisms are unfinished and are only applying part of what they're meant to do. You've augmented the parts you're missing with incomplete chunks of entirely different methods. I have no idea how you made this jumble of a webway, why you even thought you needed one, or why are there random hexagons in here?
He shrugged mentally, pushing his thumbs together while mumbling,
I was, improvements. Things were working, and I've been trying to make them work better.
The mote of light stopped its irritated glowing, mulling something over.
I'm approaching this poorly. Let me try again. What is it you are trying to do?
Ah, now this conversation was something he could put some real backbone into.
Keep it short.
Crackers. Killjoy.
Well, the original cultivation technique I saw was a spiral. Lots of pull and separation power, but didn't allow me to remove corruption. Having no other way to get rid of it, I wanted to put something together that would not only fulfill the basic function of the cultivation technique, but one that removed more non-malleable essence that I gained. Corruption.
The mote was irritated again.
Cultivation techniques don't work that way. There is no safe method to remove corruption from a system without external purging, such as messy techniques or beast core idiocy.
Artorian frowned at her, mental hands on his hips.
Yes, there is. I've been doing it for years.
The mote ceased its irritating color, instead glowing a curious gold.
Show me.
It took a few hours, but Artorian showed her exactly what he'd been doing. He didn't know if Ember's mote had been quiet because he'd shut her up by showing her up, or because she was silently raging and preparing to punt him across the sea when he came out of active cultivation.
50-50? I understand now what Hawthorne meant. Though it is not seer, it is lance.
The old man shrugged.
I don't grasp the difference, but I'm listening.
Ember considered how to word her new understanding.
Searing is a reference to burning. Something is left behind, usually the substance that has been burned. Lancing is the lethal version of gently moving over something with a brush, if that brush was made of light. That which is touched has its top layer removed. Nothing is left behind. Had those beams been more intense, they could easily be mistaken for a disintegration effect. Be glad your internal starlight does not shine with such intensity.
The mote built in sighs a moment, a great quantity of scribing spilling forth. She'd understood a few things and needed to explain.
Starlight is highly treasured by the Wood Elves for several of its rather unique properties. Unlike most combined essences, also named compound essence, Starlight does not have a particular thing that it does beyond expectation. Starlight, depending on the identity infused, or maybe even which star is held in regard, does a multitude of things only well.
The mote wandered in a straight line, bobbing up and down like a lecturing line sergeant.
I'm sensitive to even the most minute fluctuations in ambient essence, and have a great understanding of how your cultivation works, now that I've seen and felt it firsthand. If your starlight has a unique property, or rather, one of the unique properties that stood out, it is that it can break something down back to a more primal or uncertain state.
Artorian was momentarily distracted by the consideration that he did do that rather often, essence or no. He didn't interrupt when Ember kept blaze scribing.
When you lanced beams of starlight compound essence across your corruption containment, energy flaked off. That corruption reverted to motes of essence that has no idea what it's doing. Those starlight lances have taken the identity of something certain, then erased, eliminated, and obliterated the identity completely, reducing it to something uncertain.
The words clap, clap, clap appeared in front of the mote after the tidy explanation. She must have been making that action, and the mote translated it directly.
I now understand when you spoke of identity earlier, and I feel I might have a grasp on the kind of knowledge you are working with. It also shows very clearly where you are lacking.
Ember's mote paused as it thought of something.
Also, I was incorrect before. This technique is perfectly fine for the ground-level purposes you need, but it could be better. As it is not solid, you have the chance to improve it before it does so. With your essence in flux, that time may come sooner than you might wish. Ordinarily, I would place solidification between 3 to 5 decades. Given what you've got here and what we can do to it, I'd estimate 3 to 5 years instead.
The mote seemed terribly pleased with itself, like it had a project. Artorian didn't know if he liked feeling like a project, but also considered that his choice in the matter had long been revoked. The academic was just going to have to deal with it, but who complained about improvements with the help of a veteran mage?
When you are able to work with your presence well enough to hold the correct combination of starlight essence, I will show you how lancing can be useful. Particularly with the blight this forest faces, though it may do less than you'd like against physical threats. My fire cannot destroy identity or the mind. It can only face and abate the physical threat. This is what Alder meant by you being able to kill the phantoms. This also means that when you are ready, your aura will be more helpful than my Pyrrhon palisade.
Artorian felt like a kid in a candy shop, and he wanted to try all the flavors. There was just so much to do. He'd half forgotten the threat of the phantoms was ever present. Focused on the inner workings of his cultivation technique, he didn't know where to start.
That sounds exciting. What's first?
The mote moved around in his technique, inspecting things while it was able to do so.
First is gathering essence, and repairing this messy hobby shop of a technique. Once that is settled, we can work on your presence, since we're going to need to take the long way around when it comes to body infusion. It looks like you've managed to do your eyes, but I don't need to ask to know you don't want to do that again. So, don't. First, you have to decide which type of primary cultivation technique you want your center to turn into. We're limited to only 2 or 3 that would work with what you're trying to do.
He was jumping with joy, and the perspective in his center bounced up and down, bubbly as it could be.
Please, do tell.
Ember's mote created 4 rough diagrams in front of it. Each diagram focused on a specific piece of the existing technique he had, taken to its finalized endpoint.
Combining these isn't feasible. They clash too badly once they're taken far along their individual path. You're fine since you've nicked bits and pieces, but it's all going to fall apart if you try to build up one without sacrificing the other.
Artorian stopped his bubbly bouncing. That was less good news. Good thing he'd been such a dabbler?
1, we can finalize Bernoulli's principle of containment. This will properly trap, separate, and contain any energy you take into yourself. The completed version allows the inclusion of mana and higher tiers of energy. This technique was used by prison wardens in my time to capture and restrain the cultivation of another. Warden Bernoulli was known to hold several hundred full cultivation spirals from people locked in his prison wing technique.
The moat changed colors, highlighting another diagram.
2. You're currently using 7th tier binding. Looks like basket weaving backwards engineered. I don't know the middle steps, only the final version of the binding. Unlike the containment principle, the binding is similar to medical gauze. It is meant to have particles move between them. You're currently using this to refine out the different densities of essence and corruption. Taking the binding to its final stage will make the Bernoulli system impossible to finish, since one focuses on entrapment and this one on measured flow. Final binding will give you exceptional control over the differences between different grades of refinement, and knowing what essence you're using will never be guesswork again.
The moat changed colors once more and highlighted the third diagram.
3. Rotary gyroscope, the proper design with the right measurements. Your system is warped and looks like it constantly keeps stretching. That's horrendously bad. Focusing on the gyro is going to increase your ability to take in and refine essence. Both the quality and speed by which you do this is going to see some vast, tangible improvements. That it's 3-dimensional is only a problem if your mind can't handle it, but that must never have been a problem before, so I don't see why it would be now.
Ember's moat changed color a final time, showing the last diagram.
4. Optional. The webway it has a specific purpose. It is meant to shunt your cultivation progress in one direction at the full cost of the other. A finished webway captures all wayward essence in the system and redirects energy back into the main cultivation technique. It does this at the cost of preventing essence from feeding your crucial connections.
Artorian mentally pointed at his heart, and Ember nodded.
You call them meridians. Instead of your essence feeding your meridians, you will be in dire need of constant mundane sustenance. The energy that's supposed to help keep them nourished is instead going right back to refinement. So, you will be hungry all the time, but it comes with passive power perks.
The moat needed to take an energizing breath, restoring its shine.
Once set up, tearing a webway down is difficult until one ascends, so it's generally never constructed unless you are going to make it permanent once solidification occurs. It is a choice usually made by some variant of wealthy noble or an individual that can afford to have their needs met without concern while they focus entirely on gaining power. In the earliest of days, a webway is all some cultivators had, back when the center was considered just a storage area.
The moat amusedly nudged Artorian's consciousness.
Like someone who thought that aura was only a storage area.
While the metaphorical jab in the ribs made him mumble-grumble, the fact that Ember, stoic stone queen of the 70 unmoving statues, had made a joke made him let it slide without another thought.
Funny. Very funny. I'm doing 3 and 4. I'll figure the food problem out, as I just can't turn down the possibility that I might get to phantom smiting faster.
The moat bobbed in understanding and whipped around in his system, highlighting areas that needed immediate attention for their improvements to see progress. A 3-dimensional firelight diagram harmlessly overlaid atop his existing technique, showcasing where they were headed.
Here is what we're going to do.
Chapter 11.
Would you stand still?
A year had breezed past in what felt like the blink of an eye. Rosewood and Sequoia each put finishing touches on an unmoving human and stoic ancient elf, with Rosewood bickering about one fashion detail or another. All of Rosewood's elves sported a beautiful gown of primrose lined with lily. They were busy, working with surprising focus and determination on a human-fitted rhododendron robe. It was their passion to craft clothing with style, and each spirit that she adorned with her creations became another runway model to show off her wonders. Sequoia was tall, in fact, putting Mahogany to absolute shame tall. Those boys were massive, sported petunia and maple leaf outfits, and worked tirelessly as they fit together Ember's ginkgo leaf battle dress. The vibrant hues of yellow complemented the fresh orange-red roots of Ember's hair. She'd cut it short since it had gotten in the way, and had been pleased as a newly minted candle when she discovered some of her locks had regained their luster. It was boyish and short, but it suited her in some fashion. This was because she was an abrasive thing that stomped through problems with the elegance of a shoulder slam, but none were willing to say that out loud. Artorian stood still for a long moment, thinking about the children that were growing up without him to guide them. He knew that what he was doing was necessary in order to free them, but it didn't help the non-logical heart still beating in his chest. Artorian was wrenched back to the present as he was given a direct order.
"Spin for me. Slowly this time."
Artorian smiled from ear to ear as he pirouetted in a short circle under the gaze of Rosewood's congregation. The first time he'd done this, he'd really put some effort into the spin, and all the binding on the pedals had come loose in a spectacular fashion. Rosewood had chased his barely dressed keister all over and through her private grove while the old man heartily laughed at the top of his lungs. This had been his undoing, and he'd been berated by the group for what felt like a full day. If Rosewood was good at anything aside from designing clothing, it was complaining. In comparison, Sequoia had all the patience of undisturbed water. Ember and Sequoia were two peas in a pod. They grunted at one another, barely spoke, and just worked while exchanging facial expressions. When they glanced at Artorian and the situation he was in, their faces became flat and expressionless. They weren't getting involved with that, or touching it with a 10-foot branch. The old man gave the elves professional grief. If there was something that could have gone awry with the clothing, Artorian had discovered it. A minor comment to Rosewood later, and she was all sorts of flustered. Just to mute his infectious giggling, she had to use 2 of her elven bodies to keep the old man's mouth clamped shut while she edited his outfit. Unfortunately for Artorian, hours of this had grated Ember's nerves, and the general temperature of the rough vicinity had been steadily building. The teasing had been amusing in the beginning. Now it was happening just to make Rosewood rip the moss out of her head. Sequoia, being an intelligent set of wood elves, said nothing. It was by far the healthiest option. Had he not needed to be involved, all 5 of his elves would have faded into the greenery at the start. They were a strong proponent of nope when it was possible to have a serving. Ember's surroundings started to spontaneously catch fire, and she cleared her throat at the old man. Either the grunt or the literal fire she'd lit under his rear must have done it. He found more suitable behavior in a hurry. What? His query was filled with such faux sweetness that you could stuff a pastry. The mage was having none of it, and snapped his attention back to something fruitful.
"You know Abyss well what?"
Artorian's hands nearly moved up to signal defeat, but the upset hisses from Rosewood made him cease mid-budge. They had been going around to home trees and home groves as the seasons passed, meeting and greeting the various groups of wood elves. It was interesting learning their peculiarities. For being a species with a single name, each group was incredibly diverse. Even within the same grouping of 3 to 4 cherry blossom groves, distinct personality differences sprouted. There were many similarities, but nothing was an exact duplicate. In meeting many of the grove's inhabitants, they'd gotten an update on the Blight's movements and patterns, usually receiving grim news. There was an intelligence in the phantoms that had made it extraordinarily difficult for Ember to be helpful. If she left Artorian to wall off a grove, they mobbed him with intent to fully overwhelm. That death cloud even waited for her to be well out of emergency reach before swallowing the landscape, making a beeline for him. So far, they'd gotten out of it with only minor injuries. Unlike a normal battle where some of the damage was psychological, but most of it physical, this harm was all mental. That abyss blight somehow knew the threat the old man posed, and they wanted it taken out as soon as possible. It had made life more difficult for the elves and Artorian by staying far ahead of their movements, attempting to devour groves they were nowhere near since Ember couldn't just zip off at mage speed to deal with it. The forest was vast, easily 100 square leagues vast. A year's travel had barely taken them all the way to the northern edge of the forest, where snowfall was a common sight. Luckily, Ember made concepts such as cold more of an inconvenient truth, which didn't remain as such if she so much as exhaled. Her very presence warmed a whole region. Still, the journey north had been taxing, and the respite they'd found in Sequoia's Grove had been a welcome affair. Artorian had quickly been in the middle of being accosted by a moment of Rosewood's designer inspiration. Translation: "Please help me. She won't leave me alone." The cold front coming through was slapped down by Ember's spacious external aura, sent back to its mother with a sore cheek and icicle-shaped tears.
How do you keep doing that?
Artorian was looking between Ember and the far distance where wind was spinning, pushing up and away from the heat differential. A sharp pulse-teal glow ringed about his irises as he looked with air essence-enhanced sight, keeping track of the wind patterns.
It's all the way out there. Your aura reaches that far.
Ember flicked her finger in the direction he was looking, and the windy doldrums of motion crashed into one another for miles, until eventually the wind slash she'd flicked through the air escaped his sight completely. From the after effects to the surroundings, he could tell it still kept going.
About there is the edge,
the old man grumbled.
The edge I still can't see.
Ember's smirk brought joy to both of them.
One day you will.
The inspired grumbles continued, and he couldn't move while Rosewood was detailing. This was a good metaphorical example of being caught between a rock and a hard place.
No, really, I must know. I have, at best, managed to feel my external aura as a sort of shell that coats my skin, like a warm blanket in wintertime. The generalized cocoon of me that determines what essence I give back to the world. The amount I add in alters the aura a little. It fattens it. It doesn't extend the space yours does.
He received an odd look from Sequoia, who finally spoke. The voice was not what any of them had expected. A high-pitched group of chipmunks squeaked up in a response. The sounds came from the bodies of the elves, but even Ember glanced around unmoving, just to see if she wasn't mistaken.
Easy answer, Starlight Spirit. The blooming spirit is how much space you believe you occupy. It can be extended wide or retracted to the area of a fingertip. For some creatures, this is meant to oppress as a royal might. It doesn't necessitate filling the space physically, as one can do the opposite and obfuscate their presence entirely.
Some of the tall elves adjusted Ember's sleeves, who was shocked silent in disbelief at the high-pitched voices.
The fire soul spreads her sense of self out wide and thin, so she may detect particles of blight and discern their movement. In a sense, her consciousness occupies a space greater than her body. This is what we wood elves do all the time, with the limitation that we are required to be in a body of appropriate size when we do. Unlike the fire soul's technique, we cannot spread ourselves thin as she does.
A moment of silence passed, and the Sequoia community decided that it would be for the best if they never opened their mouths again while in these forms. The embarrassment was palpable.
Artorian turned his head to look at Ember. Is that why you're so distant all the time, and barely present in the moment? You nod off at times, yet you're awake. You're present, yet not. That seems incredibly dangerous to do against a foe that saps the mind.
The mage didn't seem bothered, and answered with all the difficulty of sipping afternoon tea.
In part, yes. That is one of the reasons I am distant. I am not threatened by the blight, as another might be. I vastly outrank it. Would you bite into lava simply because it was distracted?
His headshake was answer enough.
Unlike the wood, I do not leave my body. I merely spread out my full presence and fill it with my consciousness. I choose not to oppress and allow for other minds to exist freely within the space I occupy. Anywhere my space is, I can be at a moment's notice, both in mind and power. I track heat signatures, temperature differentials, and more. I cannot be hidden from, even if someone's law specifically intended the purpose. My law of flame has been honed to the bleeding edge. It will not falter, even to one that rests a few tiers higher.
Rosewood nudged Artorian's arm.
You're all done. Take some steps for me.
Doing as he was told, he put some drama in the steps and walked to a tree and back as if on a catwalk. Rosewood was leery and tapped her lips with at least 3 of her elves, displeased in some way. Oh no, that meant she wasn't done? He quickly got his mind off that thought and got to questioning the trove of knowledge.
Does this have anything to do with being an ascended?
Ember's catwalk was next. It was a sight. Her natural elven grace completely belied centuries of practice in advanced movement. She killed the expo, adding her own spotlight from the canopy as she enhanced the brightness. Artorian hadn't known that under that stoic veneer there was a woman who could dish out some flair. He'd been around a year. How did he only just now notice this? Him, the great self-proclaimed noticer. Ah, well, he'd not spoil her moment. When she returned, Ember spread her arms to let Sequoia make further, silent adjustments.
I was certain I had told you this. Everything is for the purpose of becoming an Ascended. The truth hiding behind all the veneer and political lies, misinformation, and popular chitter-chatter is one considered the noblest pursuit. I've told you this path was taken for the eradication of war, but that was merely my reason for doing so. The original purpose, as my shamans once attempted to tell me, is one of universal balance.
Artorian perked up. If he didn't have to once again stand still under the many folding and clothing-altering hands of a very done-with-his antics group of elves, he would have been in her face to pry out answers. She noticed.
You're doing that academic thing again.
He smiled at her quip, not in the least bit abated.
I am indeed. Please tell me in detail, from the beginning if possible.
That was a little difficult. There were many beginnings that would qualify, and not knowing which would sate the ever-knowledge-hungry scholar, Ember picked a random spot of lore. All his questions had really beaten her memory back into shape, as the codger just didn't forget when a question had been left unanswered. He'd slide in next to you during the morning fire and repeat the same thing from the day before, as if he'd never asked it at all. Woe was her day if she gave a conflicting answer to something he'd heard before. She was not good at this, but what was she going to do? Abandon her task? Grunting darkly, she got on with it.
When the world was young, in the days of my great forebears, there were things for which we had no words, only ideas. While words could give form and shape to the ideas, it lacked in substance. During these days, ascension was discovered by early adopters of what is now known as cultivation. They began as outcasts, shunned for altering the manner of their being with the power of the lands. They ceased to be the creatures they were as they took in this energy, replacing themselves with it to a point where their survival depended on energy mere sustenance could not supply.
Sequoia provided Ember some water to drink. While she didn't need it, she had a drink just to not be rude today. Also, it's possible she had needed it after all and wasn't about to admit that.
When the great conflict came, these outcasts turned the tides so one-sidedly that they were re-invited into the various cultures. No more were they nameless and shunned for their frightening practices. From that point, cultivators have been an inescapable truth of existence. They have gone by many names and titles, but the idea of it remained the same. It was only when the first few ascended that new understanding came to light. The earliest attempts at what was called the climb only resulted in deaths. The cultivators drained themselves internally to achieve a task none understood, and for the longest time could not accomplish. Others attempted to skip the climb and directly become the soul of an idea, but those results were gruesome and gory.
Since she had the water, she took another drink.
The first recorded Ascended was Parabin, scion of air. His body was remade in an endless storm of greater energy. From there began the Golden Age. Knowledge of air was suddenly far easier to grasp by nearly all. It was as if the world itself had gained an understanding of the concept and shared it in turn. As the stars turned over in the sky uncountable times, more and more of these ideas and concepts were solidified as a cultivator ascended to yet another idea. The more complicated, esoteric, and difficult to grasp the concept was, the higher the requisite climb. In the event your personal energies didn't line up with the concept, it wasn't available to you at all.
She finished the water and gave the bowl back to Sequoia for more. She was incredibly thirsty and didn't quite know why. Artorian remained calm and patient. He didn't dare to interrupt this beauty of a lecture, something Rosewood vastly appreciated, since it also stopped him from moving.
Eventually, the climb became known as the Tower, based on how it spanned the space it occupied. Each floor of the tower was catalogued as a higher tier. The nodes of the concepts inhabiting each floor became considered the fixed rules of the universe, and so each node became known as a law. Common knowledge spread that the higher tier of a law an Ascended had, the more powerful that Ascended was. This is only partially true. Successfully binding oneself to a concept in the tower completes the process of what makes one an Ascended. Doing so completely reforms the individual with a type of energy that essence cannot compete with in raw might. It is the mortar between the bricks of the universe, and referred to as mana. It is a poor acronym of Mercurial Apex Neutral Asset and, like a bad joke, it stuck. Not much better than the initial names for essence. That started as the stuff of the thing, followed by the stuff of everything, finalized by the essence of the thing, and let's call it essence and stop arguing before a matron stomps out the cookery with a rolling pin and hits you.
Ember downed the entire bowl, handing it back to Sequoia again for more as she began to sweat. Artorian had never seen her sweat before. What was she? The history lesson continued.
The entire build-up we are currently doing, for you, may be leaps and bounds of improvements in your ability. When finished, the time comes for you to attempt ascension. Then you will need to climb the tower and assert yourself to bind with a suitable concept. I know of none who have become the soul of a law without this intermediary. Those without requisite essence also could not reach the 5th tier alone.
She regarded him sternly.
I warn you, Artorian. Reaching the 5th tier requires another cultivator to provide you with essence to climb while you climb, or you will not make it. Above the 10th requires an additional 2, and every 5 levels thereafter another 2 C-rankers more. Essence deprivation is the most common cause of climb failure. Knowing you as I do, I expect you to try something ridiculous. The amount of essence a cultivator can carry in human C-ranks is insufficient to push past the 4th tier. This is all given my calculations from the last time I was in a position to check. That was a long time ago, so do math accordingly.
She was handed a piece of spare, woven lentil cloth to wipe her forehead off. Ember was really getting puffy as night fell.
The preparation of an ascended usually follows the same pattern. People of the last few ages have added their own variations, but no method is the one true method. It begins with awareness of essence, which can happen either on its own or through guidance. Most skip this step when an essence refinement technique is grown, built, or implanted within them.
Ember hooked the towel against the back of her neck. She wasn't feeling the best.
The other way around is something like the case of wood elves. They place themselves into an existing refinement technique. Then it is the long process of gathering and refining enough essence to go through the painstaking and labor-intensive process of replacing oneself with a gathered, refined power. Usually one solidifies their cultivator core to pearlescence before completion. Rather than a creature of flesh, you will become a creature of energy. Flesh will remain only because your imprint on the universe demands it to be so. It is for this same reason beasts remain beasts, even as they grow in might.
Ember quivered and fell into waiting elven hands. The act brought them all to their senses, and they scanned the area for threats. It was nightfall, so...
It's late noon at best. Sun should be out.
Artorian made the snappy comment, and they all huddled up. A dollop of snow gently touched his nose.
That's odd. Wasn't Ember's presence nullifying the cold?
A wind chill tore through his spring collection clothes, and the shiver made him tense. It no longer felt warm in the grove, and more flakes of snow fell all around them as Ember stopped making sound altogether.
So many words.
The throaty tone bubbled like an open sewer and spoke from a place the group couldn't discern. Mostly because the words happened directly in their heads. The tone was dark, malicious, and full of smiling hunger.
Let's have a mid-lecture snack.
Chapter 12.
Sequoia, you tall, delicious thing. How are you?
One of Sequoia's elves dropped dead on the spot, while the others cringed and clutched their heads. A scream went through their collective consciousness, but it went unheard. Physically, they'd been unable to make the outcry. A gasp brought them to the reel as they looked at Rosewood with mutual terror.
Run! It's in my grove! Run!
Another of Sequoia's elves dropped to the ground just as the cracking of a tree reached them. The subsequent calamitous thud of it falling attacked their ears.
Scrumptious is how you are, if you were wondering.
This was new. This voice was nothing like the discordant, uncoordinated masses and blobs of malicious blight he'd encountered so far. This deeper darkness was ever present. It didn't just blot some rays of his sun, it blotted the whole celestial sky.
Oh, how I've waited for that firecracker to be so distracted. I nearly had that candle a few times, but her laconic nature, how it thwarted me. I must truly thank you for this opportunity to talk.
Artorian bit his lower lip. It might have been a year, but he still didn't have the power to do more than hold off a mindless Blight. This intelligent one that didn't even have a noticeable source, he had been firmly outplayed.
We have nothing to speak of, you thing.
An affronted gasp rang through his head.
We do not? How truly unfortunate. On to consuming, then. I shall find succor therein.
Sequoia squealed as a third and fourth body dropped. The remaining elf had heavy, ugly tears run down his cheeks, shivering as he wordlessly mouthed, "It's touching me."
Wait, what? Why? Why this? Why any of this?
Even outmatched, the old man was trying hard to find some sort of foothold. He couldn't debate something like this, and he didn't understand what it might want, aside from having a distraction during its meal as Sequoia helplessly fell to his knees. The colliginous presence regarded a frozen rosewood and trying to keep it together Artorian.
Why forsating? Why else? No, the conversation I wish to have is that of your departure. How such an act might save a grove of your choosing. I can't be stopped, but I can find it within me to be persuaded to not be a complete glutton.
Artorian swallowed hard, his hands forming fists as he tried to think of a way out of this. He was already improvise-altering the compositional content of his aura, even if he had no confidence to edit the structure like his mentor could. Drat! How had it gotten Ember? There must have been something they had overlooked.
Oh, you overlooked something, all right. Such surging surface thoughts. If you hoped I'd tell you, you're mightily mistaken. Now, about your departure. How about...
Sequoia screamed, his left arm tearing and snapping in a variety of places as it twisted in on itself. The elf was breathing heavily, unable to escape the body it currently inhabited, its grove under dire threat as mind and cultivation were consumed.
Immediately.
Artorian closed his eyes a moment, feeling they were wet, before looking to see a fallen, dull gray body in the shape of Ember. She really had no spark in her when she wasn't awake. Her form appeared as ash after a fire, a body outlined in the brittle material. Surely she wasn't defeated. Merely napping. Of course, yes, just napping. He locked eyes with the elf in agony.
Sequoia, my poor boy.
Sequoia regarded him blearily, gritting his teeth with all he had.
Make the choice.
The shaking elf silently allowed tears to flow, his cracked expression a pained mixture of fear and wrath. Defiant to the end, and without trying to think, Sequoia's eyes glimmered in a moment of decisive clarity. He mouthed, "Lance me."
Oh, none of that. I won't be spoken down to by a snack. You... Blah!
Sequoia's vision went hazy. As the last light in his grove perished by Blight, a reflection in Sequoia's eyes saw the last act it had so desperately desired. A piece of payback against this formless misery that had haunted him since his days as a sapling. The edges of Sequoia's mouth barely managed to lift when they saw a lance of starlight erupt in Artorian's grip, his form hurling forwards. With a powerful essence-accelerated jump and Spartan spear thrust, the aura-formed weapon bore down and freed him. That is, freed him from this life, as the blade pierced his skull. Artorian fulfilled the spirit's dying wish as he stepped into the role that had been requested of him. It had been an effort he'd considered himself unable to do. The intricate and intrinsic detail work he thought required was not something he'd been able to practice. He didn't know if he could, only that he should. Lesson 1. Try anyway. As Ember had done with the manifested broadsword, so had Artorian copied her form and shaped the essence in the being of a familiar warglaive, one of which he knew every detail. It was a weapon he had spent a decade sharpening, using, honing, and, in the end, abandoning when it fractured for the final time. He felt naked and exposed as his external aura did what he'd told himself he could not do. It was a fool that lied to himself, and a great fool he indeed was. His presence was shaped in the form he saw himself, one of ages past, something Ember still saw herself as to this day, a weapon of war. While the lance did, well, nothing to the physical form of the elf, the identity-imbued light frame did what Ember had told him Starlight could do. Erase. It hadn't even been a gamble. Even if there had been no damage to the Blight creature tearing away the inside of Sequoia's mind, he would have sacrificed his defenses to launch this strike. With the Blight thing's mind present in the elven core tree as it consumed Sequoia, it was vulnerable. As the last tree fell, a popping implosion could be heard in the distance. The sound was followed by a bubbly, physical screech that sounded eerily similar to thousands of metal saw plates careening into one another.
Remember,
the voice throatily spoke, with significantly less strength and cohesion.
I will remember.
The fake night broke apart alongside the disappearing phantom voice. Rays of sunlight pierced right back through the liberated landscape, coming to rest on the bodies of the fallen. Artorian's lance evaporated moments after the strike, and all the auric shaping globbed back around him as he lost the willpower to continue upholding the mental image of the weapon. An identity-erasing weapon. It wasn't perfect, and the entire latter half of the hilt had been a wispy ghost of the true thing. Still, it was a proof of concept, proof that he could do the thing. He hurriedly fell to his knees next to Ember, almost afraid to touch her as his palms brushed across her shoulder. He was so afraid she would cave inwards like a pile of hollow ash, but to his heavy and deep relief, she stirred. Ember's color returned as her mana-made body woke, the mind asserting itself and invigorating the correct way to be. She sat up, sneering at something in the distance.
I have a killer headache, and I hate the cold. How am I cold?
With a wave of her hand, nothing happened as she groaned and let her forehead fall into her palm.
Son of a spark.
The academic had heard many insults in his day. That was a new one. Was everything about fire for her? Ember continued grumbling.
I feel like a fat salamander just laid on my consciousness, and it smothered me slowly.
Artorian pulled her thin arm around his neck and found that attempting to pull Ember to her feet had been a useless effort. He couldn't budge her an inch. Abyss if he was going to die from making a comment on that subject. He took a lesson from, He kept his mouth shut, let her arm go, and joined Rosewood in taking care of the casualties. Ember got herself up, which is how she wanted it. She was furious.
What did I miss?
Rosewood wiped a tear off her cheek, taking a deep breath before.
The Blight ate. It ate Sequoia. Then...
Artorian held the wood elf that was breaking cohesion with the rest of her unit and half embraced her, applying therapy pats on the back. The elf buried itself into the human's side and sobbed as the old man picked up where she'd left off. It gave me an offer, an ultimatum, in truth. It ordered me to leave, and it was eating Sequoia while it made its demands. He tapped the side of his head to explain it wasn't a physical conversation. So, I asked the lad to make the final call. What did he want to do with the last vestiges of his life? Did he want me to leave and keep him alive, or should I put everything against this foe no matter the cost to him? The old warrior closed his eyes, inhaling as he recounted that last, decisive glimmer. He told me to fight, to get my undecided butt in the war. He told me to lance him. I don't even think he knew what he was asking, aside from making his mind go blank so he didn't suffer. Artorian shook his head at the thought of the elven's contorted face. "He was trapped in that body, so I did the thing you told me not to do, and I copied you. I pulled the ideas together and slapped my whole being into it, and then there it was, in my hand, the lance. I leapt and split the boy's unseen skull. In the distance, the Blight roared, and then with significantly less intelligence, it confirmed that I have been added to the menu." He continued soothing Rosewood as best he could, while Ember took the debriefing in stride. She kneaded her temples with her thumbs, still grumbling.
"I understand. I greatly dislike how it managed to get me. It completely disrupted my concentration, and my protections fell like a burned-out building. I'm so tired."
She sat down a moment and held her head, eyes locked on the fallen group of wood elves. Her voice cracked as she tried not to join Rosewood's emotional state.
"I'm sorry." "Go."
Rosewood released the human, her tears freezing and adding to the heavy snowfall.
"Go. I must tend to the fallen."
She began to gather up Sequoia's deadwood forms and spoke to the ancient and the human, no further. Ember squeezed Artorian's shoulders, which made him start walking. They parted without any further words. Not even a silent goodbye was noted as they gave Rosewood her wish, leaving her with the remains of her best friend. They walked in silence until they were long out of sight, entering another region and type of trees that weren't slowly dying, like all the sequoias were. When the snow stopped reaching them, dissolving above their heads, Artorian lifted a palm. He noticed that the effect was spreading around them in a growing radius as they went. The old man had a look at the mage. Ember was returning to proper colors, and the deep yellow attire they had been trying on was actually very pretty. Ginkgo leaves provided sharp contrast for her natural coloring. He inspected his own pink rhododendron and found that he had no complaints. Not that he would prod Rosewood to make changes even if he found flaws, not after that loss. While this wasn't the warmest garment, it sure was comfortable, and he looked pretty. Artorian pulled his satchel around to his hip, popping it open and pulling a flank-sized chunk of jerky free. There was nothing else to do, so he was going to eat his worries away. This meant that he had a full mouth when Ember asked him a question.
"You created a shaped aura and filled it with intent."
Artorian choked on his snack and hit himself on the chest, spitting it out rather than getting the food stuck in his throat. Choking was not a pleasant way to go, though compared to recent experiences, it would have been positively delightful. Yes, a little on the spot, but I applied the theorems you've been explaining. I didn't think it was going to strip the entirety of my external aura, but it did. I actually don't think I was fully present in the moment either. I seem to remember things from the perspective of the spear point." A soft hand harmlessly slapped him across the back of the head.
"Don't do that again. You're not suited for it."
He rubbed the back of his head and shrugged.
"I will do it if I have to. It's not like I had better options. The ranged options I learned from Cherry and Spruce would have drained all the essence out of me, and I would have had no chance to retrieve it. If anything, I believe I should be practicing the skill."
Ember stared him down.
"No."
Artorian threw his arms up.
"Why?"
The stare didn't end, but the walking pace had.
"It will consume you. Becoming the weapon is something a blade of war does only after they have understood the principles of the self. There is a chance to lose yourself entirely as you form the weapon. This is vastly dangerous, and winking out was a common problem for blades of war even in my day."
She was stalwart.
"You become that weapon, and if you can't pull yourself back, then when the weapon winks out from concentration loss, then so do you. The technique is great for conservation of energy, but it requires a century of careful preparation. We're not focusing on your external aura first because it can reform into a weapon. We are focusing on it because external aura is exempt from needing techniques or practical skills to be useful. It already has the form of a weapon."
She stomped off, making a show of it rather than zipping away at the mage speed she easily had at her disposal. She was frustrated, but wasn't about to leave him, not after the loss of an entire grove. Artorian kneaded the back of his head, seemingly unaware of how on edge she was feeling.
"But it's just, how can an external aura be a weapon without being reshaped into... like this?"
Ember shouted the words at him over her shoulder as she lost control of her roiling emotions. Trees occupying a conical area in front of her mouth conflagrated, cracked, fell over, and splintered as they were converted into ash. The wood burned to nothing before it ever hit the ground, and everything in her vicinity had its moisture sapped. Any tree, undergrowth, or similar material began to flake and turn to sooty dust as she became the bonfire. Her external aura was pulled tight around her body, and her mana fueled the power of the blaze. Hot, cyan-white flames seared the landscape without ever touching it. She devastated the surroundings as her rage built, and only when she'd gotten a hold of herself did the volcanic pyroclasm of her being sizzle and die out.
Oh no.
Her eyes went wide and she swayed on the spot. She'd lost control. Artorian must have been vaporized. Panic struck her as she turned on her heel and saw the old human standing there with both his hands raised, dumbstruck and with his mouth wide open. A thin red glow wobbled in a mist before him, a huge chunk of released auric fire essence sticking close to his skin. He wasn't unharmed, but he was alive and mumbling something.
Artorian, are you all right?
Artorian collapsed to his knees, still wide-eyed with his arms outstretched. His new clothes were in a sorry state, and he had a wicked sunburn with horribly chapped lips. Ember pressed her hands to his face and poured mana into her desires. She didn't use this particular configuration on others, and it was going to burn. Specifically, it was going to feel like a burn. As the effect rushed over Artorian, his face cleared up while healthy new skin grew. The damaged top layer flaked off as he took a breath, and he clung to her wrists as she breathed new life into his scorched being. He blinked a few moments later, wordlessly getting up when she let go. Without thought, he pulled free his water skin and downed the entire thing without pause.
Artorian?
So, he nodded, stowing the completely drained water source as he brushed himself clean. Ember looked him all over, concerned he was about to mention an injury she'd missed. Like rejects like. She frowned. Was he talking about basic essence interactions? Everyone knew that. Oh, if they'd been taught, they knew. Artorian had just figured out something she'd thought had been basic knowledge all this time, and he'd said it with the emphasis of a profound discovery. At least he was uninjured. Shouldn't he be furious? Fire can heal, it seems. Burned like dwarven brandy all the way down. Ember sighed, put her hands into her hair, and sat on a charred lump of coal that used to be a proud tree trunk.
Any essence can create any effect, given you know how. The side effects differ depending on which essence is used. Mana is no different in that regard, except that it is skewed to the idea it is latched to at an extreme. I can heal, I just didn't think I could.
Ember regarded her own hands in wonder. She'd never done that before to someone else. She was a weapon of war, a killer, an ender of lives. She did not linger in the medical tents or do more than light pyres for the fallen. This was a new application, and something in her spirit unfurled its wings. She could practically hear the sounds of a metal birdcage snapping apart with the new freedom she had found. Had he done that on purpose? Chapter 13. A lingering winter season later, Ember and Artorian crossed into the next grove's threshold. Baobab enthusiastically waved at them. The stoic mage seemed happy to see this wood elf, and the pace of her step increased. It made the old man groan, since travel was nothing but walking. His hand had been pressing against his hip for the last week. Could they just sit now? Ember called out when she was greeted by a familiar face.
You fire-resistant tard, how have you been?
Baobab laughed strong and deep as she approached, slapping the mage on the shoulder for effect.
Better than you sight for sore eyes. Give me a hug. I'll even pretend it sizzled.
The elf didn't know what to do when Ember actually went in for a hug. Sure, her arms had been wide open in invitation, but her questioning gaze weighed on Artorian. She wordlessly asked, "What the abyss?" when it actually happened. Ember had never done this in the several decades Baobab had known the mage. Artorian shrugged, his clothes replaced by a poorly shaped bearskin that covered what it needed to. "She's trying new things. Let it happen."
Olive, come look at this.
Another elf sprinted from the nearby canopy opening to where the group had gathered and stopped in his tracks to stare in stunned silence. Olive looked the most human of any wood elf Artorian had seen. The man had real hair, even if it appeared slicked back. Given how easily his fingers went through it when he held his head at the sight, Artorian guessed it was rather oily. No. See. No. See. No, I am dreaming. I am having the strange dreams again. Ember let Baobab go and nudged her with a fist. It was harmless, but Baobab moved a few inches regardless as she put up her dukes. She playfully winked at the mage and pressed her knuckles to the mage's cheek, making the sound effect. Puff! The fire soul chuckled, and Artorian raised his eyebrows at the reaction. Just a sandstorm of new experiences, this forest. Olive kept his hands in his, olive-colored hair. Pretty straightforward, that one. He needed a moment, but waved both his hands in front of his face and just shook off the shock. Later. Figure this out later. I have made the meals. Come. Ember slung her arm around Baobab and went along for the ride, whispering as they moved to catch up. Still just you. Baobab affirmed the guess with repeated nods. Still just me and Olive. Also, still only one of Olive. We're just not that popular to join. The saplings get free choice when they hit adulthood, and you know who the popular votes are. Artorian made an offhand guess as he followed them. Oak? The groan from Baobab and Olive was so loud and unchecked at the mention that both of them shared a cringe. Baobab pulled a face. Please, don't mention that awful name while you are in my grove, even if you're correct. The old man pressed no further and followed his nose more than the people. He'd caught the scent of food, and it smelled delicious, better than fried, charred, or other methods of preparation that involved meat. He was in a forest with elves. Where had the abyssal vegetables been? He sat down with Olive and asked a question that came to mind. Isn't Ember breaking the rules of the forest by killing live animals for food? Olive flatly regarded the human. We're going to do what about that exactly? The matter was considered and dropped. Fair point. Silly question. Ember's gonna be Ember. Olive agreed with a nod and served the human food as Artorian shoveled crudité into his mouth. Vegetables and fresh fruits. Oh, goodness, it was so good. He was eating with such vigor that he didn't even notice the other two join them. Baobab stared at him for a few minutes before even saying anything, captured by the view. How is he eating so much? Ember laughed and slapped the table. Someone decided to honeycomb his entire webway, locking off his center's ability to feed his meridians properly. Now he has to get all his nutrients the old-fashioned way, and he needs lots of them. Makes me wonder how he keeps so thin. She prodded a finger into his side, but after a small jump and shuffling away an inch, the eating just continued. Artorian was famished. Olive spoke over the crunching noises of the human eating him out of house and grove. We heard about Sequoia. Terrible thing. An update. The Blight has been avoiding groves in your path, so you should have a while? Ember nodded. She'd figured as much. I'm glad to be here. This was always one of my favorite groves. Baobab and Olive shared a surprised look. You've never told us that. The soup-slurping human dabbed his mouth clean with the edge of his bear skin and repeated himself after swallowing his current mouthful. She's trying new things. Ember mumble-grumbled, poking him harder at the embarrassment. The sound he made was animalistic, and he was on the ground after the yelp, firmly holding his side with a groan as she chided him. You big baby. The old man huffed in irritation and clambered back to his spot. Hothead! Ember wasn't playing this game. Old complainer that would be making actual progress if he wasn't trying little projects all the time. Artorian tried to bite back his words that popped into his mind, but they came out anyway. Blind, family-killing zealot! Ember stood up and stomped away through her seat. Pieces of stone launched outwards as the pulverized granite bench exploded into a cloud of stone dust. Unlike the old man, she was successfully biting back power and commentary, even as it rained down gravel. Both the tree spirits scrambled to get up. Olive pulled Artorian away while Baobab took off in a full run after her friend. Emby! Emby! Baobab caught up after half an hour, and that was while using forest movement tricks. Why did mages have to be so blazing fast? The wood elf found Ember face down and holding her knees, crumpled against a tree in misery. She sat down next to the fire soul and wrapped her arms around Ember's neck, simply holding her. The burning indent Ember was making in the tree left a significantly singed outline behind. Bayo wasn't afraid to get burned, which would have been a sizable concern for most others.
"Talk to me."
Ember made a weak sound. It didn't sound like speech.
"Don't make me do the thing. You know I will."
Another muffled sound escaped Ember, and Bayo narrowed her eyes. She shuffled around, kneeled, and pressed their foreheads together.
"Emby, you absolute brat."
The mage snapped her eyes open as Bayo yelled right into Ember's mind. This was a specialty of hers. It needed physical connection, but the invasion still sent a burning shrill up Ember's spine as the heat in their vicinity spiked. After all, she was C-ranked, and Ember was a mage. Bayo may have been fine, but a few blinks later, and Ember realized she'd once again turned her surroundings into a charred wasteland. Bayo brushed some excess flame from her shoulder. There were benefits to being fireproof, with some well-placed essence.
"Talk to me."
Ember held the wood elf's hands in her own to squeeze.
I thought we were over it. I thought it was the end of it. I just can't handle these reminders of my constant failures. I can't, Bibi. I just can't. The Blight whispers it to me any time I try to sleep. Any time I rest my eyes, it's there, reminding me. I can't deal with it in my waking moments as well.
Baobab pulled Ember closer to hold, rubbing the back of her head like the supportive mother she was.
"We all fail, Emby. Then we get back up."
The mage didn't have a response, simply resting her head against Bibi as she was held.
"I'm so tired. Mages aren't supposed to need sleep."
The elf nodded and pressed her neck onto Ember's face to obscure her vision.
"Take a nap. It's safe. I'll be here with my mind shield. Take a nap."
She didn't get a response from Ember, and didn't need one. The fire soul had passed her limit, and passed out. Sighing in quasi-relief, Baobab touched foreheads with her friend. Bibi extended the same protection she used to keep the Blight's mental sting away from herself. A moment later, the mental waves they made in the forest ceased rippling. The Blight swelled. It combined, converged, wailed, and swarmed to the area Artorian occupied. With the complete lack of presence the main defender exuded, the roaring mental predator hissed its doubt attacks forwards. Hundreds of Blight forms howled mental cries as the phantom smog roiled forwards and pushed towards Olive's grove. "Like this, you said?" Olive smiled at Artorian's query, nodding with crossed arms as he watched the onslaught of tarry darkness crash through the grove's barrier. The tsunami wave of black smoke hungrily descended, impatient to fall upon its prey.
"Mm-hmm. I really hope this works."
The academic winked at him.
"I needed a chance to test this."
The Blight collapsed on the grove's sanctum, swallowing both the figures, for a bare moment, before detonating from the inside. Repeatedly, the bubbling smoke continued to crash on a piece of space that didn't fill in properly. The raging, half-witted phantom Blight didn't care about that minor detail. It needed only to engulf the prey, then overpower it with mental screams, visions of repetitive torment and perpetual failure. It needed to seed doubt, and when a crack had formed in the consciousness, it would feast. Rays of light pierced through the collapsing, ashen dome of darkness again and again. The roiling form swallowed up every opening made. All available empty space was to be consumed, and the wailing phantoms continued to crash into the grove's sanctum. "Neat!" Olive's voice was peppy as he watched the show from inside the spectacle. He had to shield his eyes from the living light bulb, but couldn't hide his happiness in the slightest at seeing this menace get just wrecked. Artorian had learned, something he did quickly and efficiently. His impromptu defense against Ember's burning outbursts had led him to ask himself a few simple questions. He could create different visual effects when cycling essence types to his eyes. Were mechanisms the same if he added those combinations to his aura? Would they stack? So it was that the combination for Starlight Essence had been thrown into his aura, slapped together by near pure will. His external auric network wasn't built in the slightest, and had no defined shape or form. He had expected that there would be some effect, but wow, the result was flashy. Literally flashy, as the starlight combination living in his aura lit him up like a beacon that radiated a single defining order: erase. With the phantom blight being all identity, mind, and thought, there was no resistance as the light continually punched through and lanced away its intended target. Olive wasn't affected in the slightest. His physical form and personal aura were barely dented by the luminescent oomph Artorian was putting out. The Blight, a being that had never needed to defend itself, couldn't comprehend why the attempts at consuming kept failing. The Blight could not reach the center of the grove. While tendrils of it got close, any that touched the light twisted in on itself and disintegrated. Direct contact with this aura made entire cloud forms of tarry smog vanish as they ventured in to grapple the old academic. Artorian was sweating by the time there was so little Blight left that the remainder fizzled away into the surroundings. He fell on his tushy, then released the effect by pulling all the refined essence back into himself. Olive sat next to him, and the duo clapped hands together above their heads. A proper high five.
Please tell me you didn't piss off the fire soul just to pull this scheme.
Artorian sat back and pulled some cooked vegetables out of his pouch. Olive looked at the food.
When did you even sneak those in there? Would it make you feel better if I said I didn't try to anger her, that it was thoughtless action? So you did do it on purpose,
Olive groaned.
Why?
The old man shrugged.
Because she was right. I've been dawdling. I've been so obsessed with other things. Focusing on the matter at hand hasn't been possible for me. Until Sequoia, I don't believe my heart was truly in the fight. I have some differences with Ember that I need to properly address, and she has some things she needs to come clean about. We can't both continue half-heartedly muddling our way through this, mulling along pretending there isn't a problem. For all the hate that girl has for politics, she sure likes to use it to hide her pain.
Artorian took a seat on the non-wrecked bench.
We need a proper clean slate, don't we, Ember?
Olive didn't understand why he referenced someone that wasn't here, then realized he couldn't feel Baobab. He jumped up to frantically look around, then found Ember and Bao at the grove's edge, just by turning around. The fire soul's arm was around Baobab, and it looked like they'd gotten over here in a hurry. Too late to help, but not too early to miss the old man's venting. Artorian scooted to the right and tapped the empty space on the bench next to him.
Sit. Let's talk.
Chapter 14. The seat remained empty. Ember stood there, conflicted. The notion of a schism was a topic neither the ancient mage nor the wood elves were willing to broach. Bao whispered under her breath,
We could go for a walk, Firesp.
Even though she was fireproof, the red flames that raced over her bark silenced Bao.
Don't call me that. I'm not the aspect of fire. I'm sick and tired of all the bootlicking.
Bao clamped her mouth shut while Ember stared daggers at the old man. Her grip on the wood elf's shoulder tightened, but nothing shattered, even though it sounded like Bao was about to lose an arm.
How long have you known?
Ember was trying to find stability, her voice wavering, regardless of her abundant power. Artorian just shrugged and pushed an acorn around on the table.
For the same length of time that I haven't been taking things seriously.
Ember squeezed her free hand into a fist.
So, the whole time.
Artorian leaned forwards on the table and laced his fingers together.
The whole time.
Released with a sizzle, Bao marched straight to Olive, took him by the elbow, and kept on marching without a second glance behind them. Not risking that again. Nope. Nuh-uh. Not doing it. Ember was the human's problem now. The bench next to Artorian depressed as the mage sat down on it. Something about mages and mystery weight just kept making him want to ask questions, but that was a conversation for another time.
You passed out.
Amber slid into a pose to copy the old man. Comfort wasn't a luxury she had right now, and she was far too weary to play anything akin to the likes of games.
I did.
Thought you said you had that handled.
Amber grunted in response. It meant I did. She just didn't want to repeat herself.
So, what happened?
The old man's pointed questions were bothersome. She could just walk away, right now. Then she remembered that she couldn't. She had to stay near the old man to protect...
Did you kill Blight?
Artorian mimicked her earlier grunt just to get back at her, and for a moment he saw Tibbins in her face. That irritable expression was just so uncanny. He let out a sizable sigh and thought it best to set the direction of the conversation.
I do my best learning when I've seen an example, have been explained the theorem, and then am left to my own devices to develop something out of it.
He leaned back a touch.
My methods may not be perfect, but I relish in figuring it out for myself. I've been stuck with you every day for nearly a year. I lost count of the time along the way. I can't look at you and not be reminded of, well, you know. It's been hampering my progress, and it's certainly why I've been so aloof and difficult to work with. I know you're just trying to help, but there are days where I don't want to hear your voice, much less be around you.
Amber swallowed. That bit deeper than she thought it would. A pressure around her heart cramped, and she didn't understand it.
I thought you had forgiven.
The long beard nodded.
I am certainly trying to. You're not making it easy. Granted, I apologize for making you storm off earlier. That was unkind of me. I also didn't expect Olive to be such a clever boy and see that it was intentional.
The fire mage squeezed her hands together in stress and displeasure.
So, it was on purpose then?
Artorian opened up about his inner plans.
It's not a secret or hidden fact that the Phantom Blight tries to mob me when you're not around, and I really needed you not to be around. I've been dying to try things without you telling me I should stop. That's all you do to things that aren't exactly on target. You tell me to stop, and I can't fight you on it. It's stifling. I'm a creative soul. I make things, test them, and, abyss, I even enjoy some of the failures. You don't know how to let me be. You also don't know how to be honest with yourself, and I don't know which of the two currently bothers me more.
Amber looked away.
I'm honest with myself.
A very accusing and disbelieving tisk was given as a retort.
Are you? Are you really? Miss, I'm just fine, and collapses in the middle of talking. Lady, I can't be ambushed, yet totally got ambushed. You've been keeping the worries of centuries locked in a box, and now that box is cracked. Things keep leaking out, and any time I try and nudge the conversation to open up about it, you throw the door in my face and sulk in your fortress.
Amber crossed her arms and moved one of her legs across the other, her facial expression unpleasant.
I do not sulk. I am a strong
fire soul.
Artorian filled in the pointed detail before she had a chance to shell up. The hot flames that poured from her skin licked the stone table and oozed down her arms and legs with the consistency of pitch.
Do not call me. Why?
Artorian was standing to avoid the burning table, but had at the same time thrown the acorn he'd been fiddling with down upon it. It crashed into the stone and popped, dissolving in the fire.
You expect me to follow along, but you tell me nothing. It takes months to get a story or explanation out of you that isn't loop, twist, loop, move that bit of essence, or that's still crooked. Anything that isn't a direct reference to something we're doing in the now because we need to do it then. Why is the title a bother? I call you Ember. Make them call you that as well. It's the name you asked me to use.
He laid his hand on her shoulder after the pitch had cooled to a sooty gray.
You refuse to sleep. You're exhausted all the time. You try and carry every burden. You've convinced yourself you're the only one that can solve the problem, and in doing so, you've prevented me from actually solving it. You're cross with everything, and I mean everything. What's eating you, Ember?
She grumbled, but didn't shake his hand away. In fact, she sat perfectly still in order to not shake it off.
You mean aside from the Phantom Blight?
Artorian nodded and empathized.
We can start there if you like. It's gotten to me too, you know.
She frowned, turned, and faced him enough to be seated closer. Her discomfort could be discerned through the shifting movements of her hands. It was clear that she couldn't decide what to do with them.
It shouldn't be getting to you. My barrier—
Tut, tut, tut now.
She fell silent and actually looked at him. He was such a thin, frail, old-looking thing. He would break in a soft breeze, or if she sneezed in his vicinity.
It's you, Ember. You're the source of my discomfort, and the Blight is making that worse. You've made a part of me vulnerable because I can't cope with the regret I am trying not to bury and lock away. That's not me, not anymore. I understand it's taxing to deal with something day in and day out, but unless we get to air those grievances, they're only going to fester. When they do so, the Phantoms win. Do you want the Phantoms to win?
The fire mage again balled her hands into fists, her frown one of dissatisfied anger. She most certainly did not want them to win. That message was clear as day in her body language.
I thought not.
Artorian held Ember's shoulder as she calmed, and the flames briefly prickling her frame dissolved. He gripped her tightly and tugged. He couldn't budge her if she didn't want to move, so it was a nice surprise when she leaned in. He shifted to properly sit next to her, not letting go as he held her in support.
I believe in your strength, lass, but it's not your power holding you back. It's not. Don't give me that face. Be honest. Get it off your chest. Why is the name the Woodies use such a bother? What's really going on? You're going to keep collapsing like this, and I don't want to see it. Tell an old man another story.
Ember shrugged.
Which one?
Artorian beamed a smile at her.
Yours.
A shiver passed over the mage. Wasn't he upset with her? She darn well knew he was forcing himself in order to make the corners of her own mouth turn up a little, but the support was needed. The direct approach he'd used worked for her, but the burden of what she finally needed to say was too heavy. Ember felt as if bile gathered in her throat when she spoke about herself.
I am Asilian Yaran, daughter to a murdered father, wife to a butchered husband, and mother to none that live. I am army slayer, kingdom flayer, blessed of fire, and eternal blade of war. I am the pursuer of the fire soul, ascended in waiting to the spiritual flame, and archon of destruction. As one of the fading fires, the embers of that which remains, as all else turns to ash, I took Ember as my name.
She swallowed.
I took the name to remind myself that this is all that's left for a warrior who spent her entire life, easily a dozen centuries, locked in perpetual war. I possess no useful skills other than those demanded by cultivation, and the last candles of my life flicker as I stand by, waiting for a door that will never open.
Since this was usually where people ran away from her, Ember grew quiet for a contemplative moment. A squeeze on her shoulder put her at ease. It was odd how such a small touch could do so much.
As a blade of war, I cannot rest in a battle when the enemy remains unvanquished. This particular enemy eats at my thoughts. It knows of my losses and shows them to me again and again. As a result, the phantoms find room in my barriers to seep through and assail me. No amount of my fire can burn away a mind, and sleep brings only night haunts. I had told the wood elves I would defeat this blight for them, as there is no task other than endless fighting which suits me. While I know all there is to know about fire and flame, I possess not even a flicker that can finish this foe.
She reached for her spatial pouch, pulling free her own water skin to take a drink. Artorian instinctively moved some essence to his aura and began to emit a soft, calming glow. He didn't notice that it cleaned the surroundings while also adding to the illumination. Ember did, but said nothing. His fatigue was being stripped away, and some minor scrapes knitted themselves together as starlight aura built on his being. The last time Ember had begun to drink water, phantoms had been about.
It is one of my failures to have been unable to deal with this, though it pales in comparison to the dread I feel that I am unable to ascend to the spiritual rank and become the fire soul.
Artorian nodded as she spoke. He didn't follow the details, but they'd come.
Why is that?
Ember felt calmer, soothed. She didn't pay much attention to the warm glow the old man was giving off, but speaking no longer felt as if the words were being punched out of her stomach.
As an ascended, there is only so far up one can go. Pursuing the path of power is a minor benefit to what the end goal brings. I have told you before that laws are representations of ideas, and those that bind themselves to such laws reinforce them. For every law, there can be a single embodiment of that idea per rank. One at the S rank, then another at double S, and one at triple S. A person who is so intrinsically bound to the idea that they and the idea are essentially the same. What the person learns is added to the law. Each person seeking to pursue that law must now become aware of all new content the law has, for them to reach the apex. It is a self-cycling process of learning, where both the world and the people connected to it form a symbiotic relationship with the goal of understanding.
She took another drink and passed it over to Artorian, who did the same.
At the apex of the ascended stage, which is where I have been for a very long time, I await to step into the position of that embodiment. The axiom of the idea. My essence is purely fire, and I am bound to the fire essence law at the very base of the tower. The fire soul is where I would have ended up had someone else not already been in the position. Staying on top of the new information the law requires for me to remain at the zenith is simple. Yet, since it was my ancient vow to fill that position, and given that age is not something one considers once at my stage, I fear I will never be able to hold my vow.
Artorian took her hand in his and squeezed.
Who did you make the vow for?
Ember tried not to cry, a colossal regret surfacing. Her face may have tried to remain still as stone, but the vapor lines that rose as her tears came and evaporated were plain to see.
I had 4 children. 3 were lost before the 4th graced me. The last was born with a temper and a strong will, but she was born far too early. The shaman said she was a mighty thing with a fiery spirit, a real fire soul. My little one died in my arms a few hours after, and I couldn't bear it. My heart broke. I promised my little one that if she wasn't going to be able to fulfill her namesake, her mother would.
Ember squeezed Artorian's hands back, breaking down hard as her face cracked and memories flooded her. She wept and wept, held by an old grandfather in the middle of a forest too vast to measure, as the opportunistic darkness once again collapsed around them. Chapter 15. Blight exploded from retaliatory fury. The Blight could do nothing, absolutely nothing. While the glow on Artorian had dimmed, the intensity of the lances it faced had strengthened in turn. None would interrupt this important moment of development for Ember. Artorian wouldn't let even the world interfere during these precious minutes as he piled and piled Starlight Combination essence into his aura while silent tears rolled down his cheeks. Such pain. This is what the Blight had been torturing her with? That monster. Artorian was a mixture of sympathetic empathy and calm rage. He didn't request the essence to take a certain identity. He flooded it with his perspective and his emotions. See and understand. Feel and understand. In the great clock of the universe, a gear began to click. If Starlight was too generic, too uncertain, too unwilling to decide on the features it was supposed to have, then he would knock on the sky and make the axiom pay attention. Starlight improves. He took the aspects he'd seen so far and pushed the mental image of the story Ember had just told him into the essence combination. A story of something that should never come to pass. His encompassing aura lanced all around as he poured himself into it, shouting loud, not with his voice, but with the very essence of his being. That which was dirty, be cleansed. That which caused hurt, fade. That which fell to harm, become restored. The light erupting from Artorian dimmed completely as the complexity of it scaled upward, dipping into a spectrum not visible to the naked eye. A type of light that pierced solids and cared nothing for barriers. The effects he deemed necessary punched into the essence's feedback mechanism. There were no mages of his type. No law of starlight flickered in the tower. No node other than the one of the correct essence combinations even made a blip in the great ascension webway. Yet higher, much, much higher, a law took notice as an old man caused it to resonate. A law that did not accept needless suffering, one that did not bend to pressure, one that felt the scream of a scion and was touched by the intent it howled into the void. Starlight would erase first, no more. Starlight would welcome and soothe. Gaining the understanding that it should flee, the masses of roiling, smoky tar found themselves boxed in by pyroclastic walls containing the embodiment of burn. For the first time, Blight felt fear. This idea rippled through the twitchy, spastic cloud. Responding, the mass threw itself against the wall of flame. Even though it seemed solid, the Calogene found gaps and splits to push itself through. Ember's sizzling, tear-stained face burned as her outstretched hand caused centrifuges of ebon-orange flame to swarm through the dark, devouring the masses even as they picked at her mind and screamed the exposed memories back at her. She would have fallen there and then had an unseen light not kept her propped up. a bright warmth that chipped away at her horde of fatigue. Artorian crumpled in on himself, gritting his jaws as his aura itself was racked with pain as something went through a qualitative change. He had no idea what was going on outside his own head as his hand blindly gripped tight on Ember's, squeezing it to draw out all the comfort in the world, even as she encircled and entrapped enemy positions. She dragged the phantom into the thought-obliterating area of effect that Artorian's invisible aura created. The blight beautifully exploded in vivacious rainbows when it came in contact with the aura. It was easy for her to remember the rough size and shape the effect extended to, even if the old man's aura itself remained plastered within a thin layer on his frame. All those core cultivation improvements were paying off. While Ember's fire still couldn't vanquish the phantoms, and their attacks were creating gaps to escape through, this was a turning point in the forest's Cold War. Their experiences had been that Ember could barely hold the blight off, resulting in vague victories even as more and more were lost in the fight. At the destruction of the last remaining blight cloud, both Artorian and Ember collapsed on the carbonized grass. Artorian was heaving as he pulled back the monstrous amounts of starlight essence he had invested. Ember's vision swam from the torrent of mental and emotional trauma. Up until that point, she hadn't really felt like living anymore. She'd been going through the gray days like going through the motions of a well-practiced gray dance. Blind, rote, and mechanical. Her fire had been weak, not that anyone could tell. The severe apathy had slanted her ability to keep the clear mental image in her head. This had impaired the requisite fine control over her mana. The mage's power had suffered as a result. Now she felt like a part of the sky had cleared. It had, in fact, actually cleared, both due to the fire making quite the sizable holes in the canopy and the heat differential that had pushed all the clouds away. All that the physical representation did was help her mental state. Today marked her first real victory over the blight, a solid win. She hadn't known just how badly she'd needed one of those. A long struggle, finally at a turning point. A losing battle tipped over the crux of the knife's edge, and not in the direction she thought it was going to be. Olive and Baobab pushed open a part of the charred forest floor like a trapdoor. Both of their heads poked up and out of it in surprise.
"We're alive?"
Bao stated the obvious. Olive breathily mouthed the words they were both thinking.
"We won."
Baobab, not being one for subtlety, pulled herself from the underground bunker and screamed to the sky, fists punching the air.
"We won!"
She stopped when half-amused chuckling erupted from an on-the-ground Ember who didn't seem to know whether to cry or smile. She was doing both. Olive helped the human up, but no amount of pats to the cheek were waking him. The old man had passed out from essence overuse. That's what it looked like at a glance, at least. He'd be fine after some rest. Rest they could finally afford to take.
"What happened?"
Bao helped the mage up, though really it was Ember getting herself up. Ember moved to wipe her face off, but all the grime had already bubbled and disincorporated. Only the fresh lines of tears were there to be wiped away. The rest had been erased into free-floating essence.
"Old man knocked on the sky, some blight came by and decided to die."
The wood elf stared in wonder and pointed at the man Olive was tending to.
"Him."
Ember nodded.
"I just acted to lock down the area, but my control was lacking. I need to build it back up, and I'm not sure I know how."
Olive perked up, a hand sticking in the air to get their attention. "Actually, I might have an idea on that, but—" Ember quirked a brow at him. The waves coming from Artorian's aura, which he hadn't managed to break apart fully before conking out, were still soothing her.
"We have to go see a weed."
It was a new day when Artorian awoke. He was comfortable, lying in a pile of petals and thick furs. The smell was divine, and he mumbled something while smacking his lips and rolling over. His eyes snapped open. This was not where he'd gone to bed. In fact, he'd not gone to bed at all. A quick glance at the sky confirmed his suspicion. Yup, new ceiling. Always with the new ceilings. Still, he stretched wide, and his bones popped pleasantly. Ooh, that had been a good one. He was inside some kind of hollow, and strips of beaded cloth hung over an opening that he guessed must lead outside. A musk hung in the air, but given he'd slept on animal rugs, he ignored it. The sound of conversation filtered in. Without further ado, he got up and wandered over. Odd. He felt the need to bathe, but he wasn't dirty. Pressing his way through the beaded curtain, the smells of a feast tickled his nose. What a scrumptious gathering of flavor! Hordes of wood elves were all around. They kept to their little gathered circles, but there was a far greater sense of, what was the word he needed? Civilization? There was furniture and handmade products, rugs and carved kitchen supplies, ceramic plates and ivory mugs gathered together on the edge of a polished wooden table. Wait, a wooden table? That seemed odd, the same as if he were to build a house out of human bodies. A great majority of the wood elves he could sort of pick out based on the bark skin they had. That crass one was clearly pine. Those chocolate-veneered ones over there were definitely cocobolo. He brushed by Red Heart and Walnut, excusing himself as he went to find a familiar face. Upon bumping into Rosewood, she turned to regard him with a smile.
Human, so nice to see you. I had a question.
Her bloomy, bubbly smile was infectious, and it was returned. Oh, certainly. Ask away. Rosewood fluttered her lashes at him.
Where are the clothes I made for you?
Artorian felt cold dread creep along his spine and looked around for help. Oh, would you look at the time? Let me go find out for you. He ran away in a rush, dashing between groups of wood elves, dodging plates and ducking beneath drinking cups. He saw another beaded curtain against one of the thick trees and glanced over his shoulder to see Rosewood marching through the crowd like a sweetly smiling bulldozer. She was gaining ground. Well, nothing ventured. He jumped through the opening and tumbled down onto more animal skin rugs with an oof. The hollow was filled with smoke, and he coughed immediately. Attempting to clear it, he waved a hand in front of his face. It didn't help in the slightest. A fresh stream of smoke puffed into the air.
See, friends, I told you he would find his way here.
A voice filled with purest relaxation called out. The 4 wood elves each occupied a different cardinal direction in the room and were adorned with beads and a variety of crystals. Olive coughed and handed a device over to Ember, who held the strange contraption in her hands. Not knowing what to do with the thing, she sat cross-legged on a pillow now that their human had arrived. Is that a pillow? Artorian's eyes widened and his hand stretched out towards it. Could I, please? Olive followed the gaze and didn't know if the human was reaching for Ember's behind or what she was sitting on. This smoke was getting to him, and he just couldn't begin to care. Loudly giggling at the thought with a stupid grin on his face, Olive fell over into the fluff just to run hands over and feel it. Such divine texture. The beads clinked as Rosewood pushed her way through, her noses upturned as high as they could go while remaining socially acceptable. It was pretty high.
Oh, of course they'd find you.
The 4 elves in cardinal directions smiled and passed around something that went puff. Ember stared at a completely gone Olive, who was now entranced by the floor as he lay next to a loud, snoring baobab. This stuff apparently had different effects depending on who breathed it in. Still, Olive had made an odd suggestion to come here. Who would find me, Rosewood? Artorian raised a brow, wanting an explanation of a few things that had happened in the last few minutes.
A blessing to meet you, spirit of starlight.
The 4 elves took a deep inhale of the cloudy smoke, then passed over their strange metal contraptions.
I am Oak.
Artorian sat and joined the ring of people. It was better than getting dragged away by a mad designer that wanted you to stand still for days on end. He wasn't very good at that. What did they think? That he was made of wood? Ah, well met, Oak. I've heard about you in passing. Pardon the question, but why is nobody fond of you? Rosewood joined in as well. She wasn't leaving without her mannequin to model her new line of flower robes. Oak exhaled a stream of smoke from their noses in unison, all smiles.
Oh, I don't worry about such details, my friend. I just go with the flow and don't resist change. Unlike the other denizens, I trade with the caravans and those on the forest's edge. My trees hold great value to them, and my groves are vast. What is but a few of my forms in comparison to the luxuries of an old home? I would rather live in comfort than squalor. Perhaps my kin take exception to that."
The northern elf reached behind her and tossed Artorian a pillow. The old man snatched it up and burrowed his face into it right away.
"I see that you are a spirit of refined taste as well. I know why you've come, but it seems no one has explained it to you."
She veered off a moment, attention splitting, as if she'd just noticed the new set of wood elves were present.
"Rosewood, pleasure to see you. Please join us. It'll inspire you for that dazzling creation of yours. That ginkgo leaf line was just, oh, wow, a real stunner."
Rosewood took the odd metal device and sucked in a breath through a connected pipe, placated by the myriad of compliments that clearly suited someone of her stature. Upon exhaling the thick fog, all of Rosewood's bodies slumped back and relaxed with a group-timed sigh.
"See? Nothing like some pleasant, relaxing herbs from your good neighbor, Oak."
One of the elves winked at Artorian, who had plunked his pillow next to Ember for safety. He was worlds happier already, even if breathing was difficult and his eyes stung.
"So, what's going on? Why the big commotion?"
Amber leaned over to fill Artorian in.
"Mahogany explained it to me years ago as follows. Because of the unique method of cultivation the wood elves follow, it is their skill and control over their essence that takes precedence. So they have external means to help with this. The big commotion outside is just the beginning. Many wood elves will gather in Oak's Grove, both because we are here and, as I understand it, Oak has the room for it. Something about an unsavory topic, trees being cleared and such."
Another billow of sharp-scented smoke burned Artorian's big nose, and his eyes watered at the scent. A normal person might have been fine, but as a cultivator with opened meridians and senses sharpened to the point where he could correctly identify a type of cheese at 100 paces, this was strong. Oak giggled at the sight, unbothered at her private congregation's difficulties.
"Olive filled me in, man. You're good. Oak is here to lend a helping branch."
The elf closest to Artorian handed over the metal contraption, which he could now properly identify as a water hookah, a type of smoking device.
"This here is a hookah. It burns stuff that you inhale, and depending on what you use as a base, has differing effects. The good stuff wood elven cultivators use is what we were told to offer you. When using the tool as such, this is a cultivation hookah."
Ember laid a hand on the old man and prevented him from trying it, having not done it herself either. First, she explained.
"When using Oak's special blend of base material, the hookah slows down essence particle reactions. This has severe effects on the physical body."
Oak tapped both sides of her temples.
"It's all in the mind, man. Circulation slows, control increases. It makes essence do my favorite thing. Relax. This makes essence more pliable at the cost that it's slower. Extended use of the hookah makes this interaction gradually more permanent. So, at the cost that utilizing bodily essence won't be a swift process, your control over it vastly increases."
The wood elves all leaned forwards, pressing a hand to their knees as they winked.
"What do you say? Want to give it a try?"
Chapter 16. Ember and Artorian sat back to back in one of Oak's cleared fields. Night had fallen, and it was dark even with lack of canopy. Both moons hung high in the sky, and crickets could be heard along with other forest dwellers as nocturnal species came out to play.
"Are we sure about this?"
Artorian was hesitant, holding one of the tubes of a very packed hookah. Whole plates of lavish food and multiple ivory containers with water were piled near him. His little issue of not having his meridians fed due to his honeycomb webway had done the rounds of gossip like dry brush wildfire. It was amusing how similar that behavior was to normal small communities. He felt Ember shrug against him.
"For me, the downside of this is non-existent. As a mage, my mana flows are immediate and ever-present. Slowing them down won't actually do anything, if the blend in this tool can do it at all. I'm willing to give the aspect of control a try, as I think it would be helpful for me. So I am doing this."
Artorian cleared his throat and stared at the flute end in his hand.
Well, I can't let you go through this alone, so I'll be on the journey with you. The maid nodded against his back.
For you, this is a sizable decision. Your cultivation technique is a beautiful gyroscopic sun core. You've done extremely well finalizing the proper measures, densities, and details. It runs smoothly and in an aesthetically pleasing ergonomic fashion. It's a shame we can't finalize the binding or the trapping principle, but honestly, what you have functions well enough.
The old man relished the praise, but knew the downside was coming as Olive filled in some details.
Since your technique isn't solidified, you rely on cellular conductivity to transfer your essence. Using your body as a transfer medium will become all but impossible. At least in a sense, it might still be useful in situations where you can spend hours of time on whatever you're trying to do. Anyone that sees the essence moving through your body is going to laugh at you.
Olive ground thumbs into his forehead. He was clearly speaking from experience.
Had you a solidified core and your essence had transferred to moving purely across your essence circulatory system, then the movements of the energy would have felt immediate, crisp. Using this tool with such a system would have dropped it back down to the speed you are currently using. It's a sizable demerit. You will be entirely dependent on your aura to get anything done, at least until you ease into your C rank.
Artorian sighed acceptingly. Mulling it over, he played with the hookah tube in his hands. He was still on the fence about following through with it, even if he'd said he would.
I heard it was called breaking into a rank, and that it was quite painful.
Ember took the first inhale, exhaling a sizable, stark white cloud after a moment.
You will not have that experience. Your cultivation setup, as you keep increasing in power, will allow you to make the shift gradually. Merely expect to feel like you have indigestion, and that a whole rank's worth of cultivation will get sucked away to complete the solidification, so long as your core remains at its current size. I believe even entering the Tower of Ascension may feel like a dream to you. If you feel such an event looming, prepare yourself in an essence-rich environment. That journey will drain everything from both you and your surroundings as you climb. I suggest bonding to an easily reached tier, but I have the feeling that is not what you intend. Be safe, my friend.
Artorian felt a tingling rush. She'd never called him by a title other than his name, species, or some off-the-wall comment on something silly he'd done. This was nice, and he smiled as he took the first puff. When the mixture hit his lungs, he snorted and was sucked into his cultivation technique. With the exposed stars and bright moonlight, his center smoothly blazed and sparkled. The space within his center hazed over as the smoke in his lungs transferred its effect nearly immediately, moving along his essence and meridian pathways like a boat dipping into a river. He knew Ember had said it, but wow, talk about slow. His essence didn't feel like it hit the brakes a little. It felt like he was operating in a different frame of time altogether. The experience either felt like he was incredibly fast, or everything else was just languishing along. He started to stress-eat from all the differences. Heavens, this food was tasty. Too much of this, and he'd get a taste for the finery of cuisine. A dangerous thing in a civilization-devoid forest.
Ooh, that's strong. Whew!
He coughed out the smoke and felt his eyes water and redden.
I thought you said it was going to slow down a little, not turn into a slug race.
He looked over his shoulder, his jaw dropping as he lost all ability to speak. Ember was giving off an aurora of warm light. The borealis that poured from her being appeared as a translucent mass of pure liquid crystal. It traversed on the wafts of exhale she let free in controlled breaths, shifting between one milky color to another as her body gained transparency.
How can I see through you?
Ember was peaceful and spoke with patient calm. It unsettled him.
I'm altering my body presence.
She blinked a moment. That was going to need an explanation, and her words floated on the auroras that hung around her.
There are 3 parts to presence: inner presence, body presence, and external presence. The 2 we haven't touched before translate in aura terms as your meridians, and the overall body and outer skin, including muscle and bone. When infused with essence and rebuilt, each part will function significantly better. Pre-ascension, building inner presence will vastly increase your health, vitality, disease and poison resistance, and recovery time. Building body presence improves your strength, agility, resilience, and other bodily functions.
That wasn't going to be enough for the academic. She could visualize him asking about what happened after, even if it was far too early for such lessons.
Post-ascension, those improvements will seem so minor that you'll wonder what the point had been. When someone becomes a mage, inner, body, and external presences merge. They become one, forming true presence, as there will no longer be a difference between them once concept-bound. This change is in large part responsible for the naming confusion. Presence may work the same, but the distinctions of the body just no longer matter. Having practiced knowledge of the initial differences remains useful, as it means considerably increased control. Such knowledge will also assist in becoming used to the new frame you're now living in. Expect having to relearn how to walk.
Convinced that this explanation was sufficient in her hazy concentration, she sunk back into her control practice. Speaking listlessly, she said,
Explaining as a pre-ascension cultivator, I am currently balancing my inner and body presence to sync and alter, so I may more optimally benefit from the effect we are experiencing. With slower movement of energy, there is increased control. We have more time to work with essence and mold it to where we need it to be. Post-ascension, it moves more easily if I tune myself in the process. A body of flesh, even mimicked, is just not the best conductor for the energy. Altering is a work requiring painful precision, as I am changing body composition. This change is similar to what you did by ripping your external aura from yourself and forming it into a weapon. It's useful for a set purpose, and best used temporarily so it does not become permanent. So, don't go trying to copy me just yet.
Her shoulder moved and playfully nudged him. It felt like a statue of clear quartz crystal, rather than flesh, had bumped against him. Changing your body? What a thrilling concept. Artorian thought this an excellent opportunity to ask a question that had just been itching to be asked.
Does this include body density and weight?
The Zen-like statue slowly nodded. It took her entire upper body to do so with all the crystallization. The old man high-fived himself. Success. Everyone else just saw him randomly clap.
I've said it before. When you become a cultivator, you replace yourself with energy. You surrender what you used to be. Your humanity, my elvenhood. Instead, one becomes formed of the energy that has replaced you. I am not an elf, so much as I am a creature that is elven-shaped, with elven features and elven behaviors. If I choose to form myself as crystalline, then I am crystalline. If I wish to reduce my density, I can. If I wish to not fully be physically present in the world, I can. It is a measure of method and practice, skill and patience. A body of flesh is one of convenience and social convention. Few wish to show themselves as the monster they know they could be, instead clinging to the life they cherish most.
As usual, when it came to sublime, profound lectures, Artorian said nothing and simply listened.
On the path of the ascended, you build your body with pathways that are replaced by greater energy as you progress. After solidification, you will build your meridians again.
She smiled and nudged him again, far more solid.
You did this with your eyes, far too early.
The old man grumbled, but didn't interrupt further.
The same will be done with the body. When all three presences are essence infused and rebuilt in full form and shape, you have constructed the mold that you will fill with mana when you ascend. Only parts of you that have been rebuilt with essence can be affected by mana.
Ember's face turned sour.
This is why most elves are so thin and graceful in appearance. They have chosen to only build the parts of themselves that still have use for when they become mages. They are very aware that any form they build will become the form they take. This gives great versatility per how they wish their appearance, and those haughty high elves take full advantage of this knowledge to show off with their ears. Idiots.
Artorian chuckled, not trying to stop the laugh. He rather liked it when Ember let her true feelings on something free. Those were the kind of complaints she didn't make often enough for his liking. It gave her character. This hookah thing was great, and had been worth that platinum mine of information alone.
Good one. I wonder why Oak is so set on this particular blend.
It was Ember's turn to be amused.
You didn't notice? Oak was in sync, but his consciousnesses were very individual. I think that this blend affects not just Essence's normal behavior, but interrupts the forced connection wood elves have in their gestalt consciousnesses, allowing them to remain as individuals while intrinsically connected. Take another pull. There's no going back from this point anyway.
The old man lifted the tube, took a big puff, and tried to focus as his world began to spin. He saw rings of sound move through the air as reality around him altered not just in how he acted in it, but how he experienced it. He saw a flying mouse part its mouth, release a screech that bounced all around, and then snatch something from midair before hanging upside down to snack on it.
That was a bat. It's called a bat, and you knew that. Snap out of it, old man. Or back into it, in this case, since you're out of it.
He knew bats hunted via echolocation, but he'd never seen it. Was he cycling an essence combination to his eyes? Oh, he was. When did he do that? Hold up. What else had he been doing while in a state of questionable awareness? Artorian dove into his center and just about screamed. Rays of light bounced about in his center as the rainbow haze from Ember's cloud infiltrated and wreaked havoc. Not bad havoc. Playful havoc. Artorian was in an amazing light show, and he was the only one not having a good time. Well, why wasn't he having a good time? Wasn't this his party? If he had a robe to throw off, he'd have done so as he slid on imaginary sunglasses and strode to the dance floor, which pulsed and moved with the ever-moving rhythm of his sun core. Both of them were completely out of it. Ember hardened into a divine sculpture, while Artorian descended into a ruckus of cheers and giggles, lost to the world.
Should we, stop them from what they're doing to themselves?
Cherry Blossom looked over her shoulders to Eucalyptus, who shrugged in response.
Honestly, that's what they get for trusting oak and taking such massive inhalations. You're supposed to sip on that stuff. Barely taste it, then let it go.
Eucalyptus nudged one of his noses over at the two completely bonked people.
What they're doing isn't harmful in the long term, but they are going to regret it when they come around. I see no reason to stop them. We were all young once. Let them make their mistakes.
Cherry Blossom sighed and watched as a hustle of rosewood elves ran over, frantically taking measurements from two bodies that just weren't aware of their real surroundings.
I'll make sure there's enough food prepared. Some of the border tribes have come to trade, and I'm done with letting Oak take all the credit for the little comforts spreading through the forest, even if they're, dwarves.
Eucalyptus sighed and watched Blossom walk away. He pulled some wayward leaves from his head and strolled over to stuff them in both the hookah burners. At least it would fix the smell. He hated Oak's mixture. All heady, no freshness. Terrible waste. He may have said he'd let the kids have their lessons, but like a doting parent, he sat nearby with his full congregation. The shielding specialist watched to make sure their guests didn't actually do something stupid. If anything out of the ordinary did happen, Eucalyptus could be trusted to handle it by erecting stone walls or deploying skillful auric defensive measures. Other elves needn't worry too much with them on the scene. The seasoned shielders took up a 5-point defensive pattern, laying the essence foundations for two-way protections while trying to figure out what the two troublemakers were up to. The human was copying bat echolocation with air and water essence. The fire soul was doing something internal? As a non-mage, he hadn't the foggiest what she was up to. It just looked fantastical as the Borealis went wild. He felt sick when he tried to look at her with essence. Mages were weird, and he was silently happy he'd never have to deal with that headache. Wood elves were creatures tied to the earth. They needed none of this ethereal nonsense, focusing entirely on letting the greenery of the land flourish. Because, as Oak had so clearly forgotten, you needed air to breathe. Shisha did not count. Chapter 17. Artorian begrudgingly awoke, suffering from a splitting headache. An inescapable brightness stabbed him right in his squinted eyes.
Ah! Why?
Groaning, he rolled over on a bearskin as his hands shot up to cover his pained vision and foolish mistake. Burying his face in the thick fur, the old man whined for the bright flares and blips to go away. His foot knocked over a water cup as he struggled. It was too early to be up.
5 more minutes.
Sadly, it wasn't to be. He was awake. Face scrunched, he padded over on all fours to where the clinking noise had originated. Aha! Water! He'd had such a feast yesterday, how was he parched?
No, wait. I've done this song and dance. This isn't the first time this has happened.
His first guess was that the feast wasn't yesterday, and he'd been out a while. The sun was so bright today that it actually bothered him. Though he could barely see anything while keeping a hand over his eyes, he could tell he was still in the wide-open clearing. What was with all the destruction? Holes littered the ground, animals lay twitching and unconscious, and a group of exhausted-looking wood elves surrounded them at the forest's edge in a 5-point star formation. Artorian felt around in his pocket, trying to pull out an item that didn't exist. Where were his darkened goggles, meant to prevent that stabby ball up there from blinding him? Abyss, those weren't real. What he wouldn't give to have a real version of those. Eucalyptus saw the old man move with what seemed like actual cohesion and deliberate action. He hoped it wasn't a fluke. Again.
Human, are you present?
Their voices sounded like they had taken a beating, and that was one of the less banged-up bodies doing most of the speaking. The other figures groaned and attempted to remain in sync as they each huddled against a scarred tree for support, just in case it was a repeat of yesterday. Artorian didn't recall anything that happened yesterday and answered Eucalyptus with as much jovial mirth as he could muster through the awful headache.
"Hello, my boy. Is there more water about? I think I've just had the last of it."
The response he got was, unfortunately, not related to drink.
Unfill your bloom. Unfill it.
Artorian frowned, hands still kept around his squinty eyes.
"Unfill my what? Young man, I am already in a state of questionable undress. I don't believe more is how I want to start the day."
Your aura. Turn down your aura. You've been blinding everyone for 2 moons.
The old man was still confused. He didn't have his bearings just yet.
"Turn down for what?"
A recollection of the party in his center came to mind, and he tried to pull free-floating essence. Nothing. The essence in his body didn't move, not even a little. Frowning curiously at the odd change, he tried again with no difference in results. On closer, more time-intensive inspection, he found he was wrong. The essence did move, but it was at a pace that just wasn't useful. He faintly recalled being told that this was a likely outcome. How was he supposed to pull the essence out of his aura if he couldn't use his body as an intermediary? He grumbled and fumbled about, trying to guide the stubborn energy some other way through his form. Pulling? No. Pushing? No. Enticing? Pretty please? No. Celestial feces. Artorian was getting nowhere fast.
"Why in the abyss is this kicking my posterior?"
Harsh laughter erupted from the edge of the forest at his outburst. A thick, dwarven laugh that continued as its originator fell into the underbrush. Roots cracked on impact as the dwarf crashed into shrubbery, clearly unable to keep a hold of himself.
"This was worth every rotten gold coin it took! Oi, fellas, show's back on! The old one's awake!"
A kerfuffle started deeper in the underbrush, past the forest line that he could see through his forced squint. A myriad of short, wide figures all pushed through and sat on a cleaved tree.
"Fantastic! 2 silver says it's sonic screams again."
Another dwarf punched that one in the jaw.
"Ha! I ain't taking your bet on that. You're bleeding me dry, you half-wit. Barely got the silver to keep me mug full."
The grumpy dwarf was punched right back in the kisser as the initial brawling dwarf bounced back up like he was made of rubber. Paff! A pint-sized fight broke out, along with the boisterous outcries of rowdy people having a good time. They had copious drink, food, entertainment, and merriment. A great combination for any dwarf.
"Ember?"
Artorian loudly asked his question as he waddled a few paces in either direction. He tried to evade the light source in the middle of the wide opening that was emanating all sorts of kaleidoscopic rainbows. When there was no response, he got worried, not having a grip on who else to ask for help here.
"Ember!"
Eucalyptus hollered back.
"Behind you!"
Artorian looked, but all he saw was the blinding light source. Ember was nowhere to be seen. There was only some diamond sculpture.
"No, you tall-eared child! Ember, not a statue!"
The dwarves went wild, falling over one another. This old human was just tickling their funny bone. One of them nearly strangled a companion that wouldn't stop beating him with an empty ale mug.
"I told ya! You owe me a gold, you beard trimmer!"
He got a mug right back in the face.
"Don't insult me beard!"
Eucalyptus sighed, far too tired for this.
The sculpture is the fire soul. Pull your aura in already, or release the essence causing the brightness. Not again.
He dodged out of the way of a violet line of light. The prismatic beam split the ground, racing across the open space, and threatened to cut along the tree line. It stopped shortly before reaching the elf's location. Artorian had stopped in his tracks, and the line of light held its position. When his movements ceased, so too did the multitudes of light lines moving in his surroundings.
Well, that's interesting.
He extended and retracted a finger, causing the lines of light to bend, then pull back to their prior positions as his fingers returned to where they were. What was all this about? He couldn't make colored light lines. Could he? Was he doing this? No. Artorian glanced back at the sculpture of Ember and all the light filtering through her crystalline frame. The luminosity beamed out in a refracted rainbow of colors. Gorgeous, yes, but was he causing the brightness? Closing his eyes fully, the old man descended into his center. Oh, Celestial, what happened here? If it hadn't been for Ember's help in finalizing the gyroscope, this could have been worse. The slowed essence had begun to clump up and stick together. It was so slothful that rather than refine further, it drifted to the containment rings and joined the corruption. That was no good. In a rush, he threw the free-floating essence in his center right into his aura. All of it. No more clumping allowed. Even with his eyes closed, he could tell it was getting brighter outside. Checking his packed aura, he found that it did function like stacked essence, which meant that, of course, it was getting brighter. Artorian was forcing his surroundings to hold the effect. Wait, he'd just moved essence. How had he done that? He didn't move it through his body, he'd moved it with his aura? Eureka! He considered shooting a ray of light off into the sky to release the essence, but he'd lose it permanently if he did. There had to be a better way. The laughter of the dwarves gave him an idea. The amount of essence wasn't the problem. It was just trying to do what it was supposed to do when it wasn't provided direction. Rather than dump out and waste the essence, he simply altered his intent. Starlight essence didn't have to be bright. Starlight did many things, even if only well. Why stuff all the focus into shining? With a playful smirk, he did what Ember had specifically told him not to do yet. Groaning in effort, Artorian physically shifted to a wide horse stance. His fists pulled close to his hips as he kept his spine straight. The light around him noticeably faded as he altered his aura directly. The headache was really making it hard to find the requisite focus, but minute after minute the brightness dimmed. He likened the experience to turning a set of gears which each held open several gates. Closing the brightness door opened the effects door. Ordinarily, all doors were half open when using an essence effect, at least without trying to skew the normal effect it produced. He considered that state to be the natural state. What essence did when not acted upon by an external force. It didn't have to stay that way. Once he had the hang of it, the results showed quickly. Aura had the same feeling that his center did. There, but not there, only present mentally. Moving essence through his body was akin to flexing a muscle to roll a marble down his arm. Moving essence through the aura? That felt like a second way of breathing, entirely natural after the first inhale. This didn't feel akin to when he'd forced his aura to form the glaive. That was a crude and brutish operation in comparison. This direct connection to his essence and the world around him was liberating, so much better than channeling the process through his center as he had been doing. Could it be that he hadn't been able to take the initial inhale because he'd been reliant on that process? Looking back, it was likely. The oppressive brightness that had surrounded him dropped down to the level of lunar illumination, making the dwarves boo at him. They didn't want their entertainment to end, and jumping out of the way of randomized deadly beams of light while drunk was definitely their kind of fun. When the last of his light flickered away, Artorian realized that it was the middle of the night. Dwarves. How does one talk to dwarves? If spending time around Hadron had taught Artorian anything, it went roughly like this.
Oi, you lot! My head feels like it got spit by a bearded axe. Got anything to make this go away, or is water all you brought?
Artorian's yelling was taken as a personal challenge. A few dwarves spewed the drink from their lips in a misty cloud of total disbelief. That old quack was questioning the quality of their drink?
Ooh, that be how you're wanting to introduce yourself, is it? You're laying a challenge down to a dwarvish hole, and you think we just be handing over the good stuff?
The group of dwarves snorted, and Eucalyptus let out the most relieved sigh he'd ever enjoyed. Finally, the miniature sun and death beams of rainbow light were gone. He rolled over and went right to sleep. It was someone else's problem now. He'd been babysitting this human and sorely needed a break from the chaos. Artorian smiled at the dwarven retort.
So, baby water is all you got. It must be fizzy water since you're all laughing so much. I bet it tickles your nose, No wonder you're putzing around like wee children. A true dwarf would have leapt at the chance to prove that they had the strongest and most flavorful drinks.
He sighed dramatically, placed a hand to his chest as the dwarves flushed red, and not from their drinks this time.
I, Artorian, the academic, writer of stories and giver of lectures, shall remember that the law on dwarves is to be altered. To the bards I shall take this news, so the songs of yesteryear may be cast to the wind.
The burly group of dwarves sobered up fast as the red turned to blue. Fun and games were all well and good, but their clan would have their heads if that kind of talk did so much as go around the campfire. One stone lord gets a whiff of news that they damaged the family name, and they would be back on mining duty for a long decade. They wanted to be upset and fight over the insult, but the merchant in charge of this group was a crafty dwarf.
No need to go killing a man's buzz with terrible talk like that. Here, have a gulp of this, and tell me if it doesn't feel like the axe got tugged from your noggin.
One could tell at a glance that these dwarves really loved their cushy, troublemaking trade job. Pointy-eared tree-huggers were great to make fun of, with their tenuous grasp on social interactions and valuable goods. This part of the forest had even been nicknamed Value Town, from all the deals they got on oak logs. The well-dressed trader sported a long fox-fur gambazon. He approached Artorian by shambling over in his fine wolf-leather boots. Platinum buttons held his jacket closed, and a hand adorned in gemstone rings extended a horn that must have come from a beast.
The name's Don Mudsugnir, but everyone calls me Big Mo. Have you a swig?
Artorian nodded in appreciation and drank thirstily from the horn. It burned all the way down like It was dwarven brandy. Now he could use that phrase properly. He coughed out a phew as the strength of the alcohol struck his empty stomach. The brandy took the headache away like a charm. The essence in the fermented drink fanned out and spread fireplace warmth into the depths of winter that had been his insides. The old man slapped his exposed chest to cope, eyes wide as he coughed a
"Thank you. I'll admit, that axe is feeling pulled."
A hearty laugh escaped the dwarven merchant. That was 2 birds with 1 stone for him. He was certain that their drink's excellence was no longer in question, and the heaving coughs of the old man barely able to handle the drink instantly restored his honor in the eyes of his brothers.
"Course it did. That there is heart brandy, goes right to your chest and makes you fluffy. Actually, why aren't you wobbly yet? You should be about passed out by now. But look at you, standing without a fuss."
His smile grew 3 sizes larger.
"Boys, we got us a drinker."
A mad cheer erupted from the watching crowd, and they raised their empty tankards. Another drinking buddy was always welcome. Artorian regarded them with crossed arms, getting his mind in order. His aura was active and, how odd, it wasn't costing him any essence for upkeep? The effect passively hung in the air and revitalized the dwarves brawling nearby, stripping them of fatigue and mending minor injuries. It wasn't a quick process, but their bruises didn't remain, and nicks formed scar tissue almost instantly before smoothing over. Opening up the vitality gate while slamming shut the bright light gate was certainly good to keep handy. He did a small set of jumps on the spot. He felt spry, and already the buzz from the brandy was fading. No, not fading. It was building? He had a quick look. The liquid fire essence was being negated as it tried to build up, but his aura was fighting it off with the speedy recovery it created. How interesting! His weariness faded, the stains on his body evaporated, and the general surroundings even seemed to grow healthier. Even eucalyptus had gotten back up, rubbing the sides of their heads on the inside of the open space. They were confused as to why they weren't dead tired or asleep. They guessed the brawling dwarf ball had woken them once more, but they'd expected exhaustion. Instead, they felt pretty good. Just as Artorian did.
"Oh, now this is good stuff. Aye, for only 2 gold a bottle as well. Absolute steal, if you ask me."
The merchant, still under the impression heart brandy was the topic, went right for the sell. He clasped his hands together and glimmered a money-hungry grin.
2 gold?
Artorian was under the impression the merchant had implied his aura was worth but 2 gold, but that felt incorrect. The brandy? Ah, yes, the brandy. These were traders, after all. Still, something was off, and he looked around for what it might be. He saw that Ember was still a sculpted statue of diamond? Quartz? Both? He could not tell. One problem at a time.
My good man, I do appreciate the discount on the alcohol. Sadly, you've caught me at a disadvantage, and in a state of improper attire. I'm wearing a bear skin, for crying out loud. That aside, what are you doing here? I was under the strong impression that only wood elves could freely cross the outer threshold.
Artorian's eyes narrowed, his no longer ringing brain recalling something it had heard.
What's this about it costing you coin for a spectacle?
The merchant realized his attempt at making a sale had fallen flat, and his smile followed suit. Still, no reason to lose a potential future customer. It was the odd duck that could survive a shot of heart brandy and walk away sober, and those who did tended to be repeat buyers. If you can't do it for today's coin, do it for tomorrow's.
Depends, my friend. What's the information worth to you?
One last try. Ha! For greed's sake, clearly, but greed wasn't on the dwarf's side today. His plea for coin was directly ignored, and the old man wasn't even looking at him anymore. Following his gaze, it seemed that the human was looking for something.
Eucalyptus, my boy!
Artorian yelled it across the field, and the elf's thin arm came up from the floor to show he heard the man.
Good call on the blooming spirit. Do you know what's going on?
An aggrieved response came back. Eucalyptus went straight to calling out the source of the problem.
Oak! Blame Oak!
That answer by itself told Artorian half the story, and he jumped as a surprise hug caught him from the side. The culprit slid from the nearby trees in a hazy, bright cloud of candy-puff pink. Not from behind the tree, not from on top of the tree, from the trunk itself. Abyss! They could move through the trees? Oak spoke with an inviting demeanor, voice lurching.
Yes? You called?
Chapter 18. Oak giggled, full of amusement. Those in her surroundings became less amused as Oak's smarmy grin grew. Artorian now understood why this troublemaker of a tree was held in such questionable regard. Given that this entire set of events, even the dwarves being here, had been set in motion by the herb-enthused tree spirit, this was all suspect. That abyssal shisha smoker was far too chipper, and Artorian's need to know grew further. The more time Oak had to continue this charade, the worse it was going to get. For everyone else. Half nude, the old man defiantly crossed arms across his chest. Significant amounts of muscle had been added onto his frame in the last few seasons, but it was difficult to tell beneath the scarring.
What happened?
Eucalyptus gathered along with the dwarves that approached, equally interested in the explanation. He'd been a volunteer for the last few days, so he felt that he deserved to know. The dwarves all stood shoulder to shoulder, protective of Big Mo. Some joviality was fine, but when a dainty thing comes strolling out of a pink cloud straight at the caravan dwarf holding the majority of their coin, prior experience demanded the rest of the troop drag him away. Always be careful around beautiful people trying to sell you things. It was a spendthrift's nightmare. This went double for any drunken dwarf. Artorian spoke as he paced about, getting ever fussier as the alcoholic mixture was purified from his body.
There are visitors that weren't introduced. Why is Ember that? And what in cultivation's sake did you put in that blend?
He emphasized the words hard. For a side effect this egregious, he expected a very lengthy warning before he tried it. Even Ember had done better of keeping him off the path of offhand consequences like this. Curse his curiosity. Eucalyptus impatiently tapped his foot. He might be feeling a lot better, but when Rosewood found out what happened to all the ruined outfits, he certainly wasn't going to be around. Oak danced around the topic on her cotton clouds.
Oh, it was a delight. I just couldn't resist seeing what happened when you all got together. See, it went something like this.
Oak danced across the hazy mass of cotton-pink smoke, waltzing through the air in a lengthy evening robe. The elf was just far enough from the ground that the cloth didn't drag along the recently wrecked floor of the clearing. It was clear that Oak somehow managed to keep their personalities unmerged, because no group of minds would ever let this kind of floozy be their public face. Artorian glanced at the sullen expression painting the merchant's face. He guessed it had something to do with the cloth rather than the display. The Don's lower lip trembled, and he had to turn around to bury his face on the shoulder of one of his men. A few laid hands on him, supportively sharing their brother's loss. They, too, had wished that the cloth would go to someone that had a good reputation, and other people of high standing would want to buy one for themselves. This was the reverse of good advertising. Now no one could buy something similar in this area and not be judged as following in Oak's footsteps. Artorian could clearly hear the dwarf's hidden mumbled lament under his breath. The perks of opened meridians.
Not like this. Not like this. That whole colour is just going to have to be thrown away.
Artorian tried not to snort. The cultivator had to pretend he hadn't heard that. He recalled from Academy scrolls that dwarves were big on honor and social contract. The corners of his lips turned up regardless at the merchant's troubles. He didn't know what the dwarf was so heartbroken about. That nightgown was fabulous, and this portion of oak, while a tart, truly had the figure for it. She was lovely. Speaking of oak, she'd taken to lying on a gargantuan pink cotton pillow that seemed to be made out of smoke. There was a trick that he was very interested in learning. The academic also noted that only one of oak was present. It had been a passing thought before, but now it seemed odd. Where were the other three? He didn't have the time to put much thought into it before the elf began to monologue. She loved the sound of her own voice, that was clear.
Where to begin? Why not at the end? Nobody ever starts at the end.
Oak spread her arms out, and the pink cotton balls under her control formed moving shapes that mimicked her words.
So there I was, in the midst of the greatest party my grove had ever seen. Short traders from the north, brothers and sisters from all the verdant foliage to the south, a human from the west, and an ancient from the east.
The story ended abruptly, or rather, ended expectantly, as a certain mention made Artorian's eyebrows jump a full inch.
Oh dear, you shouldn't have done that.
Golden rings surrounded the old man's irises as he watched the troop of shouting dwarves toss themselves into the air as living artillery. The shattering of rock beneath the ground accompanied their stout battle cries. Long pillars of stone pushed the dwarves into the air at a steep angle. Based on the manner of launch, the stone seemed designed to be optimal for attacking or oppressing a creature larger than the technique's user. How? Best not to mention it. Oak's faux pas was lesson enough. He watched essence spike into the earth from each of the merchant's boot heels. The energy was driven down like a tent stake being hammered to the ground, then grew outwards like a fern, pulling the stone beneath the user's feet together into a stout pillar. The branches of the fern had then collapsed inwards, while the main spike of essence changed direction, slamming the other direction. Earth essence. Definitely wasteful. Expensive, too, from the look of it, but honor was worth the price, as evidenced by the beating Oak was currently receiving after being snatched out of the sky. Ah, that's why the other three weren't present. They'd be collateral, and likely knew this was in the cards. The dwarves clearly expressed their displeasure, and Artorian thought it best to keep his aura up and running. No reason he couldn't help the dwarves with an extra few opportunities to land a punch on someone that could benefit from a learning opportunity.
We warned you twice already, you sparkly goat. You bought the product fair and square, and we won't speak ill of a customer. But that was the last pebble in the pond. Who you calling short, you lanky earthworm? The terms be stout and girthy.
Thud. Another dwarven punch landed on Oak's cheek, and no one was pausing the beatdown. Eucalyptus was not so silently relishing in schadenfreude, and Artorian had to admit that this was indeed an excellent show. Good job, Oak. Now wiggle more enthusiastically. Those pink clouds didn't seem good for much. He checked the essence pattern on them and found that they were just a plane of air essence with some odd technique on it, causing it to pull together and form a cotton-like solidity. There was fire, earth, water, and air present in this cotton. To his surprise, there was a good amount of corruption keeping it all stuck together. How it was floating, Artorian had no idea. Yet. Noticing was his thing, so he squinted at the cotton essence. Additional essence was piled into his vision as he cycled view modes to glean additional information. When the academic cycled in an air view, he took a step back. That was beautiful. The air comprising the fluff wasn't the type they were breathing, it was lighter than air, significantly so. The difference caused the puffy ball to stay afloat, and the concentration of essence in the cloud remained responsive due to tethers that connected to Oak's fingers. Were there only 10 clouds that formed the large pillow? He counted and confirmed that was correct. His studies were interrupted when Hawthorne wrapped arms around his neck. As before, this friendly hick bundle of elves was all smiles.
"Hi, human! How are you, Starlight Spirit? I see you've uncovered the oaken poi to deter you from the main event."
Startled, the essence to Artorian's eyes slowed, seeping away at a snail's pace. Oh, this was awful. Why had he thought this was a good idea? His eyes felt drier than a sandpaper pillow. He shook off his discomfort, needing answers to other topics.
"Hawthorne, my boys, I'm well enough, though filled with unanswered questions."
Artorian motioned all around him at the scene still playing out. Oak had wrestled free and was now dashing around the clearing with a pack of displeased dwarves giving chase. He whispered under his breath to one of the elves.
"Oak called them short, put a serious stick into the conversation plans."
The cheerleading hunter squad nodded in unison.
"About time. Oak's trickery was getting annoying."
Their voices unified, and their movements ceased being as individualized as the moments passed. Artorian looked at them and wrapped one of his own arms around an elven neck.
"Haw, are you all right, my boy?"
The elves all shook their heads and shook in harmonized unison, their voices equally paired and matched up.
"Would elves do poorly in social spaces? Only around those we know well or find comfort with can we put effort into distinguishing ourselves. Otherwise, we are forced to be one. The descent between thoughts only functions so long as there is comfortable cohesion, and if that falls, we realign. You will rarely see a group of wood elves act with non-unison should you meet them outside their grove or their home forest. Given the visitors and the large gathering, we're sinking back into our old ways. We cannot do much about this when so many of us are gathered."
Artorian wrapped his other arm around a second elf, though it didn't appear to matter. One elf receiving the care was equivalent to all of them receiving it, with their unity being the way it was. They did smile at him in appreciation for the attempt.
"Oh, why is there a gathering?"
The academic, who was still in research mode, got right to the point. Hawthorne nodded their heads over at Oak's main grove in response.
"The news of the changes in the tide have spread. Where previously it was better to remain spread out, so it was more difficult for the Blight to catch and find us, given that it can keep track of areas where thought occurs. Now it is best to do the opposite."
They all beamed at the old man.
"Word of the Blight's defeat travels swifter than a bird's flight, my high human friend. So, for the foreseeable future, rather than require you to march around attempting to avoid pockets of Blight, we now all hide beneath the canopy of your protection."
Artorian was instantly concerned.
"But your groves, aren't your trees vulnerable?"
His friends nodded, because that was certainly correct.
"Yes. However, our groves do not emit thought, only the forms we occupy do. The Blight cannot detect what cannot think. So, while, yes, our groves are extremely vulnerable, the Blight has the task of finding the correct single tree in an endless forest."
A heavy sigh of relief left the old man as he leaned into the elven support. He motioned at Ember's sculptured form.
"Do you know what that's about?"
The wood elves shook their heads.
"We do not, but expect Mahogany may when they arrive. We are instead looking forward to assisting with your progress, as we have promised. Some Blight does lurk around our grove, attempting to pin us down. We are quite the thorn in its side, since we lure away and scatter potential food sources. Traps are our specialty."
They sounded awfully pleased about that statement. Were they trying to show off? With a free flow of such answers, Artorian capitalized on the questions.
"Oh, I thought your specialty was the skewed identity, essence-imbued eyes."
The look he received as response told him they had understood maybe half of that sentence.
"We don't follow what you said there. If you meant that we take nature's flow and apply it to sight, yes. We're not as versed in the terms of cultivation as you are. Like most of our kind, we do not delve deeply into the basis of our abilities. We merely sharpen and hone their use with practice. As I have seen with many of the border humans that have the gift, what the power is and where it comes from just doesn't matter. It's all about how effectively one uses it.
The elves started to relax, becoming more comfortable for a reason they couldn't discern. Artorian knew why. He'd added a dollop of starlight essence to his aura to increase the soothing effect.
Speaking honestly, you are the first of the humankind to delve into such topics that we know of. Even among the elven wise, only the eldest who became stuck in their ways of progress begin considering such avenues of thought. I apologize, High Human. It is simply not something that is done. It requires time and effort that could be better spent on abilities to protect oneself in this hostile, unforgiving world. The practices you follow, they are suicide.
Artorian nodded along. This perspective wasn't a mystery or a secret. He was very well aware that he was cruising on the tailcoats of those more powerful than him, and he'd just gone along with the tide. But it wouldn't stay like this. He'd leave when the task was done, and then progress would be all him again. Old Man Sunny against the world. He perked up for a moment as he considered the new naming convention the elves were using.
What's a High Human?
Chapter 19. Hawthorne stilled, having forgotten that the topic of a high human hadn't actually been discussed around Artorian. Each elf made a motion to pull something from a satchel that only one of them was carrying. It was awkward, but the package was handed over to him. A real package, bound in waxed paper and string.
It has been discussed and decided that you aren't just a human, but rather a highly favored human. Against the grain of the actions the rest of your species follows, you follow a way of life that doesn't fight against nature. Not once in the entire last rotation have you acted against our rules, and while we have seen your difficulties through the animals of the land, we are aware of your efforts. Thus, High Human. It is a title of positive repute.
The elves all swallowed.
They were trying to say something difficult. For what you did. For Sequoia. Thank you, Artorian. If we had all had someone like you in final moments like those, the wood-elven will to fight would not be as pathetic as it currently is. Many saw through Rosewood's eyes that day. The cries of vindication that roared through the forest were felt by all that carry nature's power.
Artorian deduced several things from these words. 1. Nature's power was a mixture of the 4 elemental essence types. This excluded celestial and the one he'd never been able to classify, infernal. 2. Naming conventions were inconvenient. Just call him by his name. Why did it have to be whispered, and even then only on special occasions? 3.
Why is nobody willing to openly use my chosen name? It happens on occasion, and then elves, clamp up.
Discomfort rolled through his cheerleader squad as if they had tasted over-salted soup.
Oh, we only use chosen names when we are being intimate or wish to express a significant and sincere emotion or praise. It is also heavily bound into our joining ceremony. You give up your personal name when joining as one, and that is a heavy act. Chosen names are almost reverent in their meaning and weight. In some parts of the forest, names carry great power.
Information on names of power was definitely of interest to the old academic. Oh, if only he had vellum or paper instead of needing to rely solely on his memory. What an imperfect storage device. He pressed on.
Intriguing. You've captured my attention.
He smiled at Hawthorne as Oak and the dwarves finally stopped playing around. It seemed the score had been thoroughly settled. Eucalyptus moved in formation and passed Artorian with an oddly cordial bow. That was strange. They'd never shown respect to him like that before. Must have been bowing to Hawthorne. The dwarves looked like they were discussing peace agreement terms, and the remaining oaks had shown up to form up with their unique troublemaker. That meant Artorian nodded as he realized that even Oak, the prideful separator of individualities, was experiencing the forced unifying effect. It appeared time to go and meet some trees, so he'd need to find out more on the way.
Or are we going to a large gathering?
The elves nodded and pointed at the package.
Best you change before Rosewood sees you.
Best he does what before we see him, Hawthorne?
Rosewood's stern tone rang out from behind the cheerleading group. Hawthorne smiled at Artorian, gave him a pat, and left him to fend for himself.
Come find us when you're done.
Artorian could have sworn he heard the sound of a tea kettle. Something about Rosewood's expression just created that image in his head. He wasn't upset at Haw for running off, mainly because there was a hierarchy amongst wood elves that he hadn't really pinned down, but clearly Rosewood was up there in rank. Artorian sighed and faced the group of livid elves.
All right, I'm done with the farce. Rosewood, what is my modeling worth to you? I am burdened with trying to make cultivation progress, and the frequent interruptions you create are getting on my nerves. I've been letting you design your clothes on me, without complaints or wiggles. What's the issue? I'm tired of seeing you glare at me for something you knew was going to happen, and I'm not spending the next few years here constantly dealing with a child's tantrum.
The elven designers were taken aback. They'd expected the high human to fuss a little and go along with the fun as usual. They pondered amongst themselves. On one branch, it was no fun that their inherent position was being undermined. On the other, it might be easier to have his actual cooperation. Rosewood came to a decision.
4 rotations. We want 4 years of your time where we get to apply our art. This is so that when it becomes important, we have wares the Northerners will trade for. In turn, we will gift you what we know about design and the techniques of our nature's power. Since we already agreed through Mahogany that we would gift you techniques, I can only put the rest of it on the table.
This arrangement was a sizable cost for both of them, and Artorian treated it with the care that it deserved.
I'm going to have to think about that, Rosewood. I'm also not certain what you mean by gifting me the techniques. Did you, perchance, mean to teach me?
Shaking their heads no, they puzzled to find a human-appropriate explanation.
Perhaps it is best to show you. We owe you a technique regardless. Come, press your head to ours. Any Gestalt mind can commence the gifting.
Artorian blinked a few times. Now he was the one who wasn't following what was happening. His academic curiosity forced him into ill-advised action as he stepped forth, package still in hand. Not quite certain of what to do, he leaned his forehead in.
Like that?
The elves chuckled, amused at his antics.
It will do.
Rosewood leaned her elves forward, and one of them touched their forehead to Artorian's. Visually, nothing happened. The old man worried a moment that this was another joke. An intense feeling began when he considered pulling back. Like waking from slumber, where the dreams you lived follow into the start of your waking day, so too did this dream envelop his thoughts. It was a crisp spring. Lilac bloomed in excess. Artorian looked down and saw his hands, but they were elven. The digits worked to flow and weave between warm petals. He felt surging emotion as their hands brushed across oceans of flowers. The empathy was hard to place, but he felt unique affection for the plants in the form of a deep and lavish love. The experience was profound, felt on a level of intimacy mimicking only his experience of memory stones. Actually, that's exactly what it felt like, but without the lack of clarity and protection from other experiences that occurred at the time. No, this was everything. The full, raw, unfiltered memory, as it happened in the moment. He witnessed firsthand, as if he was doing it, every dancing motion and strain of essence being manipulated in ways he'd never conceived of. The art of clothing, tended and strung by the tender connectivity of leaves and petals as essence linked particles together to form a tapestry of beauty. Artorian lived the experience, and finally understood the passion in Rosewood's craft. Her work was a labor of love, and she wished only for further growth in the tapestry of art she could weave. She dreamed of a world where everyone dressed in her heartfelt creations. The old man blinked as he came back to reality without any warning.
Was no memory stone, just I saw it all, felt it all.
Rosewood seemed proud that she'd stunned the wordy academic. He was standing frozen in time, coping with all the knowledge he'd just gained on fine essence manipulation, using a type of essence that he didn't even have access to.
Oh, those little rocks that hold a few incoherent thoughts?
Her smile morphed into a rich, pleased grin at his fast-nodding reaction.
We invented those.
Rosewood's laugh rose to dwarven levels due to the academic having such a dumb look plastering his face. Her comfort must have risen significantly because each of her elves giggled as individuals, not hard-bound to their unity. So, it wasn't necessary for the hookah to be used. Perhaps it was just a helping measure, but not the prime factor. When Artorian found the will to pick his jaw back up from the grass, he didn't know what to say. Luckily, Rosewood kept talking.
I waited for the merchants to be out of ear's reach. Have no fear there. They did not overhear. Mahogany has expressed clearly that when it comes to clearing the blight from our lives, no price is too great. Have you been told why the traders are here? I am vaguely aware of other events. Paul passed me some memories through the roots.
She blinked, and all of Rosewood's elves rubbed their foreheads.
Your short name for him. It is infectious.
The old man came to his senses and replied with a lush smile.
Convenience is made to be infectious.
His hand habitually returned to his beard, stroking it as he mulled over all he'd just learned. He needed a nap to process all this. How he missed beds. Stealing a glance over his shoulder, he noted one dwarf had remained behind and was prodding at a diamond sculpture. Oh, that was Ember.
Master Dwarf, I'd halt such explorations if I were you. You're deeply infringing upon her honor.
The dwarf, dressed in prospector's gear and sporting one hefty gear-shaped monocle, leered over his shoulder. The Firebeard made a go-away motion to the old man, who was needlessly shouting at him over some nonsense. There was a crystalline sculpture here just ready for the taking. Someone would pay a hefty "Yerk!" Faram had been held by the throat many times in his life. So far, he'd even lived through all of them. As head inspector and appraiser of wares, he sported a bulbous nose that was exceptional at sniffing out goods that had value. However, not once in the history of his career had he been accosted by the object he'd been appraising so directly. Traps and lures, certainly. The arm of the sculpture snapping to lift you by the gullet, not an event he'd be interested in repeating. Note to self, listen to strange half-naked old men in woods that give you advice about someone's honor. Against all better judgment, somehow that was the right thing to do.
Artorian?
A milky, translucent Ember was back to her laconic way of speaking.
Morning, Ember. How are you feeling?
The diamond and quartz figure didn't move like one. Her movements were fluid and flawless, as though fashioned from some kind of gel that kept a considerably harder material in a fluid state. She was a marvel. Artorian wondered what the essence pattern of a mage looked like and cycled essence into his eyes to answer his curiosity. Why had he never tried that before? Ah, because it was a terrible mistake. Nausea clawed him like a cat that had decided it was done being pet, and he was used to a system that sprawled with three-dimensional movement. Sickened, he bent over and heaved. Ember clicked her diamond tongue, her voice the inner echo of a cave.
I feel like someone threw me through the planet, and I came out the other side. Where is Oak, and who is this? What am I holding?
She dropped Faram like a filthy rag, sneering at her hand like she needed to wipe it on something. The prospector landed on his feet, braced, tipped his hat, and ran for his life in short order. Artorian could see the essence grip his feet were making on the ground with his improperly reeled-back sight. He didn't catch it all, but it appeared like earth essence talons dug into the ground and added leverage to pull as the dwarf blitzed past him. Could that be applied to the other essences? Likely.
Well, in short, that was a merchant dwarf. It's been a few days, the elves gathered up for safety, Oak is a pain in the keister trickster, and I just learned wood elves are the original designers of memory stones.
Ember blinked at him with enough effort that it seemed like that action, rather than following the debriefing, had been the more difficult task.
Understood. No wonder my hand feels dirty.
Artorian drew in a sharp breath through his nose as he got a hold of himself. Rosewood helped him up. Oh, classic Ember with all the curt responses. He forgot she took in information like a warrior all the time, rather than just some of the time.
You're crystalline, my dear.
The fire soul looked herself over and mouthed an "ah," realizing that she was, in fact, still in her absorption mode. She'd used this form often in the past, but after she'd ascended, it had never been useful again. A Zenith C-rank cultivator body is flimsy in comparison to the base form of an ascended. The change had been helpful for her mana control practice, which she'd deeply lost herself in, but otherwise this crystal-formed body was a downgrade. Her voice even sounded like it was echoing. She didn't like it, and in the span of barely a minute, her form physically reverted to the Ember they were all used to seeing.
That's quite the control. It took you much longer to crystallize. Well done.
Artorian didn't understand any of the details of what she'd done, but there was no reason not to be supportive. Ember nodded at him, sporting gray-tinted pink flesh again. It slowly gained color, and the roots of her hair refilled with orange-red. How odd. Why not restore all of herself if she had free rein?
I need practice. That was still too slow.
He tugged his own beard by accident. Perhaps she didn't have free rein. There was always more to learn. Yes, always more to learn. Artorian turned on a dime and extended his hand towards Rosewood. He understood what he was in for. Nearly all the other elves were coming to join the party. Or rather, huddle under his protective dome, which was going to be assailed non-abyss bloody stop. He needed help, and lots of it. There was just too much to do, and the snippets of knowledge he kept sipping on were like the cheap drinks at an open bar. He needed more, including better information and abilities. 4 years of modeling was a heavy cost, but he wasn't doing anyone any good the way he was right now. For all he knew, it would take all 4 of those years just to control his essence properly.
I accept. 4 years.
They shook on it, which turned out to be a mistake. 1 day. It took the academic 1 day after making the deal with Rosewood for an elven memory from Pine to show him exactly how to use his aura as an intermediary, rather than the body. Not only had it been such an obvious step that he'd completely overlooked, it was easy. His control remained at the level of hookah assist so long as he had a minor pull now and then, and the speed at which he let essence flow blasted past his previous physical limitations. He felt like such a fool. A happy fool, certainly, since he felt the streaming waves of essence course across the outer layer of his skin rather than inside, but a fool nonetheless. Artorian meditated in the grove, clad in Rosewood's latest design as he entertained meet-and-greets with visiting families of wood elves. He hadn't expected them to like him as much as they seemed to, but couldn't help but enjoy that they were incredibly cordial. Lots of high human this, high human that. The dwarves turned out to be a northern-based trading caravan that came through Oaks Grove once a rotation. They had decent relations. They bought sundry goods that wood elves specialized in and sold surprisingly mundane items. All the things one would ordinarily expect in a more human household. Spoons especially, when wrought of metal, were in crazy demand, and nobody would tell him why. Days turned into weeks, and those weeks melted into seasons. Artorian's life became a rote, repetitive jumble of failure and learning. He needed several weeks to cope with a memory implant any time a Gestalt mind shared one with him. It wasn't the mechanical content of the abilities shared that tripped him up, it was all the extra baggage they contained. The crude memory rock that had given him his initial stepping stones to begin cultivation had far fewer personal touches. You got some imprints of emotion, and topics not kept in focus blurred at the edges. A memory stone got to the point without much fuss. Intermedium-attained memories felt like they were over in a moment, but direct linking wasn't nearly as gentle. It didn't feel like moments as one experienced it. The process might take mere moments to complete, but involved one severe headache as side effect. Each memory was lived out in full, painstaking detail. Every nick, bump, and cut in the process of learning was felt, every emotion directly present. Each sound was audible, and every iota of the experience was vivid. Direct linking with memory share wasn't just gaining a new memory from someone else, you lived those moments yourself. Months of time were dedicated to recovery alone. Without a clear head, he couldn't do anything with his essence. Memory lessons needed focus to progress. Aside from rest and cultivation, he just didn't have the spoons after a wallop like that. He had also finally found out why the cutlery was in demand. Memory shares had to be carefully balanced and timed with the incoming waves of phantom blight. When they came, they now did so en masse. The tarry haze swallowed up landscapes and collapsed in on their position, attempting again and again to break the invisible dome of omnidirectional starlight. Ember's flame corralled the shapeless muck like hapless sheep, while Artorian remained set on holding his aura steady. Together, they forced the wailing dark into the lances she'd learned how to see. Artorian's aura wasn't perfect, and that weapon stunt of his had done some severe damage. When the external aura returned, it hadn't properly latched back onto his being, resulting in fairly obvious rips that leaked essence without him knowing. Had he not been under the careful watch of so many elves, it might have gone unnoticed for years. Instead, when time was available, resources had gone to building and infusing his external aura since he needed it to do more than what it currently could. Sure, he was using significantly advanced concepts such as identity skewing, ideas that cultivators apparently didn't pick up until the late mage ranks, but that in no way balanced out the severe lack of basics. Blight was a crafty thing. Even if they could never pin down the real source, the phantoms didn't keep to a set pattern and continually attempted to catch them unaware. That all the wood elves were gathered in one spot had altered the tactics it used. Unfortunately for the gluttonous bugger, since the Festival of Unity, the Blight had gained no further ground. Phantoms found no foothold under myriad joined wood-elven techniques, which made life ever more irritating for the surly cloud. False mines, tricked locations, mental echoes to confuse it, and a myriad of other sleight-of-hand foolery. When combined with the starlight aura, they ate chunks out of the swindled mass's mental well-being each time it launched a misinformed assault. They'd rebuild, but it was a war of attrition. Aura might be free to have active, but extended upkeep didn't come without cost. Even though no essence was spent, a modicum of focus was necessary to keep the aura effect in mind if the identity-skewing effects were to remain. If Artorian faltered, it reset. This caused him to flashbang the entire congregation as the aura rebalanced itself, returning right back to a blinding sunspot. Between all this essence education, Ember had seen fit to throw Artorian around if he got too distracted by things. Quite literally. If Artorian started getting fussy or out of balance from essence issues, he was in for one full minute of combat training. Against Ember, a person who did not believe restraint was necessary. She'd told him the first time, and never again, trial by fire. The entire event had been nothing but flashbacks to Irene tossing his butt all over that muddy arena. Even just 1 minute against the blade of war was what weeks of grueling training did for an ordinary cultivator. The philosopher was a practice dummy for her mana control, and his task wasn't to win, it was to stay alive. If he didn't keep a healthy stock of fire essence to repel her flame, he'd be extra crispy by day's end. When mana wasn't on the menu, he'd get tossed a branch or a training implement or anything remotely resembling a spear. The fire soul would match the weapon provided to him and school the academic in front of the entire grove. Wood elves had learned to dive out of the way when they heard the whistling noises of objects, or persons, Artorian, flying through the air. Keeper Irene was nothing compared to the force Ember struck with. Irene also wasn't a mage, and Ember took advantage of every little weakness the old warrior exposed. He'd never been beaten into shape so quickly in his life. Artorian's strengths were nothing more than opportunities for Ember to show him that they weren't enough. Starlight Aura let him heal, but that factored into Ember's calculations. All it did was let Ember hit him more to compensate for the fast recovery. If he attempted a technique that would waste essence, he was slapped hard enough to only wake up the following morning. By the 7th time this happened, Ember had ripped an oak out of the ground from sheer frustration, tossing it towards the horizon. She demanded that he infuse and rebuild his brain with essence as soon as he was able. If she had to deal with many more of those rookie mistakes, she'd start really hitting him. The girl was already cracking his bones with every touch, and she was going to hit him harder? Building his aura was, at worst, time-consuming. The constant interactions with his leafy friends had provided him a branching understanding of how they worked with their own. Each of the wood elves had a slightly different method, but the baseline was all the same. These differing viewpoints allowed him to alter and refine his own aura with a great deal of confidence. Aura knitted and grew as brain connections, which was a topic so complex he'd felt like an absolute child during the explanations. His mentors had to use diagrams and pictures to get the idea across. For weeks, the topic went over his head completely. Neurons and dendrites, connecting in patterns meant to self-reinforce and learn over time, all by themselves. Still, it at least followed a pattern he could follow. Loop, twist, loop, make a node, repeat. Beyond what he needed to do with his brain to satisfy Ember, his aura was still his main focus. When it had been halfway built, the parts that were developed became more responsive than his raw aura had ever been, easily 3 times as efficient and speedy. Essence now moved through the built-up aura near instantly. Unlike the nebulous aura he had accidentally found, he no longer felt the breathing movement of the energy. Instead, it was an intimate awareness that didn't require his senses to inform him of success. The essence was just in his hand when he wanted it to be there, even though it went around the long way because of his new hookah cultivation aid. Things were changing, and changing fast. For instance, the confusion of convincing essence had been cleared up. Mahogany had been able to provide the answer to that particular misunderstanding. It had even caused a chuckle to go around the grove, since it was an elementary explanation. Young elven children, untethered to a group mind, had been brought to the circle and introduced, and Artorian mistook them for human children. Normal skin, normal playful behavior, and you could easily tell who the parents were based on what kind of trouble they got into. The youngsters were gathered up and given the explanation with Artorian, which he felt a small amount of sheepishness over. With everyone present, the children showcased surprisingly good behavior. Unlike the small gatherings similar to town halls, this was a big meeting, and that caused a big discomfort. Stuck in the middle and at the forefront, anything the children did wrong would be judged by all present. When wood elves were first teaching their saplings, they were taught not to force the energy. Rather, they were taught to befriend it, play with it, grow with it. Once an adult, the sapling established itself as the dominant, stable force in the system. The essence no longer required convincing to do what the elf wished. Merely willing it was sufficient, since essence wanted to conform to the desires of the most stable source in its surroundings. With a primer on how that mechanism worked, Artorian was frustrated by how long this had taken for him to learn. Even though he had irremovable corruption still lurking in containment circles, he'd reached a point where the essence would naturally gravitate to his will rather than that of the corruption present. This particular lesson also taught him why corruption removal was paramount. Removing it quickly was enticing, yet the known methods posed too great a risk. For the safest, newly discovered method, he needed to spend the same amount of time lancing corruption away as he'd done gathering it. So, 50 years. That was a bitter medicine to swallow. The amount he had managed to remove wasn't at all large in the grand scheme of things once he'd figured out the proper calculations. His most recent count showed corruption loss was slightly higher than what he gained. Even with his new techniques, he still drew corruption in while cultivating. The good news was that if he lived long enough, it would all be cleared away without threat of injury. With the damage in his aura from the weaponization event mended, progress on his aura was going well, and proceeding in a stable way. If he made a mistake, or created a node in a less than optimal location, his mentors jumped him. The elves had made something of a game at poking the flaws in his blooming presence, since it was something they all excelled at. Still, this wasn't a major issue unless they poked at his bloom with their nature essence. That compound essence always held the peculiarities of the specific tree trying to annoy him. Almost no elven group used the same method of binding their essence to a shape, design, or other technique. The minor differences had actually turned into a popular conversation topic, since they had never really needed to discuss the minutiae with others before. Artorian's eyes were of little help. Even if he saw the pattern details, he couldn't understand them before the inevitable headache struck. When that happened, he was done for the day. Mental clarity was absolutely necessary for progression. After another season of difficulties, Ember dragged him to a clearing, demanding he infuse his body with power.
You have enough to make this happen correctly and safely. Do it. You need improvement.
Artorian fussed over the choice.
I'm plenty clever. A few setbacks are normal when learning new things. I'm fine.
The mage refused to hear a word of it.
Your mind is burdened. You need it free and focused.
Artorian threw his hands in the air, but relented and laid on his back under a cozy canopy. Apparently, there were going to be some unpleasant after-effects to deal with. This particular improvement was going to drain the living abyss out of his essence stores. Granted, rank was irrelevant for his needs, so dropping from the high D's down to the low F's was not that important to him. It just made him feel vulnerable, and it wasn't the first time that had happened. An ordinary cultivator screamed in defiance at the losses such a drop in rank would bring. Survivability tanked, and his available combat power would be much reduced. He'd have avoided this much longer had it not been for the crowd he was surrounded with. A few hundred elves were building Oak's Grove into a proper community, and the short-fused mage made for a convincing support system, especially when the support system chased you with fireballs. Chapter 20. Infusing was an unpleasant experience. Artorian needed to physically fill the relevant cells with essence, but rather than healing or restoring them, it was for the purpose of replacing them. Artorian's eyes hurt just thinking about it. He peeked around himself for a moment. Ember held a stick in one hand, and the other pressed to her hip. He wasn't wiggling out of this, or was he? The stick lit on fire. Well, maybe no escape this time. Baobab winked at him while he sat in a lotus position.
You can do this, High Human. We'll be here if something goes awry. Our fiery friend is merely impatient, since your mind is hampering your progress. I heard the original plan was to have your center solidified before any infusing was done, but plans change.
Artorian grumbled, but hopped into his center with all the glee of a child sliding down a pole just to cheer himself up. When his imaginary feet hit the proverbial ground, he knew he didn't want to go through with this today. He wasn't ready for the pain. Conveniently, he thought of something clever that would delay the inevitable. Ember had once said that the 3 different aura parts merged into one when becoming an ascended. This had the philosopher questioning things. Did she mean that these supposed aura separations weren't all the same thing in the first place? Were they divided by a physical boundary? Since it was essence and not meat that he needed to manipulate, he had to see if his initial hypothesis was true, especially since he was only aware of external aura.
"I've got a question,"
Ember growled at him.
You're driving me up the tree with all your questions.
The old philosopher remained calm, even as his beard began to singe.
"The man who asks a question may be a fool for a minute, but the man who does not ask is a fool for life. I have to infuse anyway. Why not tackle this now?"
He could feel the mage's glare as his skin actually heated up where she was staring.
"I want to try something."
Ember held her tongue, knowing this was going to be an awful, awful idea. She was just going to have to sit through this as he went forward with trying to apply another insane theory.
You know what? Fine. It's fine. Go for it. I'm not mad. It's not like this is important for actual development.
The mage softly smiled with all of her teeth showing. Clearly not mad.
"Oh, good. Don't mind if I do, then."
Many wise wood elves said nothing, though they took several quiet steps away from the oblivious human dancing on the edge of oblivion. The hypothesis Artorian wanted to tackle concerned the nature of aura. He'd explained it to a few elves, but achieved little aside from giving them a serious headache. Fair turnabout for when they poked his aura nodes. While his questions made sense to him as an academic, everyone else just looked at him as if he had finally gone senile. Artorian believed that consistent rules must be at play. When a person is born in an essence-laden environment, their bodies include that essence as part of the basis of their makeup. It becomes an inescapable thing that the body then becomes dependent on essence, as otherwise people would not suffer essence deprivation. Had there ever been a person born without essence? They would likely be incapable of doing anything with essence, as their makeup did not include it. He held the idea that they would also not be dependent on essence for survival. A person without the energy cannot become aware of it, as one needed the space of a center already present in order to do something with essence. This premise led to a more complicated idea. If aura connected with the body at a certain point, becoming a mage, then it must in some measure be connected beforehand. A kind of network that remained invisible and out of reach until certain conditions were met. This type of discovery was something all cultivators eventually encountered. Putting his power where his mind was, he decided to test his hypothesis. Rather than press his external aura outwards, as Ember tended to do, Artorian instead pulled and shifted it inwards. The individual zones of his aura brushed and overlapped across one another as he did so. It made him instantly and grievously ill. The complete lack of external aura coating his skin made each brush of the breeze as painful as the cut of a knife. His body was already too sensitive and frail to exist in the world without that constant protective coating. Just fixing the problem he had brought upon himself took a few hours, and the shock he'd received forced the elves to squirrel him away in a hollow to return to normal human standards. He went over the process in his mind. Where had he gone wrong? At first, the overlapping auras had fought one another. They weren't supposed to occupy the same space. Rather, they weren't supposed to occupy that same space yet. His bones had electrified, his muscles frayed, and his skin had endlessly crawled until the wood elves found the right person to help the ailing high human. Dimitri to the rescue. He was an unnaturally tall crafter dwarf ferrying poultices and potions. It wasn't the hammer-toting, leather-apron-clad man's normal profession, but his reputation of being able to fix everything forced him to saddle up and prod the stick people out of the way on his path to the patient.
Move, elf.
Essence wasn't able to solve this problem, and Ember was being stubborn. Something about the human learning his lesson. So well-crafted mixtures became the go-to, and who knew drinkable concoctions better than dwarves? The 8-foot-tall, auburn-haired smith that looked like two normal-sized dwarves stacked atop one another kicked Oak out of the hollow with a deft boot on the rump. The trickster tried to offer another special blend for usage, but the dwarven all-rounder wasn't having any of it.
Unacceptable.
Applause accompanied Oak's screams along her lengthy flight path, though she was saved by her pink puffball clouds just before impact with Big Mo. 5 elves each held up a bleached chunk of bark with a charcoal number on it. They judged the height and distance on a score from 1 to 10, since oak punting had become something of a sport over the last season. 2 7s, a 3 from the snooty judge, and 2 8s tallied up a final score of 33. Dimmy grumbled under his breath upon glancing at the score. His deep tone was despondent. He'd do better next time.
So close to my high score.
Artorian's body and external aura cooled off after drinking a stiff potion that tasted conspicuously like Titan's Foot rum. After being gut-punched by the healing salve, his overlapping auras began mixing not as oil and water, but as a pleasant stew. As a welcomed surprise, Artorian's external and body auras sterilized certain impurities in one another that even the elves hadn't noticed until the mixing began in earnest. Ember shrugged as if that was a normal outcome. Dimmy barked at her.
Would it have hurt to tell someone that would happen, Fire Soul?
There should be no issues.
Ember shrugged nonchalantly.
He can't combine anything. This should help his fine control later. It will also make him start listening to me.
Relaxing and returning to equilibrium, Artorian's external aura extended past the outer edge of his skin, as was normal. Relief washed over the crowd. Artorian coughed and looked around.
For whoever is writing this down, in addition to my external aura, I now also feel my body aura as well. I'd say control is at the speed I normally have with aura.
2 theories tested and proven. What a joyous day. That there had been a body aura layer at all was cause for celebration. When some elves tried it, moving essence through their body aura layer was like pouring water into sand and hoping it came out at the bottom. Not using the aura layer meant they used the body directly, as they had been all along. This showed that aura did have 3 individual fields that corresponded to the body: the inner meridian field, the middle body field, and the external aura field.
Also, Ember, it appears that you are wrong. I was able to combine 2 of my auras.
The essence that moved through Artorian's now combined aura layers turned the sand into pebbles, allowing water to go through more easily. Unfortunately, there was an unintended side effect, as he felt queasy.
Oh dear. I think I did something very bad.
Artorian thought he'd felt ill before. He'd been wrong. Due to the rebalance, all his internal organs had decided to start shutting down as his body and meridian auras shifted out of sync. Apparently, a partially combined auric body was a big no-no. Ember was furious when he had not tried to stop it, and the elves simply didn't believe it when he kept repeating that he had forcibly combined only 2 of his 3 auras. The joined aura overwhelmed the meridian aura, sending essence spiraling along his body through improper channels. Hawthorne and Birch had tackled their human post-haste. Abyss with the hard landing. They were fully aware of his organs failing from such a disastrous, sudden, and intense change. Artorian thought he'd been just fine, at first. Then it felt like he was drowning on the inside, unable to breathe as his left arm went numb and heart beat irregularly. Epidemic internal failure was no joke, and he belched out blood as groups of elves held him down with triage teams, groves with healing gifts jumping out of standby. Unfortunately for Artorian, that meant Oak was present. Panicked and no longer in the mood to be stubborn, Ember punted one of Oak's elves out of the way like some cheap garden gnome, sending her bruised tailbone skyrocketing through the canopy. The fire mage knelt down and took control of the situation. Onlookers in the vicinity didn't have bleached chunks of bark, but they muttered scores regardless, with sagely nods. Solid 9s across the board. Regarding the beautiful punt, Demi silently shook his fist at the air. He sniffled, shedding a single manly tear as he got out of the way of the gold medalist. He'd be back for another shot at the Punt Olympics gold next year.
You walking catastrophe!
Ember tore away Artorian's petal clothes to expose his darkening chest. All of Rosewood's elves fainted on the spot as they watched their creation being incinerated by 1,000 flaming claws.
I warned you that this is something that happens for Ascended. Why are you always trying to do this to me? You and your experimental insanity. Merging auras isn't supposed to occur before you have a body that can handle it. This is what happens.
Not insanity. Philosophy.
He'd raised a spattered finger as blood drooled from the side of his mouth, and she'd slapped him for his coughed daredevil words. Artorian passed out from the strike, which dropped his aura control like a rock. Resetting a moment before fading fully, the temporary sunspot stabbed them all right in the eyes. Some elves screamed,
"We needed a solution for that last season."
That phrase was the last thing the old man heard before fading into obscurity. His condition was stabilized, and it took over a week for him to become well enough to recover. Chapter 21. After he was well and the kerfuffle his aura merging had created had passed, it was time for Artorian to properly begin the infusion process for his brain. This was the next step, and it was important. He peeked around himself for a moment. Ember leered down from an elevated hill, holding a stick in one hand and the other pressed to her hip. The stick lit on fire.
Crackers and toast.
Nearly all of the elves in the forest had gathered to watch the process for multiple reasons. 1, it was an important step and they wanted to support their defender. 2, they had never seen someone this old attempt the process. Granted, there was a major downside for the great gathering of wood elves. Unintended consequences, in fact. As far as Mahogany remembered, meetings this large had not occurred ever. He recalled there was a reason it shouldn't be done, rather than a lack of reason to gather. When remaining in close proximity to one another, their consciousness overlapped, releasing the same kind of emanations that drew the Blight to their positions. It didn't affect them if they remained in the hierarchical structure, keeping a certain distance and spread from others. When they huddled up close during the evenings, however, a more communal effect engaged. The effects had been gradual. Birch finished some of Pine's sentences. Elm and Ash synced up completely even though they had no direct connection to one another. They could just feel the other group, including pending actions. When speaking as one group to another, nothing was different from the usual. They'd figured out mind-to-mind communication over distance centuries ago. But proximity took that effect and forced it on all of them in the enclosed space. Each elven consciousness acted as its own transmitter and waste station. So long as they didn't actively fight against the effect and bunker their minds into a set body, they felt present in an open mental forum where they could speak without needing to be physically present at all. When Ember had walked into the radius of this effect, she'd been furious with Artorian for making them wait this long, to do what she had instructed him to do in the first place. To everyone else, the ripples she created on their mind space were severe. Her single-minded focus burned like a bright, flaming blade, cutting through the ethereal pond of their minds and causing steam to form along the way. Elves cleared the path for her long before she was in the area, as a result. The unnatural movements unsettled her so much she asked what was going on. Amber rarely asked anything about social convention.
You mean to say there is a communal mind space present, with everyone here?
Elm agreed with the assessment, calm as a blade of grass in front of a rabbit.
When you came through, your mind moved like a fiery torch. We've become accustomed to this when speaking directly, but to experience it as a single collective was something else entirely.
The fire mage considered the words, sat down, and calmed herself through martial meditation. The relief of her restraint washed over the entire congregation. Tension released itself as a large sigh, the pinprick of Ember's fury no longer slicing through their combined thinking. When Artorian entered the zone after the communal space had formed, groups of elves around him received the worst headache they'd ever had. It was a burdensome pain, one the old man didn't know how to cease for their benefit. They confronted him on the issue quickly.
"Hi, human, what did you do to cause yourself such misery?"
Artorian scratched the top of his head.
Well, my boy, I was running through essence combination sets. I was inspecting and observing how light functions, and noticed there's light present that one cannot normally see. I was being thorough, so I tried to overcome a hurdle by inspecting a spiderweb. Those strands tend to be invisible to the naked eye, even up close at times. Cycling light vision allowed me to see where light wasn't, and where it wasn't as much. So, I saw the web clear as a red stone laying on a yellow sanded beach. In terms of black and white, but I saw it nonetheless. Using my sight in this manner too much gives me terrible headaches. I try to limit myself, but I just can't easily tell when I go over that limit until I cross it. As you can see, by then it's too late."
Maple groaned at him. Artorian perked up, as it had been an odd groan. He'd known it was Maple, but that group of elves wasn't here. It was sort of like the Blight, when it spoke to him all that time ago, except friendlier, without the looming hunger and malice that made it feel like he was part of the buffet.
"Maple? How—"
The old man looked around, and did not see them. Walnut, Willow, and Tulip all pointed off to the distance where Maple was. Artorian still could not see them. The connection was just spread too wide while they all kept themselves open, increasing the potency of the mental communication network. They hadn't expected the human to be included, but it seemed to be open to anyone sensitive enough. The realization that this made them horribly vulnerable to Blight twanged through their network like a badly plucked instrument string. The thought fearfully marinated, but a mote of light in the mental forum calmed the rising concern with ease. What an odd sensation. Artorian had altered his aura to fuel the soothing effect of starlight. The calming, comforting waves washed over the sizable congregation in his immediate presence. The comfort spread and grew, bouncing against other minds in the forum as they too relaxed, even without their physical forms being within the radius of his effect. Just like that, Artorian found a way to wriggle out of infusing his brain right now. How interesting! The philosopher thought that this kind of connection must be similar in some way to the choir's sympathy effect, when they used song to bolster one another. Rather than song as a medium, the Wood Elves must have the original, unfiltered version. This was just a shared space, one untainted by meaning or function. This was a public meeting place for open discussion, and a unique one at that. Considering how the mechanics of such a space might work, the old man thought out loud,
"Hello, everyone. I'm the human, Artorian. Feel free to call me by the spirit name if that's more convenient for you. Did this work?"
A great majority of Wood Elves still had the headache, but a response did come. As normal, Mahogany was always the most collected of them, and his sonorous words pleasantly added to the conversation.
"Starlight Spirit, a pleasure to have you converse with us. This method is normally applied on a spirit-to-spirit connection, but it is my wish to welcome you to— we'll find a name. To those I have had the pleasure to meet directly, I am Eldest Mahogany. I was warned by my forebears to avoid congregations such as this, and it is my best guess that this communal space was what they were trying to prevent. Had there been no protection for us, I would have called to disband and disperse immediately."
Mahogany spread a feeling of elated invitation and decided on the spot that he preferred the term for the space that was coming from Artorian.
"I welcome all to the forum. Make known your spirit and speak freely."
Chapter 22. Trepidation filled the air. Anyone that spoke would be heard by all, not just the spirit they wanted to directly commune with. Everyone, every single wood elf, both young and old in the forum, would hear their words. The taste of discomfort hung within the forum space until a mote of fire burst into being. Artorian knew this mote very well, from when she'd spent weeks to months in his center helping him create, guiding and directing the improvements to his solar gyroscope. It was Ember. Hold the pastry a moment. If she could freely enter this space, couldn't he? Desire was all that was necessary. A blooming mote of starlight popped into existence.
"Oh, I like this. This is nice."
His physical form sat to meditate. Artorian was vaguely aware of it, but similar to how he wasn't present in his body during active cultivation, he wasn't present there now. He was in this space, this forum, a zone that contained and expanded his mind. A wood elf child took the leap, and a mote of dull green popped in. It zipped around in a panic, as it didn't know how to undo what it had just done, but a hearty brown mote popped in shortly after. The dull green mote zipped to it, then hovered around the mental presence of the eldest Mahogany. With active presences in the forum, elves made themselves comfortable and joined en masse, populating the zone as they all began to talk over one another. The cacophony was unbearable. Ember flared her mote, already knowing how to control herself while in this mental representation of her personality.
Calm yourselves, spirits.
The minds in the forum silenced instantly. The Fire Soul was not someone you wanted to backtalk, not even here, perhaps especially here. Ember ignored the wayward thoughts of
Fire Soul.
She'd deal with it for now. Ember decided to lay down some ground rules, since Mahogany was currently forced to provide security for too many people at the same time.
If we all speak at once, we'll all get a headache. I don't want another headache today.
Oh dear, that really stilled the forum.
You'll all be able to change the color of the personality mote that represents you. It seems to come as the color of your strongest essence channels, but it's entirely cosmetic.
Ember changed herself to bright blue to set an example.
It is my vote that we take a specific color if one intends to speak, with other colors designated as Go Ahead and No.
One of the motes turned bright blue to match Ember's color signature, then turned a vibrant yellow. It was their human. Of course, it was Abyssal Artorian that figured it out first. This was a candy shop to him, and as usual he had to try all the flavors along the entire rainbow as his mote flashed through the available gamut. Still, the example worked well enough. Ember turned bright red to say no. She wasn't done. Many of the motes turned some variation of green or brown. Ember supposed that was a decently common color choice for wood elves, and thought those should be good as neutral colors.
Browns and greens as neutral, no meaning. Yellow as inquiry, blue as acceptance, red as denial. All in favor?
She handled the procedure with militant efficiency, cutting the chaff from the matter. It took some doing, but blues overwhelmingly filled the forum. When the motes returned to browns and greens, Artorian's mote pulsed bright yellow. He had a question, because of course he did. Ember's mote flickered from orange to red dangerously fast, but the host of blues surrounding him outmatched her vote. She forcibly calmed herself. It was a shoddy system, but it worked.
Could we, perchance, adopt the interior of a structure per some kind of visual for this space? I have to admit I'm having serious difficulty keeping track of everyone's color. I know of a room design in the Phoenix region that is purely meant for large crowds to be able to speak to one another easily.
Blue lights flickered through the zone.
Thank you. I will attempt to keep the mental image in mind as I describe it. The general shape of the interior is called an amphitheater. It contains tiers of steps that go up in a circle, leading away from a flat central area. It allows voices to spread out and sit on the stacking tiers, providing easy visual access to anyone else. It will be convenient to see the colors without overlooking anyone.
The form of a shiny marble interior with hanging red draperies flickered in the empty zone. It was horrendous for Artorian to keep the entire thing in mind, but he discovered that after showing a detailed piece, he no longer had to do so. The benefit of the communal space was that each elf had their own memory, and they applied that memory like puzzle pieces atop everyone else's. The pieces and patches that matched solidified in the forum.
This locale is also called the Senate. Please do use whichever term you prefer.
A warm interior of smoothed, reflective, gleaming marble surrounded them. Draped flags hung vertical from the insides of a circular open ceiling where a dome should have been, but the old man had forgotten the roof. It was now just an open space, but what a beautiful space it was. Artorian moseyed his mote down to the center of the Senate floor, where a big, flat plane dominated the space. As he did, the forest-color motes zipped around to find a nice niche for themselves. While their physical forms needed to adhere to a hierarchy, none was in place here, so they freely chose the seats they liked the most, even if they could not technically sit. Regardless of being without hands in this space, Artorian mentally rubbed his together. Somehow everyone knew, and Ember was immediately suspicious. He turned yellow, and she exploded into shades of a blazing red fury. Whatever he was about to do, he shouldn't. Blue flooded her surroundings. She was outvoted, again. Her regret to institute and suggest this system was clear.
While we're all here, there's something I was hoping to try.
I'll kill you.
Ember's unpleasant whisper was barely heard, but her crimson burned hot. The surrounding green motes turned brown as they gave that mote some serious mental space. Her ire was rising.
My idea concerns an invitation.
His mote turned to face Ember's, which was impossible not to locate.
I'd like to see if it's possible through this method rather than through direct contact, since I have a good grasp on what defenses I need to lower for it to work. Would you all like to see my center? I know some of you have been curious. If you promise not to touch and only look, I invite you.
The starlight mote popped, altering its shape and molding into a sizable orb. The luminous sphere then formed a cylinder. While one end of the cylinder remained present in the forum, the other end, well, Artorian had done something ridiculous again. Since the forum was just a communal mental space, nothing was preventing him from coming and going. This was just another technique requiring mental focus, and he'd been practicing those like his life depended on it, mostly due to rampant fireballs. Rather than return to his body and sever the mental bond, he held to the auric connection keeping him linked to the forum. The change to a unified aura made clear why Ember called it presence. Not only did one feel whole, gaining an incredible awareness of one's body, you also gained vast insight on any essence movements within the unified field. Even minute flows of energy could be noticed with the barest brush of attention, and the forum connection was no exception. Something had to power and maintain it. Focusing on the string of energy, Artorian found a compound essence containing 17 units of water, 3 of air, and 9 of fire that had not been present previously. He was certain this combination had a name, but there was no static push of conceptual thought behind it. He'd let someone else decide what to call it. Now was time for the fun part. Gripping the connection like a rope, he released another excited, "Whee!" Artorian spelunked right into his center like a diver jumping from the highest springboard, essence connection in hand. The old man tied the rope of the forum effect to his aura as he heroically guided his resplendent mote into his refinement technique. He mentally squared his shoulders and twisted his hands around the rope. With all the flair of a street performer, the rope unfurled and gained size, forming a cylindrical tunnel fueled by essence. Using the tunnel, he connected one zone of essence to another. He thought of it as a hallway between otherwise closed rooms of a house, an intermediary between the forum and his center. After Rosewood's lessons in weaving essence together, this was child's play. It did cost him a sizable chunk of energy to activate the effect, but that was worth it to him, as streaming motes of light bypassed defenses that otherwise kept advanced cultivation techniques invisible to a cultivator's eye. Curious motes flashed excited rainbows of colors and enthusiastically zipped around. Oohing and eyeing at the various interlocking mechanisms, one of the zealous motes touched part of the gyroscope to inspect it deeper, and Artorian felt the transgression. That youngster was unceremoniously kicked from the space like a star falling in reverse.
If you can't follow the only rule, you can't stay.
The Wood Elves had never so intimately seen a cultivation center not of their own unique designs. Theirs lived and breathed inside of their core tree. The tree method cultivated by drawing in energy from the elves, which acted as the gathering roots for the earthly essence. After supplying it to their core, nature did all the refining for them. This allowed Wood Elves to worry less about the building process of their energy gathering and instead focus on their usage of it, sharpening their skills without the need to pay attention to keeping their center balanced.
An eye-opening experience for all involved,
Mahogany's voice resounded.
We thank you, Starlight Spirit.
Chapter 23. Access to the forum space and Artorian's unified aura had forced Ember to change her approach toward Artorian. Once it had become clear that he would survive the process of his inner, body, and external presence uniting into a lesser, more primal version of presence, she'd left to go on a stress-relieving rampage. For her, that probably meant something like lifting a mountain and putting it elsewhere. The old man took horrifying risks that would murder a cultivator 12 times over had he not the benefit of an incredible support structure. In fact, The local groups were convinced it was that very support which caused the calculating fox to take the risk in the first place. A full season later brought them to the point where his third try would begin. Here he was again, but with significantly increased anti-brat measures. Baobab kept a guarding eye on him, Ember leered down from an elevated hill, and a whole host of passive observers remained active in his system thanks to the forum. Artorian took a deep breath. Under all these watchful eyes, this time he really wasn't wiggling out of it. Third time's the charm. It was time to infuse. The essence had been gathered, and the second he'd had enough, their favorite mage had dragged him to the clearing, ignoring any and all protests. While the old man was uncertain of the amount needed, Ember wouldn't lead him astray. She'd said he had enough, so enough he had. It was time to role-play a cleric and have a little faith. His sun core rumbled and shone. Rather than forming chi threads directly to his center, he poured essence into the completed honeycomb pattern that formed his webway. The finished webway did what it was supposed to do. It cycled the energy. Essence poured right back into his center as Artorian drew from his newly unified aura. Primal presence was such a nice, convenient thing to have. If it didn't have such a high likelihood of killing the user, he would have loved to spread this method around, due to how efficient it made chi manipulation. The body was just one possible medium. The presence field that filled and surrounded him was another. His control over the energy felt natural when it rippled through his presence, and hookah use had helped refine his control. Until the day he managed to bind himself to a law, he was of the mind that he'd be reliant on it to make progress. When the rotational free flow of essence in motion reached a critical point, he huffed away all distracting thoughts, instead focusing on the connections the honeycomb had to his meridians. He spindled the beginnings of chi threads, preparing to invest the energy up along his spine and brain in one fell swoop. Spiraling a proper chi thread into being, he fractured it into individual splinters before rebinding the energetic thread into a finely tuned and woven final product. Rosewood would have his head if he didn't at minimum have something to make precise, sturdy alterations with. A haphazard twisting of essence to form a chi thread was an insulting faux pas in clothiering, and an even worse no-no for infusing one's own body. Sure, you could do it with a raw thread, but the scathing commentary confirmed that wasn't allowed to happen.
Don't you dare use subpar methods,
Rosewood hissed under her breath, her tricolor mote of vibrant pinks and violets judging him as he worked.
You have a nice solid core. Now wrap the weave around and keep it at a medium tension. Medium tension! I want to see an instrument-grade string.
Not about to disappoint, Artorian threaded his essence from the webway to the spinal connection and let the advanced thread loose to what it was designed to do. The thread splintered off when it connected to surrounding cells, slowing down for a moment. It then drew on the source, his center, and reformed itself into the advanced thread, splintering to continue spreading further through cell clusters. This repeated as it spread through his body. The process was unpleasant, but bearable. Artorian lurched as a copious chunk of his essence was sucked away against his will. Even if he'd wanted to hold it back, what the essence needed to do was clear. Once enough of a staging platform was crafted, the shaped essence charged the gates at full force. Much as it had with his meridians, the thread bucked wild and nearly slipped from his control. His cultivation rank fell with the sensation of slipping over a cliff, and the pull made him physically tense up. Touching the pre-existing paths of his meridians redirected the advanced thread. Fueled by the idea that it was unacceptable for it to be raw thread, this advanced thread saw the existing network as an infection that it needed to replace. Complaints and warnings rang from the elven motes in his center. He wasn't supposed to be redoing his meridian connections right now. The advanced threads surrounded his heart as they'd done initially, overlapping, tensing, then forming a mold over the original chi thread before absorbing it completely. Artorian coughed, and his eyes fluttered open for a moment. Who had allowed a horse to kick him in the chest? The old man coughed hard, his heart skipping a beat as essence flooded inwards, encapsulating the organ fully as the essence replaced the purified cells. Forcibly infusing, Artorian's mind allowed him to detail the experience in a manner he didn't understand. Replaced cells turned inside out at the moment of absorption. The energy that made up his matter collapsed into a single pinprick of a spot, and an essence replica replaced it. It would have been incredibly interesting to study, had it not been happening to his heart. His breath hitched, and he heaved while being held. It didn't hurt like he thought it would. Taking a moment to frown from the shattered expectation, he looked inwards. So much was moving all by itself, but some of it felt guided, altered. Sure enough, motes of verdant light directed the advanced threads of chi along more optimal paths. It was the wood elven idea of optimal, but he wasn't going to stop the help he was getting. Better a foreign system than a dead one. His heart, which had been fighting to pump the blood his body needed, eased. Not in the sense that it ceased beating, but that it accomplished more with less. Additional flow pushed through his veins with greater control, and the previously pounding vessel calmed. Now it was managing the tasks with a fraction of the energy and strain. Artorian couldn't help but smile as the pain faded. He knew the task wasn't done, but oh, what a relief that his friends had managed to get this under control. While the threads surged to replace existing binding lines, the real task was the climb up his spine. Before he could direct his attention to his bones, a hoarse set of coughs broke from his being as his lungs underwent similar treatment. The advanced thread was too difficult to influence for the elves that had not received Rosewood's guidance, and she couldn't be everywhere at once. His own attention now focused on survival and damage control. No amount of wanting to progress beat out the need to be alive. He'd get an earful from Ember later, but couldn't be concerned about that right now. Artorian forced a stable breath, regaining control of the tasks as sweat ran down his brow. To his surprise, Ember's voice was both present and calm.
One at a time. Breathe. The connection is at the middle of the spine.
The mention let him focus and find the original bucking thread. Holding it by the proverbial horns, he directed it up along the spine, guiding the replacement process. Surround, encapsulate, converge, infuse. He prized his mind more than the rest of his body combined, and so was careful about this progress. Without needing to say it, the threaded essence caught and understood his intent as he worked. Slowing down considerably, it ceased to buck and fight him. The urge to replace inferior bindings was replaced by a need for safe progression. Relieved, he thought for a moment on the neurons formed so far in his aura. Was it learning and responding as he built it up? Artorian willed the threads to store more energy before continuing, even as his cultivation rank plummeted and his aura dimmed all the way down to fishy pathetic. Much of his refined essence roiled free, ready for use in his swirling sun core. That was fine. He had control. Showtime. The connections reached the base of his skull, and he continued upwards, slowly, carefully, treading with focus and care as Ember's physical frame took a knee behind him and held his body tightly. He didn't notice at first, but it did get warmer, more comforting. Strange. Why would Ember... Artorian's teeth gnashed and grit together as his world suffered sickening vertigo. When the first thread as much as dipped into his gray matter, all the essence in his center tilted as if someone had angrily flipped an hourglass. Refined essence flooded his brain, and his thoughts stopped as he physically passed out from the experience. All the mental presences in his center were kicked out, automatically ejected to the forum as the invitation cylinder collapsed. Mental bonds were not a thing while one was unconscious. With the first brain cell connection made, Ember caught him when his unconscious body flopped. The fire mage gave the philosopher's bald head a pat. Like this, he was finally less trouble than the children. She was happy about that, even if she occasionally enjoyed the old man's antics. Though he'd gone a very roundabout way to get it done, she could tell the infusion was going as planned. Good. When he woke, he was going to feel a lot different.
Take a nice, long nap, you crazy star child.
Chapter 24. The vizier was in a poor mood. With great pomp and barely hidden irritation, he dropped a hastily scribbled vellum into the hand of a scurrying servant. Leaning back in his chair, the ornate snake of a man impatiently chewed on the inside of his cheek. Abyss, that adviser. 5 meager years since the gift of emerald eyes, and she'd completely pulled the whole scheme down on him. He was but a fly trapped in the machinations of her web, or rather, plumage. Since her coronation into the royal fold, the new princess of Aurum had altered her image. She was the swan now. Pah! That goose of a woman would hold his eternal ire, even if the divine mistress had plied her craft to alter the flesh of her freshly risen noble. That position should have been his. Had his plans not seen success? Had his hosts not brought wealth? Had the pride of his legions not brought honor? They were even emerald eyes for Abyss' sake. How dare that wretched tart degrade his worth so? Biting his tongue, he just about hissed as a messenger entered his quarters. Even admitting a servant was a privilege stripped from him. The insult nearly made him molt out of distaste. He nervously itched at his arm, his outer layer of skin doing a poor job of shedding. It was just the stress.
Speak!
The messenger bowed.
A report for the honored vizier.
A golden hand waved the remaining formalities away. He hadn't the mood or patience for it, burdened as he was by years of discontent and disfavor.
The Chosen have returned. They report success in their ventures. A suitable mountain has been located. It is rumored to be the tallest in the world.
The hand motion continued rolling with an irritated hiss. The vizier just wanted the messenger to get on with it so he could start the formulation of yet another political avenue of attack, one that might get him out of this blasted mire. Of course his Chosen reported success. They hadn't done anything but in the 5 years he'd had them within his coils. Clever little brats grew up into clever adults, and what an absolute pain they'd been. With every victory came some small, seemingly minor setback that rained insults and fury upon his house from the one he wished to serve. Like splinters too small to do anything about, the Chosen always delivered their reports as success. Yet they also always contained minor schemes that caused naught but frustration. Matters too small to report, yet too large to not notice. Why had he found such a bothersome Chosen? What kind of awful, sick, twisted mind had taught them to think of such cruel and evil little tricks? The vizier was so frustrated that he wanted to chew on something. He only started coming back to his senses somewhere in the middle of the messenger relaying her report.
With the arrival of the latest batch of refugees, the Dark Ones have come to take their agreed-upon share. One has remained behind to request an audience, Your Grace.
A tired eyebrow rose.
My audience? You must have meant the princess' audience.
The messenger girl bowed and shook her head.
No, Your Grace. He was quite insistent that he meet with Amun-Ra.
An undue pressure instantly silenced her words as the messenger petrified. Her body, unspeaking and idle, remained in the pose she'd been transfigured into. The vizier needed a moment. Someone that wished an audience and knew his name. Such was not to be. His name was not to be known, much less spoken. He would not have it. He was vizier. Ah! Shedskins be burned. He needed to know more, and here he'd petrified the messenger. His thumbs pressed to his temples, tongue flicking out to lick the air. Brushing his golden robes off, he stood and paced about. Long fingers snaked along the hilt of a hammer that leaned near the fireplace, and he worked out his anger by beating the petrified servant into fine powder. The vizier screamed out his anger, releasing his frustration physically. Deep breaths heaved from his lungs, and sweat had muddled the gold paint coating his skin. The honorific charcoal lines were wet and runny. He nearly threw the hammer at the wall when he saw the dark, cloaked figure chilling in the shadows with folded arms, as if the figure was better than him. The figure showed a toothless smile, a greenish haze aglow within the deep insides of his roughened throat. Words sounded as if the man had been breathing smoke from a house fire his entire life, as his voice was hoarse and rugged.
Still sensitive about the name, Amun? Come now, what's such small detail between old friends?
The vizier pointed the hammer at the man like it was a light rapier.
You shall speak no further of such things, devil.
The hooded figure pressed gloved fingers to his chest in mocked insult.
Devil? Me? Oh no. I would not insult my superiors by claiming such a lofty title. I'm here because long ago I came to owe you a favor. From what I hear, an old friend of mine could really use a favor.
The smile beneath the hood was unsettling. The sickening green glow only strengthened as it seeped from the open mouth as a heavy smog. It would have dripped to the floor if it didn't fully discorporate on the way down.
Offers of favor come not for free, messenger of the dead. What favor could I have possibly done for one who works for the Infernal?
With a shrug, the figure dismissed the question.
It matters not to me that one does not remember. It only matters that I clear the slate.
His ominous vision glanced to the pulverized rock on the floor.
Just as it didn't matter that you didn't notice the assassin sent by your competitor, yet killed the creature anyway.
The truth of that statement didn't matter to the vizier.
Who are you?
Stifling a laugh, the infernal creature steepled its fingers, one of Amon's habits, which the vizier was certain this man hadn't seen him do. He answered the question,
I will hold to your unconventional unpleasantries and withhold my name. You may call me Favor, as working with me will garner you much of it. Though the first favor shall be free.
The malicious glowing smile only grew.
Do not send your chosen to the mountain, and certainly do not venture there yourself. Other plans are in motion, and if you simply remove yourself from the equation, success will fall into your lap.
Had the vizier gripped his hammer any tighter, the handle would have snapped.
You dare tell a vizier what to do?
The gravelly voice of the infernal essence user deepened.
I dare, for only this will clean the slate.
Biting his lip, Amon knew he was outmatched. None that knew of his power dared challenge him if they were not, in some way, able to negate it entirely or overpower him in some other fashion. The hammer lowered.
You are always a sensible one, even before the golden flesh queen took a hold of your destiny.
The vizier did his best to remain collected, and decided to do so with an amphora of wine.
Speak not such traitorous spew within these walls.
The figure shrugged.
None can hear me if I do not wish to be heard. The Shaper Mage may have let the power go to her head, but to those who know, she is a matter of laughter. She may play royal or elf all she likes. Your forcibly pointed ears did not escape notice.
Amon downed a mouthful of wine before even considering those words. No, forget that. He chose to forget the words entirely lest they influence him. Instead, he attacked the main concern.
Why should I not send my chosen to the mountain? I knew it was found before the report.
Favor's oozing voice spoke from behind the vizier, occupying a different corner of shadows entirely. He hadn't even seen the hooded figure move, and he was direly unsettled by that fact.
For you will lose them, old friend. I know the spies from which you fetch your corvids and whisk your rat-footed messages. You have not been told that you will be betrayed and left to rot at the foot of that mountain. You have not been told that the undead will swarm those lands after your raiders claim the prize. If you go, all you shall take is the fall.
Amon dropped his amphora. The bronze relic rolled across the floor with a clang. No servants came to clean it, and that bit him deeper than the conversation with a veiled stranger.
We have a deal with the dead. We feed their legions the bodies of those who cannot serve the living well enough. I have spoken and strategized with many a necromancer. This deal was favorable for the pursuit of all parties involved. Discord and discontent is sowed across the world. Madness shall spread, and people shall flee. Flee straight into the waiting, accepting, loving embrace of the mistress as their lives are turned to a higher purpose.
The hooded figure cut off the vizier before he could continue to explain his delusion.
Either as servant under the golden hand or as servants of the dead. Such a luxury of choice. I wonder which you will choose at the end of this path you so briskly tread upon.
Bah! Amon spat on the remains of the servant that had apparently been an assassin. He tired of this conversation.
Why should I believe your words, Glowmouth?
The dreadful, gravelly voice made the vizier feel awful each time the man spoke. It was something about the depth, as if the throat used wasn't alive enough to properly make the sounds.
For while you are aflame, Amon, I am but the moth inexorably drawn. Your ventures have been seeing success, yet the results have only brought you low. How strange that victory would cause demotions. Again and again the gold bangles have been taken from your arms and body until the last earring was wrested from you. Even now, the ritual paints on your form are subpar when they used to be applied with the most exquisite of lathers. Is it really my words that need proving, or is it perhaps the hidden intent of others that need unearthing? Such is my offer to you, old friend. Such is my favor.
Setbacks had caused the vizier several bouts of poor health. His servants had mysteriously left one after the other, repurposed to other services. Fortune had not been kind, and the figure's words did not carry lies. He could smell it on his tongue, flicking the forked member from between his lips to have a taste of the air.
I shall entertain this. What then do the dead need a mountain for?
The hooded figure shook his head.
It is not what the mountain is needed for, but rather what the mountain is in the way of. It entraps an ally to our cause that we dearly need to free. It simply happens to require a roundabout method. This is why I suggest you let the new princess take the sacrificial plunge for you, rather than take it yourself. What we need rests deep, deep in the depths of that mountain, which they will no doubt seek to explore after a little bird whispers about secret passages to the inhabitants. All these gathered raiders will be a great feast to awaken our ally. Golden Hand raiders will defeat the denizens of the mountain and flood its innards. When the way is cleared, they will be but bodies for the cause.
The hooded figure smiled, and the stench was awful as Amon again tasted the air. How putrid! This thing was definitely only a vessel for whatever voice was speaking through it.
What then is the cost of a favor?
The mocking steeple of the hooded figure returned.
On to business, then. It is always pleasing how swiftly the intelligent turn to see the value in things. I shall grant a maximum of 3 favors. Each favor shall cost you one of your chosen, yet each favor will gain you more than you might imagine it at first would.
That was a hard meal to swallow. It would take a few days to ascertain the validity of this free favor, yet he already smelled its accuracy. His chosen were the linchpins of his success, but dark favor wasn't something one took lightly.
It will not harm me to lose one chosen. So, one favor I shall take now.
The hooded glowmouth nodded in delight.
Then one of the emerald eyes I shall take, and one favor I shall bestow.
Glove removed, a skeletal hand and arm reached into his own distended, gaping mouth to pull free a goop-covered memory stone. The hand dropped the shiny marble into shadow, and a weight appeared in the vizier's hand.
The first favor I grant is one of power. The use of it, you understand. The purpose of it I shall reveal. Delay the Golden Hand's foray to the mountain for 2 decades. Your princess has gathered thousands of troops, yet she does not understand the dangers of it as I do. That region holds many rogue cultivators, which increases the location's might. Tens, if not hundreds of thousands of raiders will be necessary. The power I have granted shall ensure that you are able to accomplish this task. Whether you do or do not is your choice. Yet it is rare that one granted this power does not seek to use it in full. I would see you relish in its knowledge and sate your hunger for fame. For that is what it will do.
Amon pressed the stone to his forehead, and he knew.
Oh, I see. This, I understand. It makes me consider what your other favors may grant.
The undead visitor glowed a green smile.
Does this one request the second favor?
Burdened with knowledge of unholy power and its uses, a similar green glow began to burn in the back of the vizier's throat. He was already greedily using the gifts he had been granted.
Oh, I do, old friend. I do.
Chapter 25. Artorian shielded his eyes as he peered into the distance. A fantastically dressed pine, birch, and human were all standing in the middle of a lake. They stood on the water, using a widespread net of water essence to gather water tension and remain stable. This method copied water striders in some sense, but for creatures magnitudes larger. Ember kept guard nearby, standing arms crossed at the edge of the nearby outlet to the bay. Her frilled petal dress matched her healthy crimson hair swimmingly. She'd filled out from her previous grandmother's frame over the last few years, back to a Spartan-built powerhouse sporting sleek and obvious muscle, power visibly corded beneath her mana skin. Little was happening in the physical world, mainly because the elves-turned nomads were keeping a sharp eye on the oily, blighted core tree in the distance. It was such a filthy, obvious, smoke-belching source that you didn't need the phantom whales to realize it was one of the sources that the Blight used to repopulate its smoky forms. Where the Blight had become stifled, the elves had flourished. The Senate had done majestic things to their combined growth. Something akin to a golden age had occurred since the advent of their shared mental prowess. A revolution of cultivation sharing and advancements had been brought forth by a foolish human, and his invitation to what any wood elf had previously considered a racial secret: the inner workings of a cultivation core. What one had begun, others had spread. It had been the young ones at first, opening the path from the forum to their tree centers, showing where they were stuck and what was causing them to experience blockages and difficulties directly rather than through troubled explanation. With the secrets of elder trees revealed by the machinations of the young, a joined effort to grow the saplings as best as one could had arisen between them. No longer did a sapling depend purely on their parent tree for guidance. Now the entire culture shared, and shared freely. When it was safe to do so, great orders of elves each opened pathways to their cores, showing how their core tree operated. While exploring refinement enhancements which had caused even elders to get stuck, younger trees had found easy solutions. Centuries of cultivation progress was made in the handful span of seasons as wood elves traveled from home tree to home tree, purging the region of Blight with ever more powerful and methodical efficiency. The forum was a constant cacophony of activity. Considerably improved methods of communication had been devised, ones that did not deafen the rest of the forum upon use. To Artorian's delight, it had once more been the youngest among them with the most fascinating of ideas. Their exposure to so many cultivation methods, ideas, and freely shared techniques had opened their eyes and minds to combinations the older of their flock could not imagine. Permutations of existing techniques, variations in simple patterns causing great effects, abilities such as standing on water accomplished easily. What had been a society of shy, separated, distanced groups were now a thriving, nomadic species. It was going to take many, many more decades, but the saplings of the future would gain cultivation cores in brand-new hybrid trees that vastly outstripped any that lived now. What had been shattered and stale was unified and allowed to evolve anew. Entire new species of trees were developing as core tree techniques improved, merged, or were replaced altogether in favor of something better they had found. They'd even crafted a brand new type of plant specifically meant to combat the Blight's toxic air when they were close to a spewing source. All the plant did was purify the air, creating good oxygen at a rate that vastly outstripped existing plant outflow through some truly ingenious applications of air essence. They planted these filtration ferns everywhere they went to passively combat the Blight. They were sure that one day this plant might save the world from itself.
Hive cluster located.
Young voices cut through the forum as the newly minted hunters declared that they had found their target. Artorian perked up, but otherwise didn't move a muscle as he replied.
Understood. Birch, can you take point?
A sense of agreement flowed through the forum, signaling a positive answer. Mentally, the elves disconnected, but only because physically they were running across the lake and towards the valley, bounding over the edge as a group. Their descent was swift, but the ground, rather than their bones, rippled and broke in waves as one would expect of water when they made three-point contact with the floor. The impact made a quake of essence roil from their bodies, absorbing all of the harm that gravity would otherwise have demanded of them. They hurried, but a growing set of lights in the forum said they might arrive too late.
"I've got aggressive movement coming at my position,"
the chipper young voice shouted into the forum, but the sapling stood and held his ground. He was ready to bolt if that was the conglomerate order. Voices joined and spoke as one. Easily 50 to 60 elves had joined a single conscious mind and voice within the Senate, and their incredible intelligence decided on a course of action before the sapling finished its outcry.
"Starlight, please channel to the sapling. Sapling, prepare to emit."
Artorian imbued his starlight aura. Unlike years before, he was no longer slapping the essence combinations in and altering the identity effects on the fly. Now all of his essence was ever present in his aura, and differing amounts of it were activated depending on what was needed. Hookah-assisted control was paramount, but the effects were a marvel after plenty of time and practice. The starlight aura didn't cause a lick of light. His physical being remained entirely unchanged as it stood on the lake, overlooking the scene with pine. The effect moved inwards and pressed through the connection of his core, entered the forum, and was passed like a baton to the eagerly outstretched hand of the sapling about to get Blight mobbed. The connection was made in time, and a retributive aura of sunlight exploded from the previously hidden sapling. He charged the hive of Blight, releasing a sanctioned, unbridled war cry that made even Ember smile approvingly. The youngster set off traps that had been set by the Blight. Huge pipelines wrenched from the ground and bellowed infernal wails. Phantom shapes formed and countercharged towards the miniature sun vaulting straight at their hive. No amount of billowing Blight was enough. The young elf blitzed through the disintegrating smoky masses and into the target like a guided lightning strike. With essence-enhanced speed, the boy was a blur of motion, eradicating swallowing darkness in a straight path. Eventually, he got close enough to the hive to strip the outer layer of fireproof muck from it. The Blight screamed bloody murder at the boy. It was helplessly forced to watch from outside the radius of murdering light. The lad smiled at the abyssal enemy that had taken its parents and given it a life of fear and grief. This was payback. This was retribution. This was... Fwoomph! Ember's spiraling tower of cleansing flame ripped through the vulnerable hive connection. The swirling pillar of ebon orange compressed to the width of a boat's mast as it bored a hole straight down to the hive's source. The young elf, the surrounding wood elf scouts, and all current lookouts turned on their heels and ran for their lives. Atop the burning pole, a white-hot ball concentrated and collapsed in on itself. It looked suspiciously like Artorian's cultivation center. A rumble went through the landscape as the fire mage's searing ray breached all the way down into protective bedrock. Ember compressed the bear-sized fireball to the size of a pea in an instant. Her hand reached for the flame, clasping it from afar as she released a burning scream. The physical exertion controlled the pea-sized orb as her clasped hand struck downwards, and the white-hot solar orb split the inside of the searing beam, guided like a water drop through a straw. In a blinding, explosive flash of light, the gaseous pockets, oily masses, and infernal corruption beneath the hive tore behemoth-sized chunks from the landscape as the world trembled. The explosion wasn't just thunderous and deafening. It caused earthquakes for miles in every direction as hundreds of tons of earth spilled vertically into the air as the main gaseous pockets combusted. The amount of fire it generated was exhilarating for Ember, and awe-inspiring for everyone else even remotely close. Every inch of the heat and flame that the earth coughed up became hers to control. All that heat, volume, mass, and raw power she took and compressed. She kept the gathered power in orb-shaped stasis as the risen earth crashed back down like a mountain that had just toppled over.
"Does she have it?"
a conglomeration of elven voice queried.
"She has it,"
a calming, patient, human voice replied. Ember crafted a mimicry of her earlier solar orb. Rather than compress it down to the size of a pea, this one was massive. With the hole gouged in the earth and the majority of the pathway cleared, she copied the initial attack. The impact of a mana meteor shuttered the landscape once again as the ground cracked for miles further. That solar meteor slammed down in the exact same place where the original pea had exposed the weakness. While there was no name for that which lay beneath the deep bedrock, they had found it was an intricate tunnel network that connected the Blight across the various landscapes. It was what allowed the mass to repopulate swiftly and seemingly anywhere. To stop the spread, they decided they had to crack the continent itself. So crack it would. Tectonic plates shifted. They shattered deep beneath their feet, as their long war on the Phantom Blight came with the cost that it might alter their world from the form they knew it to be. If that was the cost, it would be paid. Artorian had been flabbergasted when he learned the truth. The entire world was one big continent on a vast, round globe. If Ember kept slam-dunking small suns as she was, that might not be the truth forever, though it wasn't a problem they would ever deal with. Such a shift and breaking of the land would take an amount of time simply inconceivable to perceive. Their worry was the here and now. Volcanoes popped in the distance when Ember's sun hit home, rearranging the Under-Earth's insides. It was a long, arduous task that really took it out of Ember, but the warrior woman relished in the extreme application of mana control it took. She hadn't been challenged like this in 1,000 years. Not even the average volcano held the heat and blast power a hive clearer did. The wells of oil and gas beneath were just too rare, and just tearing up the landscape without purpose wasn't any fun. If anything, she was sad. Sad that they were almost done. Wild cheering erupted through the forum, and Ember snapped from her victorious post-battle haze as her friend bumped her in the shoulder. Her human had joined her on the hill, and Artorian was all smiles as the youngster who carried the final payload to bear bolted up to both of them.
"Hi, human! I did it!"
Artorian bellowed out a congratulatory cry, dropped to a low stance, and smiled wide while using both hands to point at the charging lad with an outstretched finger on each.
"Well done, my boy. A beauty of a delivery. You're the hero of the grove."
He caught the kid in his arms after taking a knee. The impact would have cannonballed the old man 100 yards across the lake, but Ember outstretched her hand and caught them. Rather than bowling far, they went in a few circles as her arm controlled the momentum. Her arm carried them in an arc, and they flew into the sky and cheered. Artorian stretched out his open palm, and fireworks blew from his hand. It was really a direct aura emanation, but flare was what mattered. Colors sprang to life above them, and when the saplings attempted the same, he shared his aura with the boy through the integrated forum connection. From the sapling's hand, more fireworks bloomed and filled the sky. Merriment filled the youth's face as they began to fall. Festival pleasantry broke out in both the forum and the real world as wood elves rejoiced. They hugged one another, shed tears of joy, and shared deep moments of relief and newfound freedom. Ember caught her human and the woodling on the way down. Her mana spread to capture and disperse all of their inertia and kinetic energy. They harmlessly set feet down upon the ground, and Ember turned to raise an eyebrow at the old man.
"Why are they celebrating?"
Artorian let out a single,
"Ha! Well, that's what you do when you win a war, my dear. You celebrate. It's done. It's over. That was the last hive node of Blight. There's no more anywhere in or near the forest. We've checked with animals, trees, and elves alike. That hive you just punched in the gullet, that was it. The wood elves are free."
His elated smile went for days, but the warrior mage didn't share his joy. She was heartbroken. She shook her head. The last few of her years had been amazing, full of life and survival treks, tactical execution, and well-laid strategic plans. Surely it was a mistake. There was another, right? There had to be.
"What's wrong, Emby?"
Artorian laid his hand on hers and made a noise at the child to give them a moment. The elf obliged without concern and zipped off in a flash of yellow, leaving only fluttering leaves and ripped-up grass in his wake. She wrapped her arms around him. Holding tight, the squeezed cultivator sighed loudly and did the same, tapping her on the back.
Yes, I know. I was trying to live in the happy moment first. I'm well aware that with the burden on the elves relieved, our promises are fulfilled, and my tenure has wrapped up. I'll be leaving, and you're no longer honor-bound to remain."
Ember nodded, but she held him unreasonably tight. She didn't want to lose her best friend. She didn't want to go. Chapter 26.
"You could always come with me."
Artorian rubbed Ember's back whilst she held him, and he found that she was incredibly soft while covered in petal cloth, Rosewood's latest invention. All the visual beauty of natural petals with all the non-chafing comforts of cloth. Ember let him go and touched foreheads a moment. He didn't try to stop her, giving her all the time she needed.
You know I can't, Sonny. I really need to see the homeland, what's left of it. See what's become of it. Come to terms with the loss. You can't be the only one chasing your demons and punting them. Speaking of, I still feel bad for that chicken. Poor thing got kicked so hard, I think it cooked on the way out of the atmosphere.
To be fair, it really shouldn't have snuck up behind you and crowed while we were in the middle of combat.
She pulled back and sighed.
Things are already different now, and we just won.
Artorian nodded, staying next to the mage as they watched the sun dip down into the horizon. It was a good moment, a calm moment of genuine peace that had awaited them for many a year, and now it was here. Ember bit her lip.
Where will you go?
The academic rubbed his dwarf-bound beard. The length had been kept manageable, but it was a serious beast that easily hung to his knees.
Skyspear Academy. I've been hopping for seasons and seasons that I need to go back. Nowhere else will I, with my kind of style, find answers to questions any faster than at a place of higher learning. I bet that I'm going to arrive at the bottom of the 1,000,000 steps and feel right at home.
Ember chuckled at his absurd assertion.
1,000,000 steps.
The old man shrugged.
Supposedly. Never made it to the apex, as that is reserved for the headmaster, but rock bottom teaches you lessons that the tops of mountains never will. Tall thing, Skyspear. It got its name from how the mountain seems to spear into the sky. Never seen one taller, or one shaped nearly as oddly. There was an amusing story once that a person of great power carved the Skyspear mountain out of the moon